Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go!
Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer. What will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night. I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night. I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift the game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapon. ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find the light. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. Feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from near and far above the flower bed as we watch the stars and we'll never be apart.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
from Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Or will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again.
We're back for another day of LEC here in Berlin. Let's all type 07 in chat for SK as they're officially out of the playoffs race. Marek is Noah's daddy apparently. MKOI came to have fun yesterday and Vitality kindly gifted KC a win. How nice of them. Today, we'll get to discover in 4K what happens when your ex meets your new partner as KC will fight for first against Upset and Fnatic in Match of the Week. On the menu in today's Ready Check, we'll talk about which teams could be the best cooks for Fearless Draft, but before that, it's time for another round of GB Sports.
And welcome to episode 2 of the GB Sports. This time around, we're playing Noo-Noo Drift. I've invited G2 to find out who's the fastest among them in a race between Noo-Noo. The rules are simple. Be fast. We've given them a ton of movement speed items. It's first to 3 laps. Whoever wins it in our tournament bracket takes it all. And welcome to the first round of the Noo-Noo Drift. It is Broken Blade versus renowned Noo-Noo one-trick pony Scuman. So there's a lot of pressure on this guy's side. Yep. Gentlemen, are you ready?
I'm ready. Always ready.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh my god! Okay.
It's a slow start from Broken Blade. He is not having a good one, but the acceleration, that's the important part about Noo-Noo here. But there is a chance for BB. He's turning slow. Oh my god, and there he comes! What an overtake from Broken Blade from the outside! Oh my god! And there's a crash!
Wait, he moved!
There's a crash in the moves! It's unfortunate, it's unfortunate.
I misclick.
He went racing.
I misclick.
I like the patience this time around. It's the slow and steady.
I'm so fast!
Oh my god, there's been a crash. This is where BB came along last time, and there he is, he's fast! The snowball is out.
That's the second one?
That's the second one. Final lap now. Whoever comes first now takes it. No mistakes. Oh, and BB straight past him! Oh my god! Oh, but he crashed the tower! Who's gonna be faster? This is close, they're neck and neck, but BB pushes ahead! Oh, don't crash it now. Don't crash it, he's into the wall! And that's low, that's low. He has to cross the tower, he's into another one. No, he's not. Where's Human? He's not there!
Wait, I won, right?
Broken Blade takes it! And welcome to round 2. This time around, it'll be Hans Summer versus Caps. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Start your engine. 3, 2, 1, go. Who's getting the best start here? Oh, it's actually extremely even, but there's a big crash down in the bot lane.
Oh no.
All about the
slow.
acceleration at the beginning, and it looked like Hans Summer forgot to use his abilities. Oh, quite slow compared to Scuman and BB right now, but...
Oh shit!
Oh my god. It's a horrible day to be racing. There's crashes everywhere. And that was an ultimate by Caps as well.
Hey, it's illegal. What the hell? He slowed me.
Illegal,
he slowed me.
You're doing everything to slow yourself here.
He slowed me.
Caps with round of Yawn. I think that's your second. He's moving into his third. Caps. He's going with the lead. Hansama, this is where you have to overtake him if you want to win this round and go to the final.
Oh no.
Oh, it's a bad start. It's a bad start, but the movement speed comes through. Oh, this could be good. Oh, he's going for the crash instead of the overtake. Another crash on the final lap. Get the better movement speed, but this time around it's Caps.
What?
It's getting intense. Hansama with the movement speed. Caps is trying to crash him. I don't believe it. There's another crash. Hansama doesn't have the movement speed. It's Caps. He takes it.
No. What?
And this is it. This is everything it comes down to. The finals of Noo-Noo Drift. BB versus Caps. Gentlemen, for one last time, start your engines. 3, 2, 1, go! getting off first. Oh my god, who got the fastest start? God, it's a close one, but Caps, he's too used to crashing. BB with a slow acceleration afterwards, though. But that's going to be close. That's punished. You drove into the snowball. There's a massive crash in the beginning, and then Caps into the tower. Oh, come around, trying to go fast. BB cursing on broadcast. That's a fine.
This one is so free, actually.
There he is. He's fast, and that's BB on his final lap. Caps is driving backwards.
Did you see that?
What is happening? That's a Noo-Noo bug. That sucks. What? And it happens to BB as well. This is a chance for Caps. BB has crashed.
Oh my god.
And he's slow. Caps go fast. In between the turret and the inhibitor. What a fantastic maneuver, BB though. How close is he to finishing? Nah, he's there. That's a winner. It goes to Broken Blade. Your champion of Noo-Noo Drift. Broken Blade. Broken Blade, any last words?
Any last words? I mean, I learned a lot from my jungle. I know he lost today, but without him, I wouldn't be here. So, thank you, Skewmont. You're a real one.
BB's your champion. Shout out to Skewmont, and we'll see you next time. Thank you very much.
I just love those games. I just love those games. I feel like we should have Kesha as a ref.
I really want. I mean, I didn't have enough time to
I hope he saw
That would have been
this.
perfect.
That was amazing. The chat loves it as well. How many ideas like this do you have?
I have like a
in store?
notebook of 10 ready at least to go. And I think what's so cool about this is that when I speak to some of the other players, I mean, we were recording with Yike and Tarkmas as well yesterday, they were asking, is this GB Sports? And it's like, no, it's just another thing. It's very cool.
Good
that
job,
we,
GB.
Yeah, I know.
It is.
Create
Pat on the
something
shoulder.
good. Yeah,
Humble
good
bragging,
job.
I get it. But I think it's so fun because you get the most out of pro players when you put them in an environment where they can compete. You get the most personality, and that's why I think it's so fun when we get practice tool working like this.
Well, the thing is, we're always stuck in a cage playing pro play games and stuff like this. So every time you're like, okay, go loose, do your thing, be stupid on camera. You know, everyone is just so excited to do it.
We love being stupid on camera. And love being creative as well. I love the practice tool for this. But talking about creativity, let's bring it back to the competitive topic and talk about what is happening in other regions, because we've been focusing on LEC so far, but over in the LPL, in the LCK, in the LTA, different formats and different picks. And I want us to look at the prior picks in other regions that are not the ones that we see in LEC. So a lot of differences here. What catches your eye first? I'm still madly in love with the elite support from the LCK.
I love it, especially here in Europe, because we have this wonky meta where everyone is just lane stopping all the time, and we're not really defending the dives. We're always just diving the enemy top lane. I feel like Elise would be thriving in this meta, but at the same time, I don't really know what's with the Aurora priority over in LCK. I think here it doesn't really work, again, given what I just said, where everyone's just diving enemy top laner. Here you're kind of off to fend for yourself, so that's why everyone's just picking Cassante and trying to tank the dive and survive as much as possible. I don't really know if it's going to work here.
No, and I think it's just a matter of time before we start adapting other things. Like, we already have Syra pretty much banned all the time. We did start to see one Ashe. I don't think we're going to see a lot more than that.
Yeah.
But I think like Pantheon is something that we could easily see. I think our junglers are happy enough to bring out a pick like this.
All right, big talk here. We're saying goodbye to Best of Ones tomorrow, actually dropping in Fearless Draft, starting playoffs. I know we're really excited about this. The players as well, but who do you think would be the best cooks
for Fearless?
In Fearless Draft? When it comes to teams first, like who do you think would be good? Because we know that there's some mad scientists.
I think the easy one is always just saying MDK because they have Meowin. I think that's the one that comes to mind because he's not only going to be picking weird things, they're also going to be AD carries, so you're going to be trimming the AD carry pool as well. So obviously that's a man you can look at. It is Fearless, best of 3.
Wait.
So I still think we're in, oh my god, he's got...
So that's all he played since he joined the LEC? That's actually insane. What was the wildest one? For me it was Ari.
I mean, I'm going to have to
For me, the wildest was Nico ADC top.
Nico was there as well. Fiddlesticks.
Oh, I was the victim against Fiddlesticks. I mean, I won, but
you won that game.
It was still really annoying. Varus, he has all of these marksmen. I'd like to double down on Merwin being a prime contender of doing very well in Fearless, because when you look at other players and the champion pool they had over the years, they've been playing meta picks and they just adapted to the meta really quickly, while I felt like Merwin was maybe one of the only players that is revolutionizing the meta, because come on, man, like literally no one is playing Ahri top. You're playing Ahri top with Trinity Force and all of this wonky stuff. Like, who does this?
Did it make sense to you? Because, I mean, you were playing last year against him. So
I didn't
like,
play
when you would see things like this.
I didn't play against it, but it did make sense because it was a time where ranged, well, top lane is always an island here in Europe.
Yeah.
And for him, it did make sense because it was the meta where what he needed to bring for MDK was stability in the top lane, but also winning, abusing the counter pick to the max, and Ahri was one of those crazy cooks that really worked.
I will challenge you with Casey. We had them in PGL yesterday. I remember that during EMEA Masters, they had this thing that they were calling the secret bot lane. It was Senna, Nila, and then became Senna, Yasuo, and then anything with Senna, because Senna was stupidly OP.
I was going to say, so Senna
But
lane.
for me, a team that we wouldn't think of automatically, especially looking at the bot lane, I see Casey being creative there.
I mean, Kalist has always been creative with his picks. As you mentioned yourself, the Yasuo as well, it's something we've seen from AD carries, but it's something that he's happy to bring out. He wants to bring out. Nila as well, of course, they were feared for this towards that EMEA Masters when they were playing this, and for good reason. And once again, it's important to remember, it's best of 3 fearless, right?
Yeah,
We're not going into best of 5, but still having a few of these champions can be very valuable.
And I would like to challenge that point, because it's also, Senna is one of Targamas's best champions, and going into fearless, it's not really one of those formats where you can repeatedly bring out the same sort of combos. You use that combo one time and then you're out. So that's why, referencing earlier Merwin, I think he's going to be thriving, while other teams that are adapting to the meta...
Sorry, that's a bold
Leave this poor Nar alone, man. You threw him yesterday.
I mean, you know, in game, I never have the option.
I'm dressing him right now. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Closing thoughts on Caps, maybe? For me, that's what makes the most sense as well.
Caps, I think, will be good. He's not really revolutionary in that sense, where he will bring out and break the meta. He's just always adapting to the meta. But there's also, in EU, since we never had Fearless until now, and we always had best of 5, we did see plenty of games where the meta is adapting to itself throughout the series, where one champion becomes completely useless by game 5, and all of a sudden a champion that got picked up in game 2 or 3 becomes prio. And then when I look at Caps, he's one of those players where he's going to be adapting throughout the meta, and he's going to be consistently bringing out, you know, strong meta champions, because all of a sudden when 20 champions are out, 10 champions, 20, 30, 40, even 50 champions are out later on when we're going to have best of 5 fearless, he's going to be the one who's going to be thriving, because he's going to be playing all of these champions at an exceptional level.
Let's put a pin on that conversation and pick it up again. In playoffs next week, we still have a round of best of ones kicking off the day with SK Rogue elimination game here. And Ginny is standing at the Marriott Bonvoy checkpoint with Larsen in the pregame check-in.
Thank you, Laure. Hello, everyone. Ginny here, and I'm joined with Larsen from Rogue. We're going to have a little bit of a conversation ahead of your game going up against SK, who unfortunately are not going to be in playoffs, but it's your chance here to get on the leaderboard. Yeah, it's a must-win today. Obviously, we don't know what SK is coming out today because they're out, so that affects the mindset a lot. So, anyways, need to be ready for them probably playing really aggressive. Maybe they have a crazy draft cooked because they're out, right? So they can kind of do what they want. So we need to be ready for that. So you're talking about them being out and that having a positive impact on the mindset. Do you think this game really is a battle of a mindset? Yeah, for sure. We're struggling, right? So we need to stay strong mental because our confidence is not too high. Especially for me, since I've struggled last year as well a lot. The confidence is not as high as it used to be. I don't go into every game like I used to and think that I'm going to carry this to win. So yeah, definitely need to do a lot of self-talk to make sure I'm confident and that I'm ready to play aggressive and stomp and kill them. So I think that's a really good strategy. Stomp, kill, win. Yeah, I really want to kill them, yeah. Yeah, in-game, of course, because that makes a lot of sense. So when you're talking about yourself and maybe how these games have been going, and you're touching upon last year as well, and having a lot of self-talk, what does that look like for you? What does it look like when you don't have a lot of confidence and you want to make sure that you go into a game with, okay, I am going to win this? Yeah, for me, it's usually just going out for a walk and just doing a lot of self-talk, right? That I will kill the enemies, that I will stomp them, that I'm the best in the world, you know. It's you just need to tell your brain some stupid things. I mean, they maybe sound stupid, but it works, you know, to gain confidence. Maybe do a Bwipo walk where you look really confident, you know. And then then you're a bit more confident. And you're just trying to imagine yourself on stage that you're sitting there really confident, you know. Manifesting or faking it till you make it, exactly. Right? It is faking until you make it. That sounds like a great approach, and I'm a strong believer in that. So talking about this game, then going up against SK, talking about the confidence and about the fact that when you're looking at SK, they actually have absolutely nothing to lose. So if they want to 5-man mid, why not, right? How do you prepare for that as a team? I mean, it's not much to prepare for. It's ready for early game, I guess, that maybe they do some weird stuff. But it's not like something you think about. Like, we just got to play our game and make sure that we're aggressive and confident. I think that's all. And then we just need to like play better than we have played and do our best. And then like the result will be the result, right? Like, we can't just say like we'll win no matter what. We just gotta do the best of our capabilities, and then like that will take us where it takes us the next 2 days.
Absolutely. I mean, it sounds like there is a strategy in place. There is a lot of thought that went on behind it in terms of, you know, the pep talk and the confidence and the faking until you make it. So I'm looking forward to see how this game against SK is going to play out. Thank you so much for your time. I
Thank you for
appreciate
having
it.
me.
And the casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Great to hear from Larssen before their game. A must-win game for Rogue. Obviously, SK already eliminated, but Rogue can still make it. They need everyone else to lose, and they need to win their 2 remaining games if they are going to make it through. Yet tomorrow as well, they face MKOI, so a bit of a challenge for Rogue overall. They're on the blue side this game, haven't won on the blue side so far this split. SK haven't won on either side so far this split.
I was going to say, they've only won 1 game, so I feel like
it was on the red side.
You know? Yeah, I mean,
statistically, Rogue will lose and SK will also lose somehow.
Statistical anomalies. Yeah. I think, look, either way, if Rogue, look, let's be real, if this is the game where SK pick up the 1 win, I think from Rogue's stake, you haven't shown that you belong in playoffs. So this is really, look, you've got to be able to pick up this one and then hope that you can continue some sort of streak coming into the rest of the week. But at the moment, at least anyway, Rogue starting off, they're going to get rid of Isma's Nidalee. And I imagine we're going to get a Victor ban here as well. I don't think that's something you want to give across to Varus.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And then we'll see if we fall towards the Ezreals, the Varuses. Those are the kind of stock standard AD carries on the first rotation. There's the Victor, as you say. No real surprise that Larssen gets that taken away from him. Where will Rogue go with B1? It's not going to be Varus. I can promise you that much.
Yeah, I think it'll probably be the Varus. Just picked up for Patrick. It's the flexibility it offers both in the on-hit versus the poke build. It's just super nice and very difficult to win out on that mid-push against the Varus as well. So maybe you want to go back over towards something like the Ezreal here, just to answer for it. It's kind of what we've seen as the basics. Yeah. And then I'm kind of looking at maybe taking something like the Jace away here, because you do just want to try and deny this long-range poke composition to come through, which you've seen a lot of teams opting in for, and Ezreal Jace is always a relatively strong combo.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You have a lot of poke, especially as you get towards those 2 items when those Mana Munes are fully stacked up. You can do a lot of work if you're hitting your skill shots. Also, as you say, denies the ability for the Varus and the Jace just to team up well. We have only seen Jace once from Rogue so far. It was in Adam's hands. Wukong as well gives you good engage potential, but it looks like Isma might be... he is going to get the Wukong this time. I thought for a second he'd be back on Sejuani duty.
Yeah, I think then on Rogue side, you do take the Jace, and then it's trying to figure out what the next game plan is. Maybe going towards the Sejuani isn't the end of the world, but you can even opt in towards things like the Xin Zhao. A lot of times teams will try and get some sort of AP in the jungle here so you can keep that Jace flexibility open if you'd like to, but you don't necessarily have to if you're in this position.
You don't. I do think jungle here makes the most sense though. Making sure that you are locking. You want non-committal engage. Like Sejuani seems to make the most sense. Larsen's doing a lot of talking right now. Actually, looks like they're going to go towards mid. Just give him the Azir. So Jace is going top in Adam's hands. Azir will be mid. We have the Varus already. Now, if SK want to pick a mid of their own, they can match the Azir, or they can match the Jace in the top lane, and then they're always going to have one of those 2 roles banned out.
Yeah, I'm curious if we actually get to see the Reeker Silas, because that was one of the picks back in the day he was renowned for, or even the Rise as well, but I think taking the mid wouldn't be bad. But actually, no, they're just going to go straight towards the Rakan, so definitely different priorities on both sides. If I'm SK, I'm going to start banning away some of those support picks, just to make sure that the Varus is a little bit more available for the Rakan engages, for the Wukong engages, so Poppy makes sense. On the opposite, I think it is mid lane bans for me.
Yeah, I think they'll go towards a Galio ban. Rika's played it twice already. Rakan, Wukong already have that backline threat. Galio alongside that when you have low mobility makes a lot of sense. And better though the ban instead, trying to give Adam a bit of a safer role in that top side.
Yeah, I'm curious, because everything else I think you're fine against, like a Renekton, kind of you're okay into, like any sort of Cassantes and stuff, you're fine at the Jace. So I think in this sort of situation, like one ban into an Ambessa isn't the end of the world, but I do think maybe trying to take away something like a Silas or some sort of control mage in the mid lane wouldn't be, even an Orianna, I think, against Reeker here wouldn't be the end of the world, just with the combos that are already set up for something like the Ori.
Yeah, I definitely see that. I don't really think that the Jace should struggle into too many other matchups, especially the stuff that we've seen Gen X pull out. You know, Cassante, Jace, Rumble, and Jax are his 4 picks so far this split. LeBlanc will be the ban away from Rika. So Rika does still have some of those control mages in the mid lane available. The Orianna, the Galio as well, a possibility if you don't want outright burst damage from your mid.
I think the only problem is, as you say, you're kind of lacking some of that DPS if you go for the Galio, which would then put a lot onto Gen X to go for some sort of carry top into the Jace, which I don't think would be great. So yeah, I think the Orianna works well here. And then you can always go back towards something like the Cassante just to provide that front line, and you got decent burst plus decent DPS here with the Ezreal.
Yeah, it's kind of a press R comp, isn't it? Yeah. That's when we talk to teams, talk about teams and say you're struggling. We often say just go back to a press art composition, you know, do something that is simple enough that you can just all use your ultimates at the same time. And SK, without a doubt, have been struggling so far. They are 007. They have a license to not kill in the LEC winter split as of yet. The Rel now picked up by Rogue, so they're getting a bit of CC, a bit of engage, which they were lacking. Alongside that, Xin Zhao does a similar job, gives you that initial engage, and then the Crescent Guard allows you a degree of safety as you go in. What can be a little bit of a lonely journey in as the jungler to start off.
Yeah, big time. Also, I think Malrang's been exceptional at understanding like what is the best way to use the Xin Zhao ultimate, because we've seen plenty of times where he's barely skirted away because he's actually knocked someone back, then audacious charge to use that as an escape tool. But won't be looking at it, will be that non-committal engage with Sejuani, which I honestly think is kind of nice here when you've got so many tools that you not necessarily want to play into immediately.
And leaving the top lane pick for last, if there was a Braum on the side of Rogue, you wouldn't want to pick this Ornn, but now the Ornn has a little bit more flexibility. You're not going to be negated by that unbreakable wall from the Braum. There's low mobility carries on the other side as well. The Varus and the Jace, they will be trying to stand out range, and the Call of the Forge God, one of the longest range engaged tools in the game.
I think it also does give you a little bit more of the scaling as well, because Orianna obviously does well. Ezreal can do decent into this sort of situation because there's not an awful lot of tanks on the opposite side, but I think like on-hit Varus and the Azir can just have really great scaling as it goes in towards the late game. So I think having that Ornn just helps out in that regard too. And again, a lot of press ors on the opposite side for SK, so it kind of keep you with the theme here.
Yeah, we'll see if Rogue are able to manage this poke comp, as we also see someone's family in the crowd here, Rob.
Not to embarrass them whatsoever.
It's more to embarrass you than to embarrass them. Look, they came up to me, and the first thing your mother said to me was, "Oh, shame England lost in the rugby yesterday, wasn't it?"
Yeah, that was a lie, because it wasn't a shame.
No, it wasn't a shame. You just wait. You're going to play France, you're going to get cracked. Okay, Dupont's going to poop all over you guys. But for now, League of Legends, everyone, as we jump onto the Rift for the first game of the day. Rogue versus SK starting at the bottom of the table. For SK, a battle for pride, a battle to remove Rogue from the playoffs race. For Rogue, a battle to hold on to the very precipice of a spot in playoffs. Still not in their hands at all. If anyone at 3 wins picks up a win, they will be knocked out, or if both the teams at 3 wins pick up a win, or all 3 teams, in fact, sorry. Forgot the BDS were there alongside them. Adam, he bathed up towards top and he saw that SK were looking for something. He'll back away immediately.
I think he might know that something is happening, especially when he sees Loopy still going, but just going to be able to back away from this one. I think more or less this is just to get that vision control in that top rush, so it makes it a little bit more difficult for Adam to drop aggro in that, but SK are really chasing him.
They're really getting that vision control, Rob.
Yeah. I mean, they did get it. You can see it up here just on the top half of the screen as the telestrator. There we go. So you can already see they did get the vision control in that bush. It makes it just a little bit easier for Gen X to manage this lane, but in the grand scheme of things, they're just going to walk it on out.
Yeah, and they will be seen on a ward as they do so. Rogue kept their AD carry down towards the bottom side. They have 1 ward near the Wolves that Isma is about to path into, so Isma will be spotted as he moves through his jungle rotation. Haven't seen the AD carry or support here yet. They're going back towards the top side, it seems, avoiding the 2v2 in bot.
Yeah, because even you can see Varus starting to move in, so I think they're going to try and bully Wukong off of this bottom side. Loopy now in a ward spot in mid, as both top laners not really looking for too much aggression in mid, but yeah, I wasn't sure what the story was for Patrick and Execute. They were seeking out Wukong, but not going to be able to quite find him yet.
I wonder if Gen X will just path towards bot side after soaking up some of this mid XP. We saw this a lot Worlds last year, the jungle mid duo in the mid lane when you have the lane swaps, because you want to get a little bit of that XP before it crashes. Now Isma and Loopy are using the fact they have a man advantage on the top side to push Malrang out of his jungle. Malrang can go across and take the blue. He'll be one camp down. No, it's even camps because he got a Gromp of his own. So assuming he gets all of the camps in SK's blue side quadrant, they'll be on as even between the two jungles.
Yeah, I don't know if they can look for the dive here as Rogue, though. So Gen X should be able to soak enough experience off.
You can always look for a dive, Rogue. Whether or not it's an advisable decision is an entirely different thing.
Yeah, I think it's a look, don't touch in this situation. Gen X does hit level 2, but there is 4 members now, which changes things quite a bit.
No one tanking the tower as of yet. Execute now will go in with a Shadowing Strike, gets the crash down shield as well, and it's a well-managed dive from Rogue. Patrick will survive this, pops the barrier just to make sure.
Yeah, with all 4 members there, it becomes significantly easier. I wasn't sure what Malrang's plan was. I saw him start off the blue, but I think Rogue doing the correct thing in calling him across. And now Adam getting some nice turret plates here as well, alongside a bit of that assist gold. Going to be in a much better spot than Gen X.
Yeah, it's about 30 gold up right now, about even-ish on XP, but he has got that plate just waiting to be smashed on that bot lane tower. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Rahel was just able to get to level 3. Loopy's at 2.5. Rahel is about a full level ahead in terms of XP over Patrick, and Patrick had to burn the barrier. The Ignite was used by Execute, so the 2v2, at least, should be in favor of SK.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for Gen X is that this wave is pushing away, and he knows that Sejuani's still on the bottom side of the map, so Malrang could immediately try and come down to this bottom side, but looking at a potential play in the mid lane as the TP comes through, but Malrang is now in position.
Yeah, Malrang's looking. See if he can find something here. Loopy's coming across as well. Rika, there's the knock-up. Rika stunned up with the Shadowing Strike and now has to flash to try and get away. With Isma coming in from the side as well, Rogue will accept the flash out of the Orianna. I think we'll see Loopy staying around here to make sure this wave can be crashed in. It's going to be tricky though. Larson low on HP. Rika doesn't have the best wave clear.
Yeah, there's kind of multiple members just running around the map wherever there's action. Though you can see Rahel is starting to shift down towards mid to help cover as well. And now Isma doesn't realize there's a lot of people there. Loopy will spot out Malrang, but here comes Adam.
Adam moving first out of the bot lane. Loopy spotted by Malrang, locked up with the permafrost. Isma jumps onto Adam. Loopy used the grand entrance to get out. Now the collapse comes in. Rika still on level 5. Flash Bellows Breath looking for the brittle stun onto Adam. Can't quite find that extra bit of damage. Isma dashing forward once again. Execute falling low. And Isma brings down the staff to get SK on the board.
Yeah, they managed to get themselves on the board, but this is insane. Everyone is just... It's like watching Sunday football when you're like the under-12s team and the ball goes in one direction and the entire team just runs and scrambles around it. And it's basically like you spot out where the jungler is and everyone just seems to be drawn immediately towards it. It's this time just SK who managed to get their foot on the ball first and score that goal.
That is just an apt definition of what's happening in this game. Both the supports are just running around, seeing whatever they can find. Execute still only level 2.5, by the way. Hasn't actually got any more experience since we last talked about him. Rika doesn't have flash. Execute trying to get experience out of kills. Rika's going to try and walk his way away from this one, but Larson, well, the Ignite's ticking. Larson still finds the final auto attack to get himself his first kill of the game.
Yeah, and Loopy's sitting on top side, but unfortunately for him, Patrick still has that flash and the barrier back up, so it's not going to be any sort of answer. So it's nice in the mid. Jace, Adam had started up Dragon, or maybe he's clearing out a ward, but looks like they're going to back away and just go towards the Void Grubs that are just spawning in 15 seconds. The junglers are so far, Malrang's level 3.
Yeah.
So this is definitely going to be a game of keeping our eye on experience to see who might actually come out on top of some of these plays.
If your jungler in solo queue ever complains about needing to farm, just show them this game. It's like, look, Malrang, he's a professional player. He's only level 3 at 6 minutes. I can take your wolves. I can take the Grom. It's fine. He is struggling a little bit to find his way into this pit right now.
So, some junglers come out of their first clear with 28. Oh my god, no! I was going to say, some junglers come out of their first clear with 28 CS. Malrang is 6 minutes into the game and still has 20, so he's definitely a little slow in the clear, but the fact you stole one, fair play, Patrick,
Patrick helps him out, lands the arrow, gets one of those grubs away. That means the first neutral camp towards the Feats of Strength isn't going to go in SK's favor. Also denies them ever getting 6 grubs, which can be pretty powerful later on in the game. No lane's really getting a huge amount of priority for them right now. You can see Adam is always going to have to push in the bot lane into the Ornn. Larson generally has push into Rika, especially since Rika's flash was burnt early on. He's also hit level 6, so there's the risk of the Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, I think it's just now with 6 being hit kind of across the board for SK, you are under a lot more threat. Like, you're not only looking at the mid lane, it's like Genax has the opportunity to go for these engages. I think when you start to look towards Dragon, I would like to see SK try and put some of that threat with the ultimate trigger now available. But I just don't really think they're in a position to do so. Maybe with the push in top, they can reset and start to put these lanes into the right positions. But an early Infernal Dragon is kind of nice. It can just help out a little bit.
You can see Isma actually pathing down towards the bottom side, has just hit level 6, and Genex has the 6. Adam doesn't have flash here, so Isma can look for the engage. There's the call of the Forge God. Cyclone goes in, follow up with a knock-up, another Cyclone available to Isma, and already Adam's dead. Well played by SK. Knew that Adam didn't have his flash and just comboed those ultimates perfectly.
Yeah, great. And then even you can see Loopy's reset to open up on mid as well, because just trying to keep his options safe, as he knows that Rahel is going to be pretty fine underneath tower. So nicely done by SK. They're making the play, but also defending on the opposite side.
And it's a 1,000 gold lead for Isma in the jungle. Now has picked up both of SK's kills, building up towards that Trinity Force. Now won't have the ultimate if Rogue do decide to look for something like the Drake in the next couple of moments.
Oh, Loopy spots out that executes here, and I think they're aware that where that Malrang's probably in the area. But I will also say for Isma, like we see him get these leads on things like the Nidalee, this Wukong is going to be way more valuable with some of these early kills. But Loopy, have to be careful. Yeah.
So it used to be that if you Shadowing Striked, you could then immediately follow up with Crash Down, and you would always get the CC, but they actually reduced the CC duration of the Shadowing Strike slightly, so you can jump out of it in most cases.
My biggest worry was just Larson going for the immediate follow-up with the swoop and boop, right? And that's where I was like,
man. Rakan he's the rat of the jungle, okay?
Okay.
The great thing about Rakan, and I say this as a Rakan connoisseur,
I understand, yes,
is you can do whatever the hell you want. Someone, like, you go into the enemy jungle, no flash, who cares? Grand entrance, oh, they try and follow up, battle dance to one of your teammates, easy. They try and engage on you, pop the quickness, sprint away. Just get the hell out of that. You just rat for everything. You rat for vision, you rat for cooldowns. It's the most fun champion to play. The problem is, not very tanky, so if you do miss position, you die a lot of the time, but just don't do that, you know?
Luckily, we have no supports in the league that do that.
I was thinking of something to say that was witty, but it's impossible because there are just too many supports in our league that do that. And like, it's like, oh yeah, but it's only half the time with Hilly. It's only every now and again that Execute overextends. Loopy only died a ton of times on the earliest last time you played it, you know? Just don't miss position.
You didn't even get to Mickey.
It's the other teams. The other teams are just really good at punishing.
Yeah. Gotcha.
That's the thing. SK haven't been bad. They've just been punished really well by everyone else in the league consistently. In this game,
just hoping they get one.
Yeah.
That's all. Just on the board, you know?
It's like set up a GoFundMe for Fnatic. It's like, obviously not with actual money because that would be match fixing or whatever, but like some sort of emotional GoFundMe for Fnatic tomorrow. If Rogue win this game, it's like, hey,
get a
look guys, come on. Look into your heart, Basil. For the moment, SK do have a lead in this game, so we shouldn't count them out before this one is done. They have a good press R composition. Rika stepping forward here, looking for a little bit of damage on Execute. The Grubs have spawned as well. Malrang is now level 6. Isma's ultimate back up, though, and has still that level lead over Malrang. How far away is Loopy from 6? He's still a full level. You'd really want him to have the quickness if you are going to look for a fight, but doesn't quite have it yet.
Also, you're kind of looking at a big shift from Rogue up towards this. They're not moving Rahel from SK, though.
Maybe just look to take one away. Looks like it's probably going to be 3 apiece. Now, Isma does have the smite. The Emperor's Divide will only find the clone. Isma jumps across the wall. And he didn't manage to smite the Grub in time. So it will be a full camp over to Rogue. However, they are losing some plates on their bot lane tower.
Yeah, and they're going to invest the TP to try and keep it safe. But honestly, I think you're kind of happy with that as SK. Like, you do get that little bit of extra gold. The 4th Void Grub isn't too crazy in the grand scheme of things. And may even get these quicker resets. They're pinged on towards Dragon, but yeah, I haven't really invested anything from SK, so I think you're in a position that you could actually play for a Dragon fight here.
Really, you've only burnt the flash out of Isma, right, to get out of there. There's no ultimates for Rogue at all, apart from Adams, which doesn't really count as an ultimate. True Shot Barrage is going to stop Adams' port as well, so with another wave coming in, Rahel can keep this one pushed towards that tower, make sure that Isma has the prio in the bot side to take the first Dragon of the game for SK.
Yeah, so in the grand scheme of things, SK kind of coming in on top, and like Rogue had a lot of the early aggression, but you can see a 1k gold lead starting to open up. They're okay when it comes towards objectives, so I think as long as they're able to find ways to play around some of the strengths, like the Trinity Force now both being hit for Isma and Rahel. They can definitely find ways to fight into this. Even the Unending Despair they picked up for Genax. But trying 2 force fights is going to be a little bit difficult for the next few minutes. But you can definitely start to shift people around. You can see they're opening up with Ezreal in mid. And as Wukong starts to make his way up towards top side, I think with the way Loopy's positioned right now, they can look for some sort of play on Larson top side, which is why he's disappearing.
I think the intent for Loopy over the next few minutes is just to try and get some flashes out, right?
Yeah,
because
big time, yeah.
it's so hard for the rest of his team to fully engage, especially with Isma not having the flash cyclone as a possibility. If Loopy can burn a couple of flashes here, then when things start to line up later on, when Isma has his flash, it's so much easier to actually get onto that back line.
I'd also say ideally he hits 6 at some point.
Yeah, I mean, at some point that would be beneficial.
Yeah, or for execute as well, either side.
Yeah. Isma's going to put some damage down on his execute, who crashes down, gets the shield and walks away. One of the main pain points for roaming supports in this current year of our Lord, 2025, is...
Thanks for the clarification.
Every now and again I forget. No ward XP. It's huge. Right? The amount of roaming you do as a support, and you just get all these wards because you're sweeping things out, you get half a level worth of XP, and Loopy would already be 6, but now he has to go into a lane, and then the mid laner gets mad at you for soaking XP from them. And
I was really sad because everyone kind of knew supports were slightly OP, but we were kind of hoping Riot wouldn't find out.
Yes.
And then they figured out the way to hit us, and I was like, oh no.
Do I have to lane?
Yeah. But what if my AD carry just sucks?
Just don't lane. Just lane top, man. There was a good thing on the subreddit about how being a support is like being a mother to a crying toddler at the moment. Like, you baby them for the first 3 levels, then you leave them to go to school, and you just go to other places, and then you come back when they're actually useful again and, can provide for you later on in life. Not saying that's the best parenting strategy, but I'm not a father,
I was going to
so
say,
who knows?
I can't say anything on parenting strategies when she's right there.
That's true. That's true.
It was wonderful. Don't worry.
Yeah. Just have a tea. It'll be great. What? Crack. Well, I was trying to... It's what Irish mothers do. I wasn't trying to do an accent. I can't do accents, man. It's what Irish mothers do. You go in, you have some cake. Well, sure.
You have a cuppa.
You have a cuppa, won't you? And then you say, no, I don't need any cake. It's like, no, but you'll have some cake, won't you? Sure. You want actually to say more Irish things. It
was funny because when I went to my granny's, it was always she had a tin of Kit Kats. I would just force feed me Kit Kats the entire time.
The LEC break specialist.
Yes.
Well, Rogue is setting up towards the top side. Execute has managed to get towards level 6. Rogue with 4 members over here. Adam, no TP, but he's backed all the way off the bot lane turret. It looks like first tower will go over to SK. Rogue are going to match it with one of their own, but obviously don't get the feat for the first turret blood. Rahel has got the push in mid right now because Patrick moved his way towards top. Didn't really need to do anything, so he'll just catch the wave as it crashes towards that tier 1.
Yeah, you can see Genax though is going for a play on bot side here with Isma, but I think Isma showed on the wave, so I'm curious if you just look for the almost like immediate reset. You've already got great vision control, and look for the Rift Child play, but it looks like at the moment they're just kind of a bit slow on the reset. I'm not sure if you're about to hit a breakpoint on your item for Malrang, but yeah, Rahel kind of doing a decent job of controlling mid wave at the moment.
Yeah, he's doing all right, isn't he? Overall, for SK, a relatively solid early game. Rogue, only 1,000 gold behind. It's not the end of the world. You do have 4 grubs, so you're going to get those mites, but Rogue obviously still in contention for one of those playoff spots. That graphic hasn't loaded at all. They are currently sitting at 1 and 6. We have Vitality, Heretics, and BDS above them at 3 and 4. If those 3 teams get to 4 wins, obviously Rogue can't catch up. If Rogue don't get to 3 wins, obviously they can't catch up. So every game's a must-win for Rogue, and they're hoping the teams above them lose for them to have a chance of making it into our final 8.
Yeah, I only just caught Malrang's actually running the domination tree instead of the inspiration tree. So looking at, like, I would imagine... Yeah, actually, I don't know. I was trying to figure out what Malrang would be running in domination. Maybe it's like the dash down? Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, usually you run the inspiration tree for cooldown on your smite, and also then getting the free boots. But he's running domination secondary tree for Malrang, which
you can...
is a boot.
I'm sure someone on when you go on Twitch, because we have an extension on Twitch.
Oh,
you
true.
Can just look
Yeah.
Twitch,
Thank
guys.
you.
Hey,
Yeah.
if you guys are on Twitch right now, you can just open that extension and see exactly what Malrang's runes are. It's great. I know you can run the one where when you dash, you do a little bit of extra damage, and you Grim Mementos, the Grizzly Mementos.
Probably is,
probably. But I can't tell you for sure right now because I do not have that information. But I'm sure Twitch chat is telling us we're a bunch of fools for not knowing exactly what you would run in Domination Secondary. as a Sejuani. Spear of Sojourn now completed for Adam. Only 110 gold lead for him. Nothing really to write home about. Larssen has developed a little bit of a lead for himself in mid, though. 800 gold, his advantage. That kill and some plates obviously going over in his favor. So for the moment, again, a little bit of a slower game. Not really too surprising. Both these teams haven't been known for their explosiveness, but with the second Dragon up, SK are trying to, I won't say up the tempo. Loopy, okay, thank you. Hate it when people walk past roses. There's two there, Loopy. Loopy, just order them, man. It's free experience, Loopy. This is how you catch up. Oh, some rogue chance. Malrang jumps into the pit. The smite goes down. Isma gets it. Malrang flashes over the wall. And yeah, Boar couldn't bear to be in there any longer.
Yeah, I was going to say, Adam's going to get some alone time with this top lane turret, though. I don't think he'll take it fully, but actually, yeah, should have demolished, so going to do some serious damage there to the top lane turret. So I think still, like, you don't get the dragon, not the end of the world, but getting Adam into a position where he can be a bit stronger is going to be kind of nice here. So I don't mind Rogue not being in a position to really go for it. They're kind of just farming up and waiting for side lane pressure to really come into fruition.
Yeah, it looks like some people run Cheap Shot and Ultimate Hunter.
I wasn't sure. So in my head was like Ultimate Hunter, and then my mind went, are you sure Ultimate Hunter wasn't one of the ones changed? And I had that self-doubt. I was like, thank you. Yeah, it's Ultimate Hunter, and yes. Sudden impact.
Sudden impact, yeah.
So,
but we got one of the two, right?
Yeah. It was just the immediate, like, do you really trust yourself? Because I've just been reading patch notes and I don't trust myself
anymore. I think a lot of the time people forget that if you've been casting for as long as we have, you have 7 to 10 years of just random league changes in your head, right? Like, we could name items that if we saw them, we'd be like, oh yeah, of course, that's, you know, Wuglit's Witch Cap, which you know, wasn't actually really
Heart of Gold.
Heart of Gold, Philo Stone, all of these. Oh, what was the Wriggle's Lantern? Was the
Wriggle's Lantern. Then there's Runeglaive, which I saw earlier on as well.
Goodness.
Like, yeah.
But yeah, sometimes it's better just to check, make sure you're correct. You see a tower going down in the top lane for SK, still maintaining about that 1,000 gold lead overall, and the game. Again, like we talked about how, you know, Rogue have a bit of poke, but they do want to scale up. Actually, looks like Patrick has gone played the Ruin King, so it's not that full poke Varus, more of an on-hit, right, for some of the engage. But you already have enough poke from the Jace and the Azir. You've got quite a long-range comp. And on the other side, SK, well, they don't really have to fight until Rogue fight them, right? Like, they're in an okay position. Towers are even. They've got 2 Drakes. If Rogue want to take a fight at the next Drake, sure. You know, we can press ours. We can try and fight you, but they don't have to force the tempo.
Yeah, I think in the grand scheme of things, you're just kind of happy to keep pushing in the waves and just letting this Jace do what he wants to. SK, I feel like you do want to try and force some plays, but I think they are struggling quite a bit. Like, Loopy's actually getting good vision, you can see, but the way Rogan was playing is over-forcing with multiple people on this midway, but Loopy's
goes in with the charm. The shockwave as well. Larssen only loses half his health. Does have to burn the flash. There was a TP behind as well as Genex joins the fray, but the Emperor's Divide in a good position already. Isma's down. Genex does get the knock-up. Larsen's fallen as well, as has Execute. Alongside him, Adam's going to join an SK. They force the tempo. They find the fight. It's a triple for Rahel.
That was sick from SK. The vision control from Loopy has been really good in setting that up alongside his team, and they finally get that pick that they wanted to. The TP in behind really set up, and you can see again, as they start to move through here, Loopy flashes on towards the Azir. Reeker gets the damage, the flash is forced, but it's the follow-up here from Isma, and also having Genex come in behind is just absolutely perfect. Genex doesn't quite get the second half because Adam interrupted him with the knockback, but still, the damage was done, the slow was enough. And then Rahel being able to play super aggressive in that. Nice triple kill for him.
Yeah, well timed as well around the Atakan. They will be able to pick it up. Obviously, Voracious in this game. No real surprises there as they have that false life. That will overlap with the next Drake as well, so they can look to force a play before that to make sure that Rogue cannot contest for that Soul Point Dragon. And good positioning overall for SK. Well, I mean, we've joked a little bit about them through the split being 0-7. The last time a team went 0-9 in an LEC split was Astralis in 2022. There have only been 6 teams that have started the LEC in LEC history that have started 0-9. No team during our 9-game splits has ever gone 0-9, which is important as well.
And that's the thing you were reminding me of earlier, is that because we used to have like 18 best of ones, it's teams that have started 0-9. But I think when you get to 0-9, your split's kind of over.
So, Schalke had the Miracle Run split.
That is true.
Pretty sure
That is
they
true.
went 0-9
Yeah.
and then still qualified. It may have been.
This was
1-8.
God Gilius, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The God Gilius.
Which was a crazy run. But now, obviously, if you go 0-9, your split's over. We've actually only ever had one team without a series win through an LEC split, and that was Origin back in 2017, I believe. So SK looking to be not in that camp, not join Origin in that ignominy. But for the moment, in a good position in this game. 3,000 gold ahead, the Drake up in 20 seconds. As we said, that false life will extend for about a minute after the Drake does spawn. Adam is pushing in the top lane, so SK know they have the advantage right now. They know they've got the numbers. Chain of Corruption going down onto Loopy will chunk him out, but he's still half health. And this is what I'm talking about with ratting on Rakan. Goes forward, eats an ultimate, eats a piercing arrow, still half health, and just dashes back out. Now he can play a little bit further back if he wants, and always has that ability to press the quickness, E on someone, and then dive in for the fight.
Yeah, I just didn't realize that Adam was playing Tryndamere this game, because all he's doing is just sitting in the side lane and taking turrets. And SK, they've sent Reeker back to try and answer, but you invested everything from SK to get that play done, and Adam just immediately answered on the opposite side. So in the grand scheme of things, like, Roger's still answering. Now they're looking for the pick.
Forge God. Patrick has flash, doesn't use it early. Loopy has the quickness, but no flash of his own. Malarang, Glacial Prison just wide, as both Loopy and Janex stopped in the bush. Importantly for SK, they did invest a lot towards the bottom side, as you say, but they do get the Drake out of it as well. So it's sole point. Yes, Adam takes a tier 2 in the top side. The gold is even, but SK are now 5 minutes away from having an Ocean Soul.
Yeah, I think it's not the end of the road, but it's still not an incredible soul when you're up against Rogue Rice as well. So it's still nice to have, but yeah, I think in the situation it's not going to be game-breaking. I still think a lot of this is going to come down to execution around a Barn, maybe in a minute 20, or even the Elder with the way that this game's going, because there's still a lot of towers standing on the map for either side.
Yeah, thankfully the Elder's only going to be like 35 minutes, 36 minutes into the game. You know, it's not one of those where
an hour long or something like that would be.
Who would be an hour-long road game in the year of our Lord 2025? Robert Price. Ugh. Can I imagine it?
That was Scottish, not Irish. Am I supposed to be offended?
No, look, Rob, not everything is about the Irish, okay? Sometimes I just say...
Yeah,
I say
only rugby
things.
wins are.
Only rugby wins. Okay, sure. How'd the World Cup go?
Don't talk about that.
Okay.
Not in the year of our Lord 2025, we don't talk about it.
SK now setting up a two-lane push. You can see Janex answering Larson down towards the bottom side. Really, he can only contain. He can't push back against the Azir. The range advantage for the Emperor a little bit too long. Rahel, though, in a very strong position now, has that upgraded Mana Mune into the Muramana, into the magnificent Muramana, or whatever Masterwork. That's what the Ornn upgrades are called now. They didn't rename them all because now, obviously, you can Masterwork any item or any of those tier 3 items in the game.
Which is a little sad, because that was kind of a little bit of a flex as a caster, where you could like throw out the name and be like, I know what I'm talking about.
Here's the thing, right? I don't think the majority of our audience would ever Google it. So
that
just
is
make
true.
up a name.
Well, you already did, Magnificent Mana.
Yeah, but that's not its actual name. I was just using the name that we use for the audience, Rob. I'm sure you know the name of the Muramana Ornn upgrade.
Much more.
Yes, much more mana. The many, much more mana. Yeah.
All of the mana.
It's, you can say it works their way. Call of the Fortune coming out. Patrick didn't burn the flash early. Isma still gets the Cyclone down. Patrick now with the barrier. But look at the follow-up. Look at the CC. Loopy gets down with it.
Oh, Larson, no!
Larson goes down as well. Malarang running away. Execute and Adam still full HP. Weren't even able to join the fight at all. Janet's going to chase past the towers here. The tier 2 in the mid lane will fall. SK turn their eyes towards the Baron and perhaps a greater prize in their first win of winter.
And it's actually just SK playing on a very simple to execute composition. And finally we're saying, hey, you can find these picks, you can find the engages, and it's looking great. I mean, this trio of Janex, Isma, and Loopy have consistently been able to get onto the key targets.
And for Rogue, it's looking pretty diabolical right now.
Yeah.
Remember, if they lose this, they are eliminated from playoffs alongside SK. Kind of poetic justice for SK to be the team to eliminate Rogue. Have another look at that last team fight, because we were wondering, with Patrick having flash, whether SK could get the follow-up, but they managed to do it perfectly.
I was going to say, Patrick is just way too far up. Like, there were 3 different avenues of attack there to get in on top of him, and even if he flashed, there was going to be always another follow-up, and SK found it. And when he's gone, Larson goes down with them, and... yeah.
Yep. Patrick has had a difficult split in terms of positioning. Loopy's going to be caught here. Doesn't have the flash this time, but once again, Rakan does what he does best and just dashes out, gets the CC onto Malrang. Malrang not really wanting to invest anything more because you don't really know where the rest of SK are. You can see the jump for SK over the last couple of minutes. Now a 6,000 gold lead for them. A minute 20 on the Drake. 2 minutes remain on their Baron buff. They are only pushing through 2 lanes. Larssen has pushed out top, and actually, I saw a ping. He stepped around for a second, but he is going to finish off his recall and make sure he can come back for this base defense.
Yeah, I mean, they should be able to pick off this kind of minion. It'll do some work, but should be fine. So any sort of force now as both waves start to crash, Larssen should be here for, but I don't think SK really want to overcommit here. Like, you've got Dragon, your soul in 50 seconds. The kind of minions can do the work here. Just don't have to get fancy with it.
Don't really need to overcommit. They take the inhibitor tower on the bot side. Janet's going to hand bash his way away. Loopy just acting like a nuisance. Inhibitor will fall in the bot lane. SK have a minute 20 remaining on their Baron if they do want to try and get some mid pressure, but the wave's still only at the halfway mark of that lane. So now with the TPs coming back in, it looks like they are going to look for it. Loopy goes in, Shockwave not invested, Larssen dashed away.
Yeah, but also not investing the ultimate from Loopy either. So just kind of realizing, hey, look, if we get something here, cool, we can try and follow up the ultimate, poke Rogue back, but they know that these small little corridors are really where it's treacherous. So just trying to push in the waves, play out a vision, and see if they can make the pick happen.
6 seconds on the Drake, and Rogue have no vision outside of their base apart from in their blue side jungle. I mean, SK could be doing it already for all they know, and that's exactly what they're doing. Isma able to do it by himself. This Wukong has been strong from the start of the game, and with 2 items should be able to get through this one in short notice.
Yeah, and you can see Patrick just trying to tank up this minion wave with execute so that then they can't hit onto the tower and start another turret falling alongside the Dragon and that bot lane structure. But at this stage, you're kind of just desperately holding on to anything you can. 20 seconds left in this Red Bull Baron power play. Means that this would be the last minion wave, but it doesn't look like SK are interested in overforcing on mid.
Looks like Rogue were using that time to funnel Larssen. He's now completed his Rabadon's death cap. If at this point he can't have an impact, it's all done for Rogue in winter. They get a couple of months off before we come back for spring regular season. A couple of months to think about what could have been. SK will be joining them on the bench. Larssen still has the opportunity on his signature Azir to perhaps make a big play.
I think it has to be fairly sizable though, because I just don't really see where the rest of the follow-up is from. Yeah, but it's like, how do you try and reach the key targets? Like, Rahel is already super slippery, and Reeker gets to play a million miles away because he just attaches a ball to Loopy and says, yeah, go. You're like, be my race car that goes into the middle of everyone and does it for me. So, yeah, you just don't really have to worry about it. So, I don't know how you're supposed to find this engages.
I think part of the hope is, now with Baron having fallen off, maybe SK overextend. Right, if they go under a tower, they can't quite kill it off, then you can look for something. But as the tower goes down, immediately they go into Patrick again. Does still have the flash, has the barrier, uses both a little too late. We're still caught in the cyclone. Malrang tried to dive in. Larssen hasn't been able to get in the action at all. And all of SK are still full HP. The Ocean Soul at their backs, buffing them up. Rogue 3 left to defend, but it's SK's day, baby. No one beats SK 8 times in a row. Larssen dives in, but dives for it. SK rise above, victorious for once. SK 1-7.
They're on the board, baby. Let's go. I mean, SK finally get themselves a win. But commiserations for Rogue, and unfortunately with that, they will knock themselves out of playoff contention. But, I mean, for SK, they got to be pretty happy they can take down a round of veterans like that.
I mean, they played the comp really well as well. You can vote for one of them in your Kia Player of the Game vote at LEC on X. Genax, Isma, and Rahel are your options for that game. I think they all had really good games. It was a press R comp. Everyone had to play at a similar level to pop off. I obviously would have given it to Loopy because I love watching Rakan players. Yes. Yeah, so give it to whoever you want. Give it to an SK player. It's the first time we've been able to say that in the last 3 weeks. And they've done a great job. They would take their bow in front of the crowd. Only 4 of them right now. Sure, Rika will come across and enjoy them. crowd goes wild. They deserve it. They deserve it. We're going to go to a short break. There'll be an interview with Genax and Isma afterwards.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, we can keep the fight, keep the fight, keep the fight, keep the fight. Azir has nothing, Azir has nothing. Do we keep going?
Stay down, flash.
Jess is dead, Jess is dead.
Can I attack?
Go attack and go attack.
Nice,
good job.
Also flash.
I'm CC'd, I'm CC'd, I'm CC'd.
Azir. get him, I get him. Flash.
Welcome back to LEC, everyone. I'm Jenny, sitting actually by with JNX and Isma from SK in the Merit Bonvoy post-game check-in. I want to start off with saying congratulations on getting a 1 in front of that 7, because I feel like Isma mentally, that must be such a relief.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is we are still out, right? But it feels good to at least have 1 win, like at least 1, because zero win in the whole split would have been really bad.
I mean, I was looking at the game, and everybody was, of course, that's why we're here. But we were watching the game today, Gen X, and it felt like the team really showed up and there was more cohesion. You guys were a lot more aggressive. And something that Larson mentioned before we even went into this game was that the mental from SK is probably going to be better. Was that the case for you? Did you feel that?
I don't really think the mental was better for us because we were out. I think we were already, when we were like 0-4 last week, it was already like really poor, our mental state in the team. I feel like today we just had like a draft that is really easy to execute. And we also, in our last scrim week, if we won a game, then it was usually with like a draft like this. Yeah. So it was like very just plug and play. And I feel like we didn't do many mistakes. And enemy team did some mistakes, so we kind of cleanly snowballed the game to a victory, actually.
Yeah, it was clean snowball, as you mentioned it. I want to ask you as well in terms of your experience so far with SK and how has it been? Maybe some of the games, as you talked about in the past, have not necessarily lived up to potential expectation that you had of winning, but there must have been some learnings and some takeaways from the last couple of weeks here in the LEC.
You want to know? I mean,
you can take it.
I can take it. Okay, I think for learnings, it's really difficult actually to draw a lot of conclusions in terms of learnings when you lose so much, because also in practice we haven't been winning a lot. So it's like hard to pinpoint, okay, this is the issue or this is the issue, we work on this now. When, let's say, we fix a point and then there's more issues and then we have to drop the other one again. It's like really difficult, but what we can see from those games that we played is that we are not on the same page in game, and that's something we just need to work on.
Would you agree with that statement in terms of...
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the practice has been actually fine before we start the competitive game, but after the first 0-3 in the first week, you start to just question everything, even the good thing that you do, you actually ask yourself if it's good. So like after the first week, it was actually pretty hard. But yeah, I mean, I think it's mostly right.
I want to then also ask you, Isma, in that regards, when it comes to being on SK, because you were on it last year, and then with the roster changes that have come through, and you mentioning that it was going really well in these practice games, how has it been for you? Because you're now playing against some of your former teammates, some of them are gone. How has it been to be that person that is still on the roster and that is carrying on into this year?
I mean, it's actually not an easy job.
Yeah.
Because I'm not that of a leader yet, to be honest. I struggle a bit to lead my team. I mean, I'm not the main voice, I feel like, yet. So it's pretty hard to fill that role, even though, I mean, I think I improved way more, though, this year compared to the last one, because even though the last one I was winning, I think it was mostly, I mean, I feel like at least I mostly get carry.
Yeah.
Usually.
Okay.
So like even though I lose this year, I feel like I grow way more as a player, and hopefully in next split we can get more wins and more wins, because I feel like in LEC, if you want to be better, it takes actually a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, don't take away from your accomplishments last year, because you also had some great games and you have good games, which is why you're also going to be getting Kia Player of the Game. So it's going to be going to you.
Thank you.
I hope that in some form kind of makes you feel that you have, of course, earned your spot here, and that's why you're here today. Janex, I also would love to hear your opinion in terms of, you're sitting there on the island. What's it like with the shot calling for the team? What are the loudest voices that you hear?
I would say it's Rika and Isma, but when I'm playing on, I think I'm doing my job. I'm saying when I want to fight, where I want to fight. But yeah, besides that, it's mostly Rika and Isma. And to that island topic, playing top lane right now in this current meta is kind of annoying with the lane swaps. So I really hope that there will be either players will find a fix to how to deal with lane swaps better, or there will be something from right towards lane swaps. Because as a top laner, we just suffer here, and I think that goes for every single one. Even if the team is 1-7 or maybe 7-1, top laners will say, yeah, this is not the most enjoyable time.
Maybe you can sign a petition. Every top laner, just like put their name on it. Please fix this. But thank you both so much for your time and for your honesty as well. I'm looking forward to your next game tomorrow, but SK in the future split as well. We're going to be sending it over to our casters. So Dagda and Medic for BDS against GX.
She said your name first, so you have to lead. That's how it works.
Well, welcome everybody back to the LEC. This is going to be week 3, day 2. And we're ready to find out what's going to be happening between BDS and Giant X. My name's Dagda and I'm joined by Medic.
That's me.
Was that?
Yeah, it was good.
Because usually you do it, so I got to like...
No, that was solid. That was solid. You didn't... The hand motion was wrong.
Oh,
remember?
yeah.
It's the clap on the back
and then hands out in front of me.
Which doesn't work because we're looking at Giant X now anyway. Let's talk a little bit about Giant X, because they came out swinging in the LEC. And I think a lot of us after week 1 looked at them and said, oh, they're a top place contender. And I don't think that was an invalid view at the time. I do think, on reflection, their schedule at the time was a little bit easier. And now they look more like a team that is fighting for 4th or 5th rather than a team that's fighting for 1st or 2nd.
Yeah, I think it was hard after week 1 to say that they were going to exactly where they were going to land, right? Because it is 1 week.
It's always hard.
But I think there's definitely, you're starting to see the issues with their gameplay, especially last week going 2-1 and now starting off the week with a loss against Fnatic. You're seeing, hey, look, the side lane, playing through side lanes hasn't been one of the strong points. The way they set up for objectives can be caught out. So I definitely think they are looking more vulnerable than they did in that week 1. And now it's a curiosity to see, has BDS ramped up to their level? Because I think BDS were certainly a team that struggled coming in on the opposite side. But it feels like they're starting to figure out how they want to try and play out games. I think Ice, look, the flash from the Varus, whatever, I still think he has stepped up to be a pretty stellar carry for them.
Yeah.
And they've been able to play through him. Nuke also having some great games in the Jace. So I think BDS are also starting to figure out how they want to approach their style.
I also wonder if Parvis is finding a little bit more comfort on the stage, because this guy coming through the ERLs, he was the support to watch, right? He was the guy that everyone was talking about. Everyone was saying he's going to be the next support that comes into EU and really changes the game a little bit. Haven't really seen that from him yet. And there is a jump from ERLs to the LEC stage. Like, so it's hard to judge someone that wins EU Masters. Are they actually better than someone in the LEC, right? Because of the jump between the two. But I would like to see more from him as a support. I think we are seeing a little bit more from BDS. Both these teams already locked into playoffs. Rogue and SK locked out, of course, after that last game. But positioning does matter. If you end in 7th and 8th, you play up against one of the teams who end in 1st or 2nd. So it's a very hard first match, although it is double elimination, best of 3s when we get into our playoff format.
Yeah, I think it's when you get into the playoffs, it's a case of, look, you actually have to prove your worth, because you don't really get a fully easy path thanks to that double elimination. But we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is. Either way, Nidalee over Maokai is insane to me. Maokai is so incredibly strong, and especially still with picks like, you know, the Jaces open, the Varuses, the Ezreals, and they're not going to be taken away here. Giant X need some heavy engage if they're going to try and go against this, because Maokai just offers so much in the current meta.
Super long range, non-committal engage, also a lot of CC, good at tower dives because he can drop aggro with the twisted advance. You can just team him up with something like a Braum as well, and then you have the more disengage if you need it.
I think we just need someone to actually start a copy pasta so we can steal it of how good Maokai is.
Okay.
And then we can just fire it off. But yeah, here you can already see they're going to go towards the poke. Varus already going to offer into that, and decent into the Kalista as well, because you do have that lockup. And then I think you can just go for Jace. Nuke's already been able to play it. You have that AP jungler, so you can already flex into the mid if you want, and still go top for Irrelevant. I think you're in a great spot then, BDS, coming into this draft.
Yeah, I really agree with you. It looks like instead, though, Ambessa will be locked in. Now, usually this goes towards the top lane. We haven't seen Irrelevant on it as of yet. It won't be jungle, obviously, because we've already got the Maokai, but it could be mid as well. We've seen some rumblings of it happening. Maybe a good matchup into the Orianna. And when you're picking it this early as well and giving Giant X the possibility of counterpick, it lends you to the idea that it's more likely to be flexed, because you don't want the enemy team just to be able to get a direct counter. They've gone for the Nocturne. They're making sure they get that Nocturne Orianna on board. So now BDS can look to ban out things that are good into that Ambessa if they want it to.
Okay, so I think the Ambessa pick was basically BDS saying, hey, look, if we itemize too strongly into this poke, you still have the Nocturne that's there, they can go Nocturne Orianna, get some good engage off, but also the Ambessa can come in on 3, and that still can work relatively well into the Jace. That's why we saw it banned away in the last game as well. So I imagine it was just a, hey, now if they try and play into us, we still get value from this Ambessa, but we can also wait and see what the rest of the draft is. I'm still unsure on flex picks on blue side specifically, because here you just go for your support first rotation as Giant X, and then you get to see where the Ambessa's going. But I think it was we don't want to fully index into this until we see exactly what's happening on Giant X's side.
I get that. Gallia removed by Giant X. Renata taken away by BDS. Renata Kalista, obviously such a strong duo down in that bot lane. We already have the power of the Nocturne Orianna combo, which can decimate a backline if allowed to go unchecked. Where will Giant X go with their next ban? They removed some of the long-range follow-up engage tools. I wonder if a Poppy ban would be okay as well. I mean, both teams kind of like Poppy in this situation. Into Ambessa it's good, into Kalista it's good, right? And we don't see either team going for support. So yeah, Poppy banned away, neither team going to get their hands on that.
Also, because imagine Giant X are setting up for a Rel pick unless it is taken away here, but even then you want to go into a Leona or some of that engage, so it still works well in that regard, because there's the Rel ban. I imagine it's something like the Leona. We have seen Nico also as an option into a lot of with the Kalista and a lot of times, especially in international, but yeah, I think you're crazy not to just go for your support here and wait to see where this Ambessa flex is before you commit with the Renekton.
It's possible that Giant X just have no expectation of the Ambessa going mid, right? That is, it could just be like, we do not think that Nuke is going to play Ambessa mid into Orianna, so we will pick the Renekton and save the flex for last, right?
Yeah.
We'll see if that pays off. It does mean they get Renekton very safe top laner into Ambessa, does a pretty good job as well with the ability just to stutter up and sustain for himself as well.
I do think though, see, you still get that flex pick and also you get access to the Leona first here, which means you kind of need to go for the Alistar on the opposite side for Jun, which you're playing more on that defensive side of things. So that's why I would have preferred to see the support take here, but
I agree
here we go.
I 100% agree with you, right? And as you can see, the Ambessa is going to be flexed into the mid lane. There's the Rumble and the Leona. So maybe BDS need to hire you for their drafting coach, because we saw that coming. It can still work out well for BDS. Obviously, Rumble into Renekton does, for Giant X. Obviously, Renekton into Rumble is going to struggle a little bit in the early game.
Yeah, I also did just want to give a quick shout out to Nuke, because I always laugh at like 2 years ago, this was the guy where like, the champion pool is a bit grim, like we're not able to move outside of stuff. And this year he started to bring out the Jaces, he's now bringing out the Ambessas. It really does feel like Nuke can kind of step up and be a carry on anything. And I think it's just, it really does speak volumes to the amount of work that guy's been putting in behind the scenes.
I mean, he used to be called Nuclear Int, and people would emphasize the Int part of his name.
Exactly.
People were asking, why are you building your team around this guy? Why do we see him as the mid lane year after year? And now it's having a pretty good year. Last year was pretty strong as well. Gragas support is the final lock for Giant X. That's something we haven't seen in too long, but does work well into the Leona. If she ever goes for the Zenith blade, you just body slam her out of it, and then if they ever get onto your backline, you always have the explosive cask for the CC to disengage.
Yeah, and I think especially with the way the BDS have now worked their composition, it's way less about that poke. It is more about, hey, we want to get that engage and set up for these big team fights with a lot of AoE damage and CC. So I think in that regard, the Gragas actually works really well here. I think, if...
Oh, I'm sorry, that's a very cute poro.
That is actually incredible.
Well Incrediporo? No, it doesn't work.
You went, at least you tried,
Yeah.
But yeah, I think in the grand scheme of things, the Gragas is going to be a great pick. We'll move swiftly on.
Thank you. Thank you. We will. We'll move into the game.
Yeah.
As we said, no playoff stakes left, but positioning in the top 8 is still important for these teams. Our top 2 teams at the end of the regular season will be seeded into different sides of the bracket, but don't get to pick their matchups as far as I remember reading the rulebook. They will just be randomly assigned one of the 7th and 8th teams. Jun here, body slamming forward. Aris will spot Giant X looking for this invade and back away.
Yeah, I mean, they can still brute force their way in here, to be perfectly honest, and just get some vision down. I think for Giant X, trying to force the 2v2 is actually in your favor. So I think it's more to try and spot out where BDS are going, but you can see immediately they're shifting their bot lane to that top side to try and desync from the bottom lane. So we'll have to basically have Giant X maybe just fish around mid and see if they can force the 2v2.
Minions have spawned.
They don't really have any vision on the top side to spot this push up by Paris and Ice. A quick look over the rooms. We have a deep ward coming out from the Leona. No real surprises there. Across the board, no real surprises when we look at runes. Is Conqueror Rumble. Not going for the Comet for that little bit of extra poke. Instead, the Conqueror for the longer, sustained trades against the Renekton, which you are going to expect. This ward's, yeah, it's far enough in the lane to spot Irrelevant working his way down here. If you place the ward just over the wall, someone won't be spotted if they hug that bottom wall.
Exactly,
so you have to make sure you just get it a little bit further into the lane so that you can see. Lot trying to trade with Irrelevant, but Irrelevant has the smite. We'll go back in with the Twisted Advance. Has quite a lot of damage on the Maokai, and the Sap Magic passive is going to do a bit of work as well. He'll walk away for the moment, but actually it looks like he's just going to disengage from it entirely, not going for the red. So Lot has kept his jungler ahead in camps if Closer can get up towards that top side before 113 invades again.
Yeah, I think at this stage, Lot kind of needs to find somewhere he can be, though, because I don't think he can stick around.
I can be mid.
Tower, but mid, yeah.
I'm gonna try and slice his way through Nuke for the moment. Nuke does still have the flash and is able to walk away far enough. The wave not in the best of shapes for him. Closer now down towards the bottom lane. Irrelevant is 3 minions away from hitting level 2 here. Locked up underneath the tower. The beer comes up as well. Jun tanks it well, and Giant X get first blood.
Nicely done by Giant X. So Lot won't end up giving across anything on this top side, but still hasn't been able to pick up much in the CS. You can still, he's still about half a level there. So at least he's getting some work done and helping mid lane out, but I think this Renekton definitely needs to get some experience. Looks he's just going to soak up some on the bottom side, as Ice will be able to just push in that top wave and make it be lost to tower.
Irrelevant not using the teleport back here either. Knows that even with level 1 it's going to be so difficult for him. The wave being proxied, yeah, Irrelevant's going to be kept away from experience for a long time. Difference is obviously that Ice and Paris are on the tower in the top lane, but those towers do still have a degree of fortification in the early game, even though it was reduced in Season 25.
And this is kind of the downside of 113 being spotted out on that top end, because it does mean that now they get all the information of, oh, he's going to go for a split map, so we can play for this hyper-aggressive style and not have to worry about people resetting. Paris also didn't reset on the top side. He was still showing on the wave, so that's why Giant X know they're free to proxy underneath this bottom lane turret without having to worry about 113 and Paris suddenly showing up and kicking them out of the lane.
Nuke constantly at half HP in the mid lane here. Was obviously chunked out earlier. Didn't really get his reset off, so he's just stayed in the lane trying to get this pushed out. Paris is in the vicinity as Nuke will use the repudiation for that little bit of shielding. And 113 did go for an invade. Was able to steal away the red. But overall a good start for Giant X. They have about an 800 gold lead. That's sitting predominantly on their AD carry, who now with a Vamp Scepter is definitely going to be able to win out trades in the top lane. Assuming they are a little bit more sustained. Nuke's low again. Jackie's flash auto is not enough. Doesn't have the mana either for a command attack.
Yeah, the Clockwork wind-up damage would have been a surprising amount, but you can see it's just not going to be enough to tick through Nuke, so he's just going to back away. Wave is still going to be frozen in a relatively decent spot here for Jackie's, though, although that last range creep going to make it a little bit more painful, but in the grand scheme of things, Nuke should be able to just reset, come back in towards mid lane, and my eyes just start to drift towards Noah and Jun, because I think you were right. This is now a position where, with the early vamp picked up, you can really start to bully out this matchup, start to look for things like Void Grubs, and once you tick over to 6, Ice becomes a very real contender for a lot of this aggression from Giant X.
It does have the cleanse, but doesn't really work on the body slam or the cask out of Jun, with them being knock-ups, so it's going to be a bit harder for Ice to escape that. Can get away from fears and stuns and such, obviously, as the game goes on. 113 down towards this bottom side. Doesn't have a camp in his own jungle, so he's going to try and take away this Scuttle Crab. Gets the auto. Manages to get the smite in the middle of the Twisted Advance. Closer unable to close that gap quickly enough.
Yeah, just coming back to Ice's summoner spells, like this flash is going to be a luxury for Ice, because once you tick over to 6, it's like you get Closer going in, you have to try and time the flash so perfectly so that then you don't get caught up with the shockwave combo with that Nocturne. And even then, you've got a potential cast coming in after. You've got Noah who can send Jun chasing you, so yeah, I think Ice is going to have to be very quick on the trigger finger to keep himself safe in this game.
Yeah, and for some people that watched, EU at Worlds and perhaps haven't seen the Nocturne Orianna combo actually work, what it can do is
why would you do that?
You cast the Shockwave as Closer goes in with the Paranoia, and even though you're not in range where you wouldn't usually be in range to Shockwave where Nocturne ends up, the Shockwave still goes off. So it's very hard to get out of it. You have a very small window where as the Paranoia lands, you have to flash to get out of the range of the Shockwave, but incredibly difficult to time it properly.
Yeah, and even if it's not on Nocturne, even just him turning off the lights can set up for a Jun on a good flank because you can't spot out where he is, and then suddenly that's your engage tool, right? So there are a lot of ways Giant X can make this combo work, and that's why I think, especially for Ice, you need to be careful. But also, in the grand scheme of things, BDS, a lot of melee champions could end up in some trouble, but Void Grub's now started. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a fight here. Graga's starting to move down. I don't know. Yeah, BDS really want to try and contest for this. Jackie's now has push in mid. Nuke does have the public execution available, but 113 not having the ultimate available really makes this tough.
I mean, BDS are lining up for this. TP coming in as well from Irrelevant. Still only level 5. He needs about 1 minion to get that equalizer. 113 stepping forward. The Grubs not really taking too much damage as of yet. One of them down to about 1,000. 113 won't want to use the smite on the first. I think he did have to in the end. Now they're back away. Irrelevant's been chased out by Jackies and Lot down towards the bottom side. And like,
what?
BDS was so focused on the Grubs, as was I, that a lot of Jackies just jumped immediately onto Irrelevant, used the Shockwave and just killed the Rumble.
But Irrelevant went back in. Like, he went in, you walked over another command attack, and the command dissonance was still available. He just didn't flash, didn't do anything, didn't even throw out the ultimate to try and buy space. It felt like he was waiting for BDS to come to his aid, but it just never happened.
Yeah.
That was bizarre.
It was a weird one. And BDS get 1 grub, Giant X get 2 and a kill. They'll be pretty happy with that state of affairs. The first Shockwave from Jackie's does come to fruition. Obviously none of the neutral camps for the feats of strength going over to Giant X with that when you splitting the Grubs. But there is a Drake, and now with Noah and Jun pathing down towards the bottom side, looking to almost hit their level 6s. Perhaps we'll see a fight towards it. 113 forced away from the Scuttlecrab. Paranoia going out. 113. Yeah, I think he did have to flash. I was trying to work it out, but with the fear on him, that unspeakable horror, the chase from Jackie's, it would have been enough even without the Shockwave.
Yeah, especially as you start to get underneath the tower, it can get a little dicey because you will have that command attack and distance coming back off of cooldown relatively easy, or quickly, but 113 going to heal up, so should be fine for a potential dragon fight, and surprisingly, nothing was blown on BDS's side in that last fight, so they should still have a lot of this up and available if they want to try and contest for dragon as Ice starts to push in on bottom side.
The goal difference is at the bottom, looking like my solo queue history. It's a sea of red at the moment for Giant X. 250 gold in the top lane, 450 in mid, and about 250 as well for Noah. Getting towards those first items. You can see Zerka Greaves first on Noah. Always the first item on Kalista. You need that extra attack speed. You need that extra movement speed to get your martial cadence off as much as possible. I think it might be martial poise, actually. Yeah, martial cadence is Jarvan's passive. Yeah. It's just like a 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, she jumps around.
I was just gonna say, it's like, it's so difficult to remember so many of these. I always get Sejuani ult and Lissandra ult confused as well.
Oh yeah, Tomb versus Prison.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And then there's Glacial Fissure as well when Braum's in the game.
Yeah, I don't mind that one too much because it actually looks like a hole in the ground. So I'm like, oh yeah, visually it looks like
Fissure,
it.
yeah, I can see you. I can see you. 113 here, starting up the Drake for the moment. Jun does have that explosive cast. Closer, Paranoia, still a quarter of the cooldown left on it, and with him backing away, I think Giant X have given up the ghost on this Drake. First Drake secured for BDS, as they managed to get a small advantage in the terms of neutrals.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where you're saying, like, Closer didn't have the ult, so they're just going to back it on up. And I think you can start to put a bit more pressure on bot as Lot pops the ultimate. Irrelevant happy to just scuttle away from this.
And Nuke's on his way up as well. Immediately as Lot went in with the Dominus, there were pings on where Nuke was. It's like, don't, please, man, please. I don't want my enemy mid lane to get a kill. Nuke was roaming around but couldn't find anything. You can see Irrelevant went for the plated steel caps first for just a little bit extra armor in this lane. Does give him a bit of a pseudo sustain, we'll call it, effective HP on the Rumble.
I do want to just say though, even though Giant X are getting the kills and getting some of the early, like, they got the early Void Grubs and stuff,
sure,
BDS are still doing a good job of getting into the lanes that they're supposed to. Like, when you look at the CS leads, they're in favor of BDS. If you didn't get those early kills, and also the experience leads. So even though the go to the top is a little bit in favor of Giant X, I think it is a bit fake because you're seeing those early levels come through from BDS. So if we are to look at the Void Grubs in about 30 seconds, BDS just have levels that are going to give them stats. For, well, not really, or sorry, will give them essential gold through those stats. So I think you still have to be careful here as Giant X. And even no first item apart from an ending despair on 113. So I think BDS are actually in a decent spot if they do want to contest for these void groups.
We'll see if they decide to. Definitely want to try and take away at least 2 so that Giant X don't get those mites spawning. At the moment, BDS are pushing forward. The vision control mostly in Giant X's favor, although there's one ward just where Jackie's is right now. 113 is going to start up the grubs. Nuke was pathing down towards the bottom side. Now going towards mid. Lots on his way up as well from bot. 113, the only one on the grubs right now. Paranoia coming out. 113, there's the short game. Twisted advance. Able to dodge away from it, but already Noah's got the kill. Now Lot on the back line. Paris trying to force him away. Chain of corruption going wide. Irrelevant knocked back into the team. The solar player into the public execution down towards the bottom side of the fight. Noah's already got a kill. Up towards the top. Irrelevant is exactly that. Has died again. BDS did manage to secure a grub, but lose 2 lives for it.
Yeah, the fact that Giant X have this recall on towards Noah made the fight look way better for them than it initially looked for Giant X, because BDS look for the engage with 113 and Irrelevant, think they're hitting multiple people, but actually everyone kind of just hops away. And then you're like, okay, now we get the re-engage, but yeah, nicely done by Giant X. 4 grubs now, and they picked up more kills for themselves.
3 kills as well for Noah on this Kalista. He is in prime position to carry this game. Just needs that front line to be able to stand in front of him, as it's named to do. Next Drake up in 2.5 minutes. We'll see if Giant X want to start fighting around it. You see this TP behind, it immediately really locks Ice out of the fight.
But look at the ultimate here. It's just lying down here, but because you get the pullback from Noah, you actually don't really end up in a position that you're hitting multiple people, because Jun hops away, Closer's the only one on it. Now you do end up with the fight on this bottom side where Jackie's gets caught trying to enter in, but Giant X have already won on the top side of the fight, so what initially looked like a good ultimate from Irrelevant actually didn't get that much value, and 113 was bounced around, so didn't really get a great ultimate either. So those ult usages, not really playing a factor for BDS, and then those split out skirmishes are great for their composition.
I'd love to see in some of these fights if we can watch from sort of the paranoia point of view, because it's often easy when you have a spectator client just to be like, oh, why aren't they just engaging? Why aren't they just going in?
Yeah.
But with 113 being by the pit, with Irrelevant being on the other side as well, it's like Paris and Ice can see nothing past that.
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
Basically nothing they can see. So often players will ping where they think the enemy are, or like call it out in comms. But very tricky for BDS to take those fights, and now with the Blade of the Ruin King on Noah, he's in a very strong position overall. Giant X trying to get control of the bottom side of the map. Nuke is the one answering for the moment. It looks like Noah's kind of been left alone to deal with it in a 2v1. Paranoia going in again. Nuke flashes away, but Closer flashes for the chase. And it's just the damage that comes out. Paranoia followed up onto Nuke. Everyone pretty squishy still on the side of BDS.
And there's nothing that they can do, because now you're in a position that you're going to push in, lose that bot wave. Noah's still fine underneath this tower. And was maybe a world where you could look for the dive there, as a lot of people were still committed from GX onto that bottom half, but there's just no real answer for BDS, and Giant X are continuing to amass this gold lead as they like.
Just very quick trigger pulls from Giant X at the moment. Closer has been involved in 4 of the 5 kills. His Paranoias have been on point. Now has the experimental Hex Plate as well to reduce that ultimate ability haste and give him, I want to say, attack speed when he goes in. I'm trying to remember if it's just attack. Is it movement speed as well, or is it just attack speed?
I think it's just attack speed.
We'll say it's attack speed for now.
Let me double check.
You can Google it. Again, one of those items that pops up from time to time, but remembering the exactitude of it can be ever so slightly tricky. 3,000 gold the lead for Giant X as they set up around this Drake. Closer, no Paranoia for now. Oh! That Zenith Blade just tickled Noah. Wasn't quite able to connect. 113 again will start at the neutral. I will say, 113, the last couple of times you started up a neutral camp, you died pretty shortly afterwards. For now, though, it looks like Giant X are going to back away a little bit. Paranoia about to come off cooldown. Closer can look for the engage. TP behind, though, and Closer won't go in. BDS invests the TP. They get Irrelevant out, as well as Paris shepherds him around the corner, and Giant X couldn't quite find the engage.
Yeah, but Giant X don't look like they're done just yet. Still trying to push forward into this position. Looks like BDS, they're just going to be able to back away.
Yeah. Would be pretty deep if they wanted to go for the fight. So it is attack speed and movement speed. Experimental Hex Plate. I knew somewhere in the deep recesses of my brain there was something about movement speed there. Yeah, second Drake of the game for BDS.
It's just the movement speed is nice, but when you have an ultimate that immediately clicks you on top of the person, it's, you know. But here we go, loss. I've been in a little trouble.
Public execution was a possibility. Yeah, we only really saw it on Zeri and on Nocturne. And I gotta be honest, movement speed doesn't really matter when you're ulting rather than It's like, I already have all of this movement speed anyway. So, yeah, Nuke is gonna get the push in here on the bot side. Does have a bit of free time with this tower, only a couple of minions. And before his minion wave is bolstered by that next wave coming in. Giant X setting up around top. With the Rift held up, you can see the next objective in their eyes. 1-1-3. Okay. Orders the Rift held. Last 2 times he's done this, on this side of the map, he's died. Pretty much immediately afterwards. Closer is looking. Importantly, though, Closer doesn't have the ball on him. Jackies will be able to take the top turret. Meanwhile, in the bot side, Lot and Nuke are just trading health bars. Nuke does have the TP. Lot has his as well. Now things over to level 11. Noah's there as well. 1-1-3 steps in. Pulls the Rift Held out a little bit.
I do think Noah is very separated here, though. BDS could potentially turn onto him. And yes, Closer, Jackies do have that combo, but I think at this stage, you got to be so careful. 4 members of BDS here. Nuke on the way, but he needs TP now to be relevant.
Lots TPing in first. Paranoia. Everybody's out to get you, BDS. There's the engage. The shockwave goes in as well, immediately onto 1-1-3, and Closer gets the Rift Held. The explosive cast on the backline. Lot was locked up with Chain of Corruption. Equalizer. Solar Flare flashed from Noah. And BDS, although they have blinking health bars on the side of Giant X, can't find the fight.
Yeah, and Closer end up getting the Rift Held in the back of that. So Giant X had to burn flashes. Nearly cost them a lot, but they get away with this. And now they're in a position where, oh, Jackie's going to see if you can find Nuke, but just get a nice trade.
Nuke going Cyclosword here as well does make him a little squishier. If you look for the Eclipse first, obviously you get that shield when you go in for the trades, but Cyclosword does give you a bit more of a burst of damage, which makes sense if you're trying to assassinate the Orianna or the Callista on that backline. Feats the strength over to Giant X though, as you say, 4,000 gold their lead, and although BDS maneuvered the map well in the early game, they're now sitting, 2 towers to 0 down, 4,000 gold in the hole. A Rift Herald as well for Giant X basically means it's 3 turrets to the good for them. And the gold lead is becoming more, I was going to say more insurmountable, but something's either insurmountable or not. It's becoming more tricky to deal with, Rob.
Yeah, and I do think that Giant X have been doing a decent job of trying to split up these fights into almost small skirmishes, where it's much easier for them to operate. Because if BDS are able to go for this CC lock into a ton of AoE damage from Irrelevant, it can get difficult. But because Closer and Jackies have that combo, and then you're trying to deal with the front line as Noah, you're kind of automatically spreading out these fights into 2 or 3 pockets of people. And then you've gotten full value. Like Noah does very well and just being able to focus down one target. Closer as well doesn't want to be like hard focused in these fights. He wants to be able to get a lot of auto attacks off. So in the grand scheme of things, I think Giant X have been doing a decent job in maneuvering in these fights, so BDS can't get that easy front to back that they're looking for.
It's also a willingness for Giant X just to jump on 1-1-3 a lot of the time, right? Like it's just we'll hold the paranoia for as long as possible. We'll force BDS to back away, and then we'll see if we can just one-shot 1-1-3, who now alongside that Unending Despair does have the Merc Treads and a Kindle Gem, so is a little tankier, and he has gone directly into the tank route. He hasn't gone for the Leandries that we often see from a Maokai, but that's because he's got AP in the top lane, so he doesn't need an extra AP source on his team. Rift Herald goes down though. That tower sitting low enough that a single Rift Herald charge should just take it out of the game.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they wanted to wait until Dragon was up, but it looks like they just say, hey, look, we've managed to get push on top and boss. Let's just use this to get the mid lane turret down, and we still should be able to contest mid wave with Noah and Jun, so we don't have to worry about it too much about using that as our factor for Dragon. But yeah, I'm waiting to see exactly, like, Jackie's going for resets, trying to finish off his second item here. Maybe he can get it. Yeah, there he goes, just for the reset now.
I've been thinking more about how BDS play this game, right? You have the Maokai, you have long-range, non-committal engage, but then you do need some follow-up, right? And it's like, if someone's out of position, Solar Flare, Chain of Corruption, you can look for some lockdown on them. But if no one's out of position, how do you actually engage? Because the Paranoia can be a disengage tool, and then this Gragas pick is so difficult to deal with. If the Leona's going in with the Zenith Blade, body slam her, right? If she tries to Solar Flare the back line, explosive cast. No one can actually really get in, and even if Jun's then overextended, he's got the face call to pull him out.
Yeah, I do think the way you play this as BDS is that counter engage. So as Closer and Jackies are going for this wombo combo in the back line, you essentially throw out the Maokai ult at that stage, so then you can buy the space so Noah, Jun, Lost can't actually follow up, and then you turn and burn on Closer, who has now gone very deep on the play. But the problem that we're having is that 113 is taking so much damage at the start of these fights that he's no longer able to play for it, and he kind of just has to throw out the ult to save himself. And I think this is where people have kind of gotten away with themselves on the whole unending despair conversation. Like, yes, it is a ton of value, but you are not particularly tanky when you actually have it, because it's very little magic resist and armor. You don't actually get a ton of health with it, so you kind of need the rest of these items to come through before you really can, and I think that's where 113 is getting caught out, and now Nuke is getting caught out.
And Nuke caught out on the top side. It's going to try and dash his way away with that Drake Hound step. Here comes the Paranoia as well. Public Execution will still be feared as Closer flashes forward for the chase. Paris chased out by Jun. Nuke already down. Voracious Atakan's available, but it's a little bit early to be doing that, even though you've just killed out the enemy top laner, especially against the AoE that BDS have. Instead, looks like Giant X will just accept the kill, get some vision control, and then back away.
Yeah, I think they're kind of... I think there is a world where you could have gone for the objective as well. Like, it still would have been able to force, like, tier 2 towers. You're still able to get the tempo lead that you really want to, but oh, Paris, buddy.
Shockwave will pull him back into the body slam. Paris has to flash the wall. Closer won't chase any further. His Paranoia is still... It's only a third of the cooldown left on it. See how quickly that comes back up with the experimental Hex Plate. Giant X just have total control over this top side. Paris now without that flash engage tool as well.
Yeah, and you're in a position now where Locke gets to push in on bot wave, so Nuke should move down here to answer. And the amount of vision means that you can't really face check this. You can see 113 at least having the saplings makes that a bit easier. But you're still hard forcing vision control in your own jungle, whereas you're now getting reset timers for Noah to get a second item and push himself back out into the map. So I think BDS, they just haven't really, it feels like, figured out how they want to operate with this composition. And Giant X, it's very simple. It's ease of execution winning out in this game.
Credit to Giant X as well. They have played around vision really well. They've got wards behind BDS here, spotting that as they go across towards the Atakan. In terms of ultimate, Closer has the Paranoia. Noah looking, well, he's on a massive flank here. Nature's Grass coming out from 113. They'll look for the engage towards the top side. Closer, though, with the Shroud of Darkness, stops it. Equalizer goes down as well. Irrelevant looking for the damage towards the top side, but Noah's opened up onto Nuke down towards the bottom. Voracious Atakan picked up by BDS. 113 going in with the Twisted Advance. Paris misses the Solar Flare. 2 Pulse Lights have already gone. Make that 3 as Noah begins to open up. And BDS, you got the objective, but at what cost? 1,000 gold over to Giant X. All the false lives already gone. And I guess for BDS at least, Giant X didn't get the Atakan.
Yeah, it just cost you 1,000 gold for it instead. But yeah, again, like, this is where they're using the 113's ultimate aggressively, whereas you just can't. Closer blocks it, it does literally nothing, and then you're able to follow up with the engage. They end up picking off Nuke in the back line. Ice is then the next target who just gets chased down, and 113 is just not doing anything against Noah. Even on the top side, you can see Irrelevant is trying his damnedest, but these ultimates need to be used as space control, like getting Noah out of a fight, making sure Jackies can't follow up and Locke can't follow up, but instead we're seeing them kind of tossed out higgledy-piggledy, and they're just not getting value from them.
Very much agree with you. We asked a question at the start of the game, like, have we overrated Giant X? So we thought too much of them after week 1. I think we've kind of evaluated them properly looking at it, right? Like, they can still challenge for the top, but 3rd, 4th is probably where they're going to end up. Like, maybe 4th, 5th if we really look at it. They are the BDS of last year, but in this year, they're the gatekeepers to the top, although BDS perhaps gatekept the finals rather than, you know, the semi-finals.
I do think, though, like, even if it may not be this split, I think there is a hell of a lot of potential on Giant X.
Yeah.
I think it's just about, like, getting people like Jackies and Lot to understand how they can use side lanes effectively. Their team fighting with Noah and Jun still looks great. So, and you've got hands for days in this team. Maybe.
Execution. So Nuke does still have his false life, it seems. The only one in BDS who has it. Jackie's was able to teleport out, yeah, with no CC left on Nuke, so could escape by him. I think, did Nuke die before the false Voracious Atakan was picked up? Yeah. One of my main qualms with the Voracious Atakan is it's the only buff that you get if you're dead.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Like, I think if you're dead, it's just the same as any other buff. You shouldn't get access to it, but yeah, it makes moments like that kind of a bit silly where you're like, oh, okay, well,
they were
I don't get the tempo now, but I kind of half get it later, and you're like, okay, yeah.
I mean, there's many qualms to be had with Voracious Atakan, let's be honest. the revive a very powerful mechanic, and that's why we see teams so often, we'll say play around it. What we mean is throw around it, Rob.
Yes,
as the Drake now begun for Giant X, will be their second of the game. BDS were able to delay things by taking the first two, but Giant X 7-1 ahead are in prime position to close this one out. BDS, though, might try and up the tempo by looking towards the Baron themselves. The ward over the wall will be spotted by Lot. And so now, the question is, do BDS stick or do you twist off and look for a fight? They're still on it right now. Nature's Grass coming out. They don't have too much damage. Paranoia now being used. The control ward in the back of the pit gives a vision. 113 the target. 113 in there. Closer gets it with the smite. 113's smite was just too early. Irrelevant dies trying to keep Giant X at bay. And it's a gift for Giant X wrapped up by 113 and BDS.
And that might just be a wrap now. Giant X get to push in towards mid. They're going to take that mid lane tower. Resets coming through on top side, but I just don't get it. I mean, in these sort of positions, again, like, you're never getting value onto the target, which is closer, that you're trying to keep out of the pit. I don't know why they keep throwing out the Maokai ultimate so early. And Irrelevant is always separated from the team. Like, he's looking for these bigger Rumble ultimates, but I think you can just play to keep Jackie's out, keep Noah out, but they're just not really getting value from the ultimates.
It's going to be hard now for BDS to hold as well. Their wave play is not the best. 2 melees and a Varus isn't the easiest to clear out waves against Giant X. They will have a little bit of poke. Giant X with the Baron buff can push in. Jackie's obviously no TP. It's going to start to back away. The wave's not synced as much as Giant X would like, so they are going to base spend the money that they have in their pockets and then still have about a minute and a half after they get towards these waves to push in with the Baron buff.
Yeah, it does mean that maybe they can crack open the base, but it's going to be tough. Like, you have 3 waves to work with here, but yeah, you can see here, like, Closer just spell shields the Maokai ultimate, then immediately goes in. You still get the Orianna ult on top of it. Jun tries to get the knockback but misses, but the smite was so early. And then Lot is just playing keep away with Nuke and Ice on that top side. As the rest of them focus Irrelevant, like, the value plays are just there when it comes to ult usage and also positioning from Giant X.
I think the only way you can excuse 113 there is you did see a barrel coming over the wall, and often if a Gragas ults it, you're expecting more damage than a Locket Kindle gem Gragas is going to put out, right? It's instinctual in that moment. Wasn't able to get it. Closer with a couple of good smites this game. Stole the Rift Hold earlier on as well as taking the Baron away, and now an 8,000 gold lead for Giant X means that they have total run of the map. Irrelevant was catching a wave in the bot lane. That's relatively neutral. We'll slowly push out. BDS trying to defend towards top. 40 seconds on this Baron means, yeah, it might not even break the base, as you said, Rob. They're looking for a tier 2 on the top side right now. And they might go for it. Flash, twisted advance into the Solar Flare. Chain of Corruption. Nuke goes in as well with a public execution. They burnt everything on Jackie's, and they have managed to take him down. Irrelevant here as well. The Equalizer does clip Noah, but doesn't do too much more. Jun going back in with a flash body slam, pulled out with the Fate's Call. Lot trying to defend against Irrelevant towards the side. Jun looking for a little bit more. In the end, BDS are able to defend. 113 gets the kill, and they do get the shutdown on Jackie's.
Yeah, it cost a lot, but they managed to get the shutdown and the kills and stop that tower on the top side from going down. So 113 gets the knockback. A nice setup here with the ultimate to basically cater for that knockback, then the public execution, and they do get the kill. The fact that you managed to get the follow-up flashes is the more important part to me, like Noah having to flash away there, because you do have Dragon in just a couple of minutes. So this is where now you've got targets like Noah that won't have their flash available, won't have that cleanse available, and I think that's where you're maybe going to be able to find value here as BDS.
It's true. 113 doesn't have his flash, nor does Nuke, nor does Paris, though. So we'll see how effective those flashes can be. Ice has his flash, but he's already had a very small problem with flashing forward on a Varus in a tense moment in the game. I think the play was understandable, was justifiable. It didn't work, though, and often those are the ones that really haunt you when you're that close to winning a game. As you can see, Giant X have initiated a pause. As a reminder, the rest of today is pretty spicy, even though we do have the 8 teams in our playoffs locked in. We have Fnatic versus KC after this, then Heretics Vitality, which is, I'm pretty sure, just going to be 2 teams punching each other as hard as they can for as long as they can. And then G2 MCOY to round it out. So it's a pretty exciting day of games coming up after this one. For now, this game's got a little bit more tense with BDS landing a small punch, but most of the haymakers have come out of Giant X so far this game.
Yeah, I think it's like a minute now until Dragon. It'll be the third Ocean Drake for Giant X, which is kind of just nice to have, but not the end of the world. So if I'm BDS, at this stage I say, look, let's just try and play for getting some more items on towards Nuke. Like 3 items for him can actually make him much more of a threat in these fights. I'd like to see some sort of health for Nuke, or 1-3, but here's the engage.
Now we're coming
good
out.
flash.
Shockwave was used as well, but great flash, as you say. Closer now just too deep, and you can see if Closer goes too far, you put down the Nature's Grasp, you can really lock him up and catch him out. TP in from Irrelevant. Drake up in 20 seconds time. Explosive Cask used by Jun as well, just to disengage, make sure he gets out to safety. BDS have a man advantage, a jungler advantage, importantly, for the next 17 seconds when that Ocean Drake comes up. They're looking for the tier 1 in the mid lane. Paris went forward with the Solar Flare. No real follow-up by the rest of BDS. They do have that public execution, but apart from that, only the equalizer in terms of ultimates. Some honey fruit for Paris to heal him up.
I think BDS just got a little eager once they got the pick with Irrelevant TPing in. Then Paris felt the need to try and force something because we invested the TP. Maybe we can get some of the standing gold, but it's just going to be the Dragon. They will be able to walk away, but the lanes are still being pushed in by Giant X, so now Closer back on the map. You kind of need this to happen a couple more times.
You do. And I think you always get to this portion of the game where it's, if Giant X win the next fight, they probably win the game.
Yes.
If BDS win the next 4 fights, they probably win the game, right? Especially if they're round objectives. For BDS, it's still a long road home, but they do have a 3-item Varus who's now got a Giant's Belt building up towards that Jack show.
But it's a flashless Varus now, which makes things a little bit easier for Closer and Jackies to go for that play, because the reason we're saying nice flash was Ice flashed away from the Orianna ultimate, so they were able to deal with Closer. That's just not an option anymore. So now he's way more vulnerable to that strategy. You also still don't have control over the Baron, which is in 20 seconds, whereas you're looking at like Noah will have his flash up just after that is available. Pretty much everyone in Giant X actually will. And now you've got tools to jump onto some of the more vulnerable carries on BDS's side.
Definitely makes sense. At the moment, Giant X just controlling this top side, 10 seconds on the Baron. Nuke is going to get the push through bot, still only sitting on 2 items. Compare that to Jackie's Rabadon, Storm Surge, and the Archangels, all stacked up into that Seraph's Embrace. Giant X just have total control of this top side. It's going to be so hard. Like, 1-1-3 can walk forward. He is pretty tanky, has the Knight's Vow, has a little bit of extra magic resistant and effective HP. Paris isn't that tanky, though. Especially, like, Locket gives you some MR, but he doesn't have Merc Treads. If he gets chunked by this Orianna, it is going to stick. The Celestial opposition will give him a little bit of extra tankiness, but you can see how tentative BDS have to be. Lot's now going to show on the bot wave. BDS spot him as he clears out a little bit of vision. They know they have a small opportunity here. The Baron can be begun by Giant X. Remember the spears as well from Callista, something we haven't talked about too much this game. TP comes out from Lot. A few spears in the Baron now.
Yeah, but Noah, they waited for his flash to be back up, so everyone on Giant X very safe. 1-1-3 now trying to force his way through.
Jackie's has to flash away from the public execution on the backline. Closer caught out. 1-1-3 goes over the wall. Jun will follow. Down towards the bottom side. Jackie's actually jumped on by Nuke, but they just nuke him immediately. Nuke was so far away from the rest of his team, he was in a different postcode. Lot's gonna flash away from Irrelevant. Paris and Ice now trying to open up, still have that chain of corruption. No Nature's Grasp, Fate's Call comes out. Noah able to just dash around for days, and Paris is rended asunder. Noah still dances in the middle of the fight, and Irrelevant can't burn him down. 1-1-3, the last to die. He'll get to the blast cone. Won't fall yet, but Closer and Noah will chase him out as Giant X make a beeline down mid.
Giant X are just constantly on the same page, and BDS are left scrambling. The mid inhib will soon fall, and it may just actually be 1-1-3 with it. I was a little nervous as I saw Jun moving topside, but yeah, this game, it's unplayable for BDS.
They were just so separated in that fight. I'd love to see a replay. Like I'll rewatch it at some point, right? We don't actually have to see the moment, but Nuke was so far away from everyone else. It felt very split. 1-1-3 obviously went over the back of the wall because Closer went over the back of the wall, and that I can kind of understand, but BDS not on the same page, and Giant X definitely are. Now, the Baron up for Giant X. They are all chunked out a little bit. Lot is going to keep 1-1-3 at bay, and the Baron already down to 3,000 HP. 1-1-3, no flash, no way in. Giant X will secure the big purple worm.
Yeah, I mean, look, you get to see it here. I think it's the ultimate, the Nocturne ult, causing a little bit of issues because Closer ends up being dragged over the wall, and then Nuke is like, oh, I'm still going in, but Ice doesn't know where he's gone to, and then Closer actually uses the ultimate to close the distance on towards Nuke, so you end up with 113 being very separated. Lot is doing a fantastic job here of just drawing a ton of attention to this bottom side, but BDS, they just look like headless chickens. They don't really know where they want to go. Nobody wants to commit to the top side with Nuke. 113 is completely out of position because of the flash, and then the other three members are kind of going, well, do I help 113? Is he in trouble? Or do I help Nuke? But because they lack the vision, they just don't have the information of where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, just super split all around from BDS, and Giant doing a good job of just collapsing on the man who was by himself. BDS now trying to defend against this Baron for 2 minutes time. The engage goes in, Paranoia out onto Closer, Equalizer towards the top side there with the Nature's Grasp already. We're going to see Jun falling for the first time this game. Nuke was able to escape. Lot has a GA. Noah and Jackie still very healthy. Basically, full mana on Noah as well. Jackie's down to half. No Shockwave for him, though. With Nuke surviving, burning his flash. No Paranoia, no Shockwave. Drake up in 20 seconds. It would be Soul for BDS, and although Ocean Soul not always the most impactful, still pretty powerful when you're at a 10k gold deficit. Closest Paranoia about half the way before it comes back off cooldown. Irrelevant, a little bit far forward. Flash, Zenith Blade with a Solar Flare. Public execution onto Jackie's. And down goes the Orianna. Now BDS, a two-man advantage. The Ocean Drake in their eyes and the Soul.
I cannot believe that BDS are managing to find these moments to come back, and it's so consistently around these flashes. Nuke being able to flash away from that mid-jungle combo in Giant X, and then they just leave the rest of their team out high and dry. So BDS find the pick, and then they're just in a much more consistent spot to find the fight back.
Both the times the team has got the advantage in this game has been from the other team being uncoordinated in the fight, right? BDS being uncoordinated. The Baron, we saw mid lane when Ice did have a very good flash away, but Closer was so far away from his team when he went in the Paranoia. Here we see it again. Nuke, good flash away, but Closer is so far away from Jun, who's being engaged on, from Lot, who can't be that distraction because, well, BDS have already got on top of Jun, and there's no disengage there for him.
Also, good Solar Flare from Paris. Yep. It looked like his team was a bit far away, but trusting Nuke had that public execution to follow up and just immediately barreled down onto Jackie's. And look, it's still not out of the woodwork yet, but BDS certainly in fighting position a lot more than they were 5 minutes ago.
I mean, zero tenacity on the Orianna as well, so you know that Solar Flare is going to stick if you land in the middle and get that stun down. And it's still a 10,000 gold lead for Giant X. Last year, when we talked about Souls, we said they were 3,000 to 5,000 gold worth of stats. I'm not sure how relevant those numbers are now, but it's still it's a rough estimate that we can use. So overall, Giant X still very much in a winning position.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that it's burst on Giant X. If it was a bit more poke, it'd be like, this is insane. But you're kind of just deleted the second Giant X find the fight that they want, so you don't get much value off of sustain. But if they can continue to play around these flashes, make sure they're safe, I think they're in a decent spot. Whereas for Giant X, it is a pick your targets better. Like, you thought you could make that pick, but with flashes up, you're looking more for the high value plays or even burning significant flashes before objectives start to come up.
Closer and Jackie's once again teaming up to push through this top side. No objectives up for the next 2.5 minutes at least. Elder 4 minutes away, so more just about pressure game right now.
Yeah, but the problem is this is kind of, look, they will get top tower here, so at least Giant X using the pressure on the map well from mid to top. But one of the things Giant X, they don't even get it, have struggled with is trying to play at the map state in their favor, and especially when you've got a Nocturne, a lot of what you want to be doing is putting Jackie's in a side lane, which you're like not really used to do on an Ori. Oh my god, what?
He's a mile away, but the Solar Flare is going to land. Jackie's stunned up. Nuke trying to get in with the public execution as well, but he's not in range. The Equalizer not really hitting anyone, but Closer's on the back line. He's already dead. 113 is Survivor, an absolute angel. Nuke is here in time. Jackie's is executed, and now it's all on Noah and Jun to really open up. Lot's going to go into the GA. Jun pulled back with a face call. Paris locking himself onto Noah, but Noah's dancing and dipping and weaving his way around the fight. Noah down. Ice takes him. And the engage from 113 looked like absolute int, but was actually perfection.
I'm in shock. I thought that was the most useless engage on the planet. I went, Nuke is nowhere near you. Ice is just dancing back and forth going, I can't do anything with this. But by some miracle, BDS pull it out and make it work.
His name's 113. His scoreline is 2-2-6. He's 2 times the man we expected him to be in this game, bro. Absolutely incredible, because you can see what they're thinking. It's like, if we go in...
Luke is over here. Ice can't do anything. And then I'm like, there's no way this works, but 113 surviving for so long in the background, actually getting value from the Unending Despair and the Ocean Soul. Lot TP incredibly far away, so he's basically trying to play catch up. And the damage is there. Like, I am shocked this worked out. Like, Noah is doing everything he can to try and get away, but Ice just has more protection there for himself, and he comes out on top.
I think one of the big things you'll notice in that fight was Jackie's did not shockwave. He was distracted, so intent on getting away from the fight that he didn't have the time to shockwave. And Closer was in the middle of 4 people, but you're not the ones doing the snap engage. It's a lot harder for you to then react and be like, oh, now we can shockwave Paranoia, now we can do it. Jackie's now does have his flash up. 113 doesn't have his, nor does Ice. Irrelevant doesn't have one either. 113 looking for that flank with the Nature's Grasp once again. Solo play on Jackie's! Oh, the public execution going in as well, but already they've dived in. GA's going to be popped. Jackie's trying to chase off Nuke towards the top side of the fight. Noah dancing around. Paris misses his end play. In the middle, it's just a massive meat grinder, and it looks like Irrelevant is putting them on fire, but Noah continues to dance around. 113 goes back in, has the sap magic. In the end, it's Giant X that come out on top of the fight. 113 running for his life. Somehow, lot Closer and Jackie's survive it. 113. Will he get out alive? Closer still on the chase here. Shroud of Darkness doesn't stop the slow from the Bramble Smash. Jackie's has TP though, 30 seconds before anyone on BDS is back up. 113. The Ocean Soul actually helping out a ton here. Yeah. Closer trying to trade back in. 113 still surviving. They're just trying to distract him for as long as they can. Closer will have that Dustbringer back out. 113 can't catch the wave. The wave now beginning to crash towards the Nexus Towers.
10 seconds on towards Paris though. Now 113 is able to get in position. Ultimate to just try and clear the wave. Towers. They just need the wave.
Nature's Grass comes out, but the wave does not die with it. And Giant X, they fight back somehow. The solar flare will not be enough. Giant X rise victorious.
What was this game? This started off as a clean and easy performance from Giant X, and very quickly it just went everywhere, all over the place. It's on the walls, I don't know.
It's classic strategy, man. We call this impressionism.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Impressionism is actually very much more dignified than this, I'm gonna be honest. This is surrealism. We have clocks melting all over the place. You can vote for one of your key player of the games, players on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Closer, Noah, and Jun are the options. Yeah, I think Jun had a really good game. Noah also, like...
Yeah, Jun and Noah were insane. Like, to give them their due, but those fights were... What?
We're going to go to a short break. Match of the week is up next, though. Fnatic versus KC with Dracos and Jack Spectra.
Woo!
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Hello everyone, Ginny here, joined with Khalees from KC ahead of their matchup against Fnatic. And it's really this bot lane that everybody is looking forward to because yourself, there was a lot of promises when you'll be joining the league, and Upset has been a veteran and he's been playing really, really well as well over the last couple of weeks, especially here in winter. So we thought it would be great to have your opinion on Upset as an AD carry. We'll start off by playing some clips of him playing Kalista, and then maybe you could give us your insight.
Yeah, of course.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Well, first things first, I think Upset is a really good AD carry. When he's confident, I think he's like for sure in the competition between the best AD in Europe. And the interesting thing in these clips that I see already from now is that, well, he always has a good position and he can always hit the first target without getting punished. That is, well, the first step of being a really good AD carry. And also, he doesn't miss any frame to actually deal damage in these teamfights. I think he's playing good on the limit, and he actually also sees really well when he can actually like just send it and go really deep. As I said, I think Upset is a really good AD carry. I'm excited to play against him tomorrow. And I think he's really good on Kalista also, so let's see if he picks it.
Or maybe it's banned. Well, I guess we're gonna have to wait and see.
We'll see.
Thank you so much for those like really incredible words about Upset as an AD carry, because we also had him say something about you. So we'll play the clip and then you can react to his thoughts and opinions.
Okay.
Have anything that you want to say to him?
I mean, honestly, I'm just really excited. It's been a long time, I think, since like a really good AD carry joined the league. So I'm just really looking forward to playing against him, especially because I played in KC last year and the fans were so nice with me too. So I just really want to have a really good showing for all the fans, I would say, and make sure we win tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much. Some wholesome words, right?
Yeah, some wholesome, not trash talk or anything. I think anyways we respect each other. I think we both know that we are pretty good AD carries. And then, yeah, I really hope also it will be a good match tomorrow and not just one-sided, because I think both teams are really good and they can actually show great things. So, I mean, if there is a stomp, it's a stomp. Like, one team will be better and that's it. But a good and long, excited game will be really fun, I think, for the fans.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm definitely looking forward towards that bot lane and seeing which one of the two AD carries comes out on top. Appreciate your time so much. Thank you.
Thank you, too.
Always nice to hear from both players in such a wholesome way here. And we see Fnatic entering the studio. Mickey smiling, Marek not smiling. He's
nice
locked
win.
in. He is locked in here. Hi, Oscar.
Hi.
Okay, super happy to be here. What do we have on the other side? We have, of course, le blue wall est là. The blue wall is here. cheering for the team. They seem locked in as well. I mean, they have like a hair of honor just waiting for them in the studio. I think that's going to be a match to remember, guys. I'm really excited about this bot lane.
I'm really excited. There's just so many storylines here. Upset was him last year. Now Kalist is him. But he is him. But the question is, who's going to be him after this game? And But also on top of that, my most important question is, what is Ta?
What is Ta? Ta is Ta. I think the chat knows. But let's focus on Nick here.
Halfway translated.
You know the drill, Twitch chat.
Winner of today will take #1 spot in the LEC, and obviously this is an incredible hype matchup. They're both from both from Common Corp last year. He was on the academy team. He was on the main team. Upset, while he had a lot of question marks in 2023 overall, his performance, or 2024 rather, his performance here in 2025 has been absolutely amazing. We saw some of the Kalista clips. Kalista was also breaking down himself. And quite frankly, I think Upset has just found the confidence he lost so long ago with the pieces he has around him as well in Fnatic, where he's able to do so much more with his positioning and his role as an AD carry.
I completely agree with you, but although bot lane is extremely hyped on both sides, the man I want to look at is K-Corp's top lane, Kana, because I think that all of a sudden he took the league by storm. He's having incredible stats. And even in this clip right now, he is one of the only players that is consistently doing so well in the lane swaps. Right now in Europe, we see this trend of top laners getting abused in the lane swap, but now he's actually making plays, mid-maxing plays on the weak side when he's not supposed to be making these plays.
I mean, because of these reasons, well, I'm really hoping we're not seeing a lane swap. I know it's a lot to ask for, right? Because we're hyping up the bot lane matchup. Now you got Kana versus Oscar as well. The problem is we'll probably see them on opposite sides, and then we'll have to go from there. But I really do hope that from a viewer perspective, we're seeing this champions where they actually will have an impact in terms of how gifted they are mechanically, and they can showcase that in today's matchup.
What do you guys think it's going to come down to, though? Because yesterday we had the conversation that MKOI was supposed to be potentially the strongest team. I think we can review that statement for now after the game they played yesterday. So is that actually the battle for the best team in the LEC?
I mean, I'm actually looking at the mid lane matchup. I'm looking at Vladdy specifically against Humanoid. I think Vladdy once again has been an incredible performer on this KC roster, and I think Humanoid has moments where he's having some oopsies every now and then. Having mid lane priority to either play for your bot lane, moving with your jungler, I think that can be crucial in today's matchup.
I would like to double down on Vladdy as well. I think that he was one of the rising rookies in the previous year. I thought his performance was ramping up throughout summer, but right now it really feels like all the pieces click on K-Corp. They have so many clutch factors on the team, especially with Vladdy right now taking an important role. I think he didn't really have a single bad game this split, and it really feels like everything is coming together. Yike and Vladdy is a deadly duo, and having these multiple threats everywhere on the map does work wonders for K-Corp.
Who's taking it then?
Well, I said Fnatic earlier, so you know that's that.
You're still holding on to that.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm dressed in blue, you know, so...
Are you dressed in blue?
I'm fit for the occasion. It's K-Corp winning, of course. Easy dub.
We'll see about this race for first place here in the regular season for KC in our match of the week against Fnatic.
Este Fnatic contra Camino Corp pinta espectacular porque ambos equipos vienen como contendientes a ser top en la región. Algo que siento que no había ocurrido antes en un Fnatic contra K-Corp, y por eso ahora tiene como este aura de luchar por primer puesto, de partido de la semana, de partido de grandes titanes de la LEC, de la competición europea ahora mismo. Y grandes titanes como también son Upset y Kaliste, que pintan ser dos de los mejores AD Carries de 2025. Upset yo creo que ya está consagrado como uno de los mejores AD Carries que ha dado nunca Europa.
He dodges damage, he dodges death, and I don't think you're dodging this if you're Skewmon. Right to melee, Upset's Ezreal clean as ever.
Y Kaliste quiere coger ese rol de el nuevo gran talento tanto de Francia como de Europa, y de momento pinta muy bien Kaliste.
They just end up going that little bit too deep for him. I want to see here, so flashes away, doesn't get the... Yeah. That was so well played by Kalist.
También quiero destacar el matchup de medio, donde Humanoid se enfrenta contra Vladdy. Creo que comparten una champion pool parecida, y Humanoid lleva siendo durante unos años uno de los top midlaners de la competición, mientras que Vladdy también está ganándose ese hueco especial en la tabla alta de midlaners de Europa. Así que va a ser un matchup reñido y espectacular. Pero si tuviera que elegir un ganador, creo que obviamente me decanto por Fnatic. Always Fnatic, toca ganar hoy, vamos con todas.
Let's go. Welcome everyone to the match of the week. KC versus Fnatic, a battle for top 2 at the very least. If KC win, they will lock first. If Fnatic win, they lock top 2 because technically if MKOI went out, blah, 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 blah. The most important thing is these teams have already locked playoffs.
But it's an important game.
But it's an important game. And we saw yesterday that, obviously last week, both teams locking so early felt like a pretty good sign. But I think both teams day one, a little scrappier, a little sloppier than initially expected. So I imagine teams will have taken that lesson to heart and stepped things up as we head into their second match of the week. Jace banned, now going to see the Skarner as well.
Yeah, and I just hope that both of these teams really want more than just playoffs, that they're really hungry for that top spot. We got the blue wall behind us. They're going crazy. And for me, the highlight of this series is, I mean, this game is going to be the bot lane. I'm really hyped to see Upset Mickey versus Kalista Targamas. Should be.
This is going to be a banger. I feel like it's two of the best
pretty good
lanes in the league, right? Kalista already making a name for himself. I feel like Targa has stepped up in a big way this year as well. A guy who was getting a lot of flack last year when KC was struggling.
Yeah.
And it seems like in the breakup of Targamas Upset, both of them have traded up. You know? They both seem to be much happier in their new relationships, and we'll see who can reign supreme, at least in this best of one. First pick, Vi, already for Razork, a pick that he has been super dominant on. Ashe, something getting hovered, not something we've seen a lot of. Would actually like to see some more Ashe, but I will say not in this matchup. This is not what I want for Upset versus Kalist. If we get like Ashe versus Jhin, I'm going to leave. Someone else is going to come up here and cast.
I would really like to see the Astral. They're hovering it now. In my opinion, it's kind of looked like the best ADC after Kalista. I feel like it just kind of does the same thing that Varus does, lethality, just with mobility and so much more outplay potential. Kalista's looked great on it. I love how Koki's playing it. I'm really happy they locked it in.
Let's see how many ease forwards we see. I think across the board, our AD carry pool, a lot more aggressive playmaking than I'm used to seeing. Last year felt a lot more passive.
Yeah.
Upset, obviously, notoriously a more reserved player. This year, it's a different story, and Kalist has not hesitated to flex on people, but KC taking their time.
Are we getting Yike Viego? I mean, there's like signature picks.
The throwback classic. Okay, Xin.
Since how? I mean, more standard, more meta.
Well, one thing we talked about the last time we cast a Vi game, which was probably the last game we cast, because almost every game is a Vi game.
That's true.
You have to be looking to shut this Vi down. You can't let her scale chill. You can't let her scale quietly. And Xin will at least offer that opportunity to Yike.
Yeah, now you have a great fighting early game jungler in the Xin Zhao, and you probably have a really strong winning bot with the Astral pick, especially if it's into the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's more like a scaling answer into this Astral. Might even look to swap, in which case it would be really good if KC could get some early aggression onto this Vi, try to deny Razork that level 6 power spike.
Yeah, welcome to League of Legends competitive, where we build up a 2v2 matchup and then we never see it.
Yeah,
it's a bit
it's
tragic.
a tough meta. Hopefully they'll figure it out soon, but...
Yeah, Kai'Sa obviously kind of the OG LPL counter to the Ezreal, one of the few champions that can stick to the Ezreal and out-damage him as we get later in the game, but you mentioned it, early game, still miserable. This has been a very normal trend for us in LEC. Kind of weird to say Kai'Sa getting picked into these losing matchups, but as you said, lane swap can kind of bail you out of that.
That's true, and it also works so well with this Ambessa and the Vi. You got the point to click in the Vi, and now everybody can just follow up and dive onto it. So I'd like to see maybe Fnatic ban out the Braum, since that's really good with the Xin Zhao, really good into this dive comp. And if I'm Fnatic, I'm just banking all in on continuing the dive. You know, maybe we get the Silas or something mid lane, something that really wants to play aggressive, and an engaged support as well, and we're going in.
I like it. I mean, really, realistically, the Ambessa Vi combo, if it doesn't get set too far behind,
it's pretty idiot-proof.
Well, I wasn't gonna, yeah, it's pretty idiot-proof, right? Like, it's gonna do what it's gonna do, and no one in the game is really gonna stop it. And Xin Zhao feels good against a lot of champions, but the 3 champions locked in on the side of Fnatic, not so much one of them. We'll see if more range comes in, or if it's the Silas you talked about. For now, KC banning the Rumble, taking some of the more AP-focused options off the board. Kai'Sa can build into more AP, but usually you don't see that until 3rd, 4th item.
So this is going to be the Rel ban, actually, which I'm not really sure what they're setting up with that. They're going to be the one blinding supports, because most likely KC will just pick into this Ambessa on 4.
Talia as well. Okay. So potentially respect to early map mobility, recognizing the level 6 is strong, don't want to have any semi-globals.
Yeah, Talia Vi as well, really good combo. You just W onto the Vi ult.
All right, Fnatic, what is the final ban? Braum, obviously what you called out.
I'm hoping for a Braum ban, and then maybe they go for a Nautilus or something. Oh, Renekton, actually.
So perhaps more attention paid to Oscar in top lane. Could also be the Ambessa mid, did see it in our previous game.
I mean, Renekton is also a very good champion into these dive comps, because he can just stun whoever jumps in, and then they can focus that target down.
think
Just to see what...
the problem with Renekton people talk about is scaling, right? But in a game where everyone has to jump into you and you have a 1.5 second point and click stun, feels a lot better.
I think Renekton doesn't even scale bad these days, to be honest.
Wow.
Oh, they pick support on 4. Maybe they think this Ambessa is a flex, because they do have the Kai'Sa that's AP, and so they want to see where this Ambessa is going before they pick their top on 5. And now, you would usually want to answer the Braum into the Leona, but because you have Kai'Sa, you don't really want to do that, so it's probably just going to be a Rakan, as we see Harvard right now. And then we'll see where this Ambessa goes. I think top, but...
Rakan locked in now. Big skill matchup generally when you talk to support players about how this unfolds. Leona has the potential to disrupt so much of what Rakan does, but obviously post level 6, Rakan is just much more mobile. So many proactive playmaking tools. What is the final option here? Could be for Humanoid, could be for Oscar.
I think something that really wants to fight and join in on this team, whatever lane it goes.
Aurora is an option like that. Okay, brought out Humanoid.
Yeah, Aurora does that really well. She now provides a little bit more AoE, but also really has that synergy with the burst type of composition that they've created here. They just kind of want to all press their ultimates at the same time. And if they get the one-shot, they'll win the fight. If KC can kite back and play it slow, they'll win the fight. I do really like KC's comp as well, though. I think they've crafted a comp here that is really good at peeling back.
And I like this. I agree. Poppy, for me, the perfect option, right? Yes, there are some tools that are uninterruptible, some champions that are unstoppable, but if you stop that follow-up engage, if you stop that Rakan from getting into your back line, this is going to be so nice. And on top of that, Ambessa champion who's going to hate that Poppy W every second of the laning phase if we do get standard 2v2 lanes, although still don't know if we're going to get that.
I would be maybe surprised if Fnatic still end up going for the swap, because when you have the Rakan into Leona, it's actually a very chill matchup, because Rakan just outranges the Leona and you can just get Q sustained through the Astral Poke. And since you have Ambessa into Poppy, I feel like if you swap, it's easy that you just set your Ambessa far behind, while it's really hard to punch the Poppy under tower. So I think we might have standard lanes on our hands here.
I would love a 2v2. The fans would love it too. KC fans, Fnatic fans in the house for our match of the week. Again, battle at the top of the table. If KC win, they secure first place, the luxury of selecting the teams, more or less, that go into the group. If you're familiar with our draw process, you'll get to see it on Monday. We'll hold out for that one. And Fnatic, unfortunately, would only be able to lock top 2, but that really is the position you want to be in. First and second, more or less interchangeable.
So if I'm a KC fan, what I really want to see is bot lane gets push, mid lane gets push, and Yike goes for an invade on this Vi and tries to mess up her early game pathing somehow. Can either be on fighting on Scuttle Crab or fighting on her red buff. Wherever he can find some sort of proactivity, should be good for K-Corp.
This is definitely a very solid champion to do. We've seen some of the Nidalee games that have come out. Nidalee hasn't always been able to have that impact, but maybe a different story today. Something that we'll keep track of. And you know what? I love seeing a 5-point, you know? 5 people grouped up, everybody picks a random bush, you just look to see if anyone's coming to invade your jungle. Is it the most boring level 1 on the face of the planet? Yes, but it's not the only level 1, as KC are continuing theirs.
We're getting a late invade here. It's going to be probably a Raptor invade here. They want to check the red buff as well to make sure the Vi's not starting anything. And it's going to be a split map situation, which means that Kalist and Targamas can play so aggressive in this 2v2. They really just want any trade to get going. Because if they do, Yike can just wrap around and easily come dive, while Razork kind of can't. If he does that, his jungle pathing will just be so ruined.
What's the angle going to be? Early Acathian Rain trying to get a bit of a push here, matching so far.
Surely Fnatic must know. They should have seen the pathing. They should know.
Cautious pings.
I think how Upset and Mickey wants to play this is try to get the push, but don't give Targamas any all-in window. If you can get level 2 first, you're happy, but you're not gonna... Normally, if you get level 2 first here, they would Rakan W in right now and they would play incredibly aggressive. But because they know Sissa's behind, it's a really good ward. But it's still, they have to play a little bit safe, because Vi is... Either Vi accepts the fact that she just loses her bot side, or she's gonna try to utilize this mid and top push to actually invade the Xin Zhao, and we could have a fight here on the red buff.
It does mean that Humanoid and
Sneaks past the ward.
Need to sustain their lane pressure. Good highlight, Jack. Has managed to move in now. Looking to steal red. Yike sprinting up. Are they going to spot him? Crucially, Vladdy locked under tower. Just showing up for a 2v2.
I think he won't check the red.
Ooh. Is he going to get away with this?
He might get away with that.
And this is big. Again, the name of the game is survive and get to 6.
Oh, he's gonna get it. Another question is, does he fight him or does he... Oh, he went to Krugs.
This is aggressive. Spots the Krug, makes it over the wall.
Oh, he gets the Krug camp though with the smite.
Razork getting out. So he does recoup some of his losses, but crucial to note, Yike still has 2 camps on the bottom side of the map waiting for him. Razork can move back and grab his grubs.
Yeah, I think overall both junglers kind of happy. Ends up being a relatively equal trade. Razork will pick up the top Scuttle Crab here and maybe either recall into Krugs or try to walk through mid and get the bot Scuttle as well. Both junglers decent with this trade.
Yeah.
You got Mickey around mid here.
Well played again by Razork to avoid the early vision. Good ward from Fnatic as well to spot Yike out. Of course, Sin doesn't have the same tools to make it over the wall. But fire matched with fire. Targa level 3 though, walking into mid.
Oh, Mickey might fish check.
Quick Q. Yike looking for the fall. Dash over the wall, but now it's Humanoid in trouble. The W doesn't quite take him back.
Really good E there by Targamas to catch out Humanoid. Makes it so that he has to use his flash. And just kind of predicts that Mickey will jump away so he can get onto him. Overall though, really good laning so far by both Fnatic bot lane and Fnatic mid. Getting the cheater recall on Kai'Sa and getting Cull feels really good in this matchup. And Humanoid getting a really good HP lead on Vladdy.
Yeah, in so many of the games where we've seen Ezreal, we haven't seen the Kai'Sa option come out. And you have these moments where Ezreal just gets to Q poke for free in every single fight. And this is not going to be one of those games, not just because of the Kai'Sa, obviously the Ambessa and the Vi as well, but it's going to be tricky for Kalist. You know, so many of his moments are him styling and outplaying, and this is a game where he's going to need that support from his team because one Ezreal E and a flash, you know, might not be enough.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot on this Poppy and Leona to set him up for success with how they're peeling him. I think when I played the Kai'Sa a lot into Ezreal, it felt like kind of a fake answer because it takes so long for the Kai'Sa to actually get scaling up. But what I really like about this Fnatic draft is this Rakan pick that really changes the dynamic of the matchup because it gives you so much sustain. Every Rakan Q makes it so that this Ezreal poke isn't actually that dangerous and means that you can get push, and Ezreal without push is a completely different champion.
Mickey locked up, does manage to get the knockup. The grand entrance. Walking away. And I mean, it's a good call. Gleaming Quill, I remember when Rakan came out, I think I called it the worst ability in the game. It was not very exciting or interesting. And while it still isn't a flashy ability compared to the rest of the kit, right, it is so crucial to just surviving, to holding on. I think the big struggle always in a lot of these matchups against the Ezreal is mid-push will be tricky. Ezreal always has that, always has the extra range. We'll see if Fnatic have a way to deal with that. But for now, I'm enjoying standard lanes.
Yeah,
you know? This is nice. An understandable pace of game, objective around the corner. Grubs are going to be up in 10 seconds. Probably there's going to be a fight for either Dragon or the Grubs, and we'll find out.
Yeah, I think if I'm Fnatic, I'm really happy cross-mapping these Grubs for Drake. How I kind of view the Kai'Sa into Ezreal matchup is that in the early phases, Ezreal is a lot stronger. When Kai'Sa gets level 6, she has good fighting windows. And then after... Oh, we got a fighter.
Flash back.
Ooh.
Nice use of the ulti. Well played by Humanoid, just managing to dodge out of that one.
That looked really cool. He just jumped over the Azir ult.
Yeah, and that's the non-interaction that I'm used to seeing.
Yeah,
I mean, very well timed from Humanoid. Saves the weirding as well, just to make sure that the W, so he can kind of shotgun himself backwards. Downside is it does cost a decent amount, so while they don't get to play, they will be first on the Grubs. Of course, in the meantime, Drake was taken down by Fnatic, so 1-1 the objective score so far. And despite how insanely bloody Fnatic early games often are, this game has been quiet, but I do think that'll start to change now that Razork's level 6 is right around the corner.
Yeah, I think Razork, when he hits this level 6, I'd assume he's going to look around Vladdy, who has no flash. I think that's a really good target for him to go for. I think both bot and top are way too safe, with both having sums up and their kits just being really inherently safe. I think Humanoid as well is trading really well around this mid lane, creating proactivity. So should be a good spot for Razork to look for.
It's a good call on Humanoid as well. Look at the CS difference between these two mid laners. Kalist now in trouble. Upset now trying to follow up. The Vi goes through. There's just too much CC. One Ezreal on his loads up. One Morano gets the job done.
Man, Razork is the best Vi in EU. That Q flash he just did on Kalist there from Fog of War was so good. It's so hard to react to. And he seems to be the only Vi in our region that can just consistently pull it off again and again and again.
Every time you say it, it sounds like a meme, but now that we finally have
it is hard to
video evidence, yes, it's well played.
Even my junglers couldn't do it.
Topside Oscar, maybe fishing for an all-in here. Does have the ulti, does have the public execution, but Khan, of course, has an ulti of his own. Level 4 Targum is trying to hold his wave. It's a little bit awkward, but Yike is on the way. Maybe anticipating a little bit of greed from his former support, Mickey. Many supports in our league do like to stop the holding of the wave.
That's true. That's a classic support. I mean, it is quite good what he did here, though. It does make it so that Kalist loses around 4 or 5 less minions. So you can see the CS differential between the Kai'Sa and the Ezreal isn't too big. But still, as the Kai'Sa, getting this early lead is so nice for you. And it means that now, on the next Vi ult, Ezreal has no flash, and you can just go back and do the exact same thing over again.
Can they just rinse and repeat? This is what we saw against GX, right? Just constantly bullying, diving a lot in that swap scenario. Maybe something that they do again. And if they can just take away the portion of the game where Ezreal feels most impactful, it gets really tricky for KC to play through the rest of the map, especially as Humanoid just continues to build a bit of a lead here. As Kana's falling a bit behind in terms of pressure, I don't really know what the avenue for KC to play is. Yike's still a powerhouse comparatively, but gonna need those crucial cooldowns to come through.
And a really important part of this dynamic here is the fact that Mickey has his support item completed. And if you look at both sides of the map, it's completely dark for K-Corp. It's so hard for this Ezreal to play aggressive, and he really needs to respect. Vi could choose to go into Krugs now and then look for another gank around this bot lane. And because Targamas has no wards, I could easily see it working again.
It is difficult. Just that slight difference in timing. We'll see when Targamas is finally able to tick over.
And it's so hard for Yike to really match this aggression that Vi wants to create because the map is all blue, which is not good for K-Corp in this instance because
this is the only
it's all blue wards.
The only time KC has not been excited about the map being blue. The bottom side, though, Fnatic, again, as you said it would happen, so it happens, Mr. Spectra. This time, the flash not needed for Razork. Doesn't have it either, but now it's going to fall off onto Yike. Instantly, Upset's going to go in 2. Ulti comes out from Kalist, only tagging onto 1. Super decisive picks from Fnatic in this game.
My goodness, Razork on Vi. Man, he just predicts the Yike flashing over the wall and predicts him with the ultimate, and they just follow it up so well. This is a nice Fnatic.
Do you think Yike charges him rent now that he's living in his head? Or is it a rent-free experience? Is it a does he inherit the apartment from someone? Is it a Berlin sort of situation? And the Karmi fans ready to go. KC fans, no, they want more. Kana getting a bit frisky on the top side. Isn't going to stick around for too long, though. Obviously, a bit tricky with the Mbessa having all that built-in healing. Here's the play once again, the Q, and again, the timing on the ulti.
Waits. He waits as long as he can to start the channel of the ulti, to follow him with the flash, and then he doesn't have any timing. Yike has no timing to actually ulti because it's all a CC chain, and he just gets one shot.
Nothing that he can do. And again, good patience. If he ults immediately and Yike can flash away and ulti himself, there might not be a play there. But Yike setting up again for another grub spawn. This is a little bit awkward. We've seen a lot of 4th straight games, so I don't mind
Kana's recalling. Yike is no flash.
TP in. Yike sticking around, just trying to keep him interested. Decent healing from the Xin means he's not really suffering. Humanoid now coming in. Oscar in on the way with ulti as well. Razork, no ulti. Targamas only level 5. Mickey with the level 6. They have to be careful. Ulti comes in from Humanoid. Yike trying to go all in. Mickey instantly going to find 3 with his ulti. The quickness now coming out. Oscar in, unsure if he wants to go in. Nice wall bang coming in from Kana. The follow-up not quite there. Gets over the wall, but not this time. Vladdy ready to follow. KC blinking health bars. Yike finding the kill on the Fnatic mid laner, but the Upset's coming through. The ulti. Everything for Fnatic. 2 kills on to the side. Upset finding one with the Academy Rain. Looking for a few more. Looking for his montage moment as the rest of the team is backing him up. Q in from Razork. Kana nowhere to go. Upset taking over. And Fnatic versus KC.
I can't believe this worked out for Fnatic, Dracos. This was a 4v5. Upset's in base. Look at him. Yet he somehow still makes it for the end of this fight, and he's able to clean up all the kills, and it's kited out by Fnatic so beautifully. They buy enough time, and they chunk them down, so that by the time Upset is here, he can kill them all.
And there's just nothing that KC could do. They're just out of tools. The ulti good, but the follow-up damage not there. They couldn't finish off those initial kills, the initial pick that they found on Humanoid, and this is where Kai'Sa wants to be. You're sitting there, your Q hits like a truck, everybody's low health. You got probably the Evolve ahead of schedule. You're living a dream, but as the graph shows us, as much as we're hyping up Upset, Humanoid, the big monster there.
I mean, the highlight of that fight wasn't Upset. It kind of was Upset, but it was more the Fnatic members setting him up for success so that by the time he joins the fight, there's a good fight that he can actually salvage. So I want to give props to Humanoid and Razork there and Mickey for just buying time, playing space, and just making such a good situation for Upset. And I feel like that's been, for me, a bit story of this team. That they've been setting Upset so well up for success that we've seen a completely different Upset than we have last year.
They changed the copy pasta. I checked. I was memeing about it. They changed it. Upset goes in now. He's not messing around. And credit to him, having the team to support him seems to be the difference to make this guy really shine. And this is where it gets difficult for Kalist, right? Upset, one item, working his way towards his second. Ezreal doesn't even have the Triforce. And while you still can have that impact on Ezreal, it's really hard when you fall behind.
Oh, Upset is in...
Right as we praise it, that's a caster card. That's not where you want to be. Ults right back into the waiting arms. His ticket burning manages to make it out. That's not allowed. Fnatic now trying to get a few more kills. Yike. Making wind, making lightning, but not making much of an impact in that top lane fight.
How does he survive that? He gets a Seer ulted in. Oh,
he's just baiting. He thought Upset would just try to move, would try to walk away.
I mean, if Yike has flash there.
W flashes for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I can't believe Upset somehow gets out. It's a very peculiar face check. I'm not sure what he was going for, but it somehow ends up being just a kill for Fnatic. Let's watch it again.
Okay, so he goes in.
He gets a Seer ulted.
He should die. Shield
it's such a good ult by Razork. He ults Vladdy so that he can't get any auto attacks off on Upset. I mean, this is just perfectly highlights. Upset can literally walk in 1v3, and Fnatic members still make him look like the GOAT.
I mean, credit to Upset, he's playing this game super well, but this is a solo queue moment that so many people can relate to, where you're the support, you're the jungler, you're burning everything to keep your AD alive, and he's like, don't worry guys, I'll carry you.
That's the feats of strength there, secured for Fnatic, with Ambessa getting that top tower. Really big for them, just gives them a little bit more gold value on these boots. And overall, this is a very clean Fnatic. We now have the first item power spike on Kalist, but is it enough?
It will be really difficult. The other thing is, when we talk about how this team works as a 5-man unit for KC, you can see the tools they have to disrupt Fnatic, but with the individual leads Fnatic are bringing to the table, it's going to be hard for KC to find that opportunity to group up on their terms, right?
Yeah.
It shouldn't be a fist fight for mid-prio right now. Kalist should just win mid-prio.
Yeah.
And yet he's going to have to still fight for every wave. Range advantage still in his favor. At the very least, KC do still have that. But it's tough to play out.
And Fnatic here are matching really well. K-Corp go for an intelligent play, trying to create a numbers advantage around top, but Fnatic reads it really well. Mickey and Razork there sat in Fog of War in the top bush, making it so that Ambessa could catch this wave, and they're just kind of denying these plays that can be hard to see, which is choking K-Corp out even more.
Humanoid might have to be a bit careful here. Some extra movement speed.
In trouble, yeah?
Autos from the Poppy. Just positive traits from Kana.
But this is a bit of the problem with the K-Corp draft is we talked about Fnatic, all of them want to dive in, and they all have so many tools to make fights happen. With the K-Corp team composition here, you have the Leona ult, but that's kind of it. It's hard to really get a Poppy stun. If Sinzao is going to go onto you, it's pretty short range, so it's pretty easy to avoid that. And they kind of need to either just rely on the Leona or rely on Fnatic messing up and going too deep and then kiting it back out and then the counter engage.
I think the big thing to note here, 6 grubs for KC at the very least. So while they will lose Herald, while they're losing push on the top side of the map, they should be able to shred this tower at a decent pace. Not super fast.
I would want Yike to just hit this tower with Vladdy so they could get the tower on this wave. But instead he's opting to defend mid because Fnatic might be diving mid here.
Yike locked up. Initial wind becomes lightning, good burst damage going down. They don't want to overcommit.
Ulti and Upset. That'll be crazy.
Why do you wish death upon this?
I mean, it would definitely be very bad, but it would be like crazy. I mean,
it would be crazy. That's the problem with slang. I never know what you mean. You know, which version of the word. Yike waiting. Can try and queue in. Fnatic playing really respectfully. We talked about yesterday both these teams, I think, not playing their best, a little bit undisciplined in a lot of instances, and Fnatic definitely bringing a lot more of that discipline today.
They are locked in.
Oh. You win, Kana, nice interrupt here. Razork takes a decent chunk of damage. Poppy could be big to change the fight. Ambessa out now. KC immediately pulled the trigger, seeing this as a limited opportunity. Fnatic kind of retreating. The flash from Kana awkward. Thought he had the wallbang action. Thought he could just smack him in, find the stun.
Still looks like it's first Drake position here for K-Corp. And Kalist can look to poke them down as they try to re-enter, but Humanoid has TP.
Razork on the flank. Ulti available. I think KC need to start a fight of their own. Yike recognizes it too, now trying to follow up instantly. Targamas, though, not getting the angle, and Bessa into the backline. They're trying to get Oscar out. Razork going in on the Kalist. Humanoid now following. everybody on top of this Ezreal. They will not let Kalist play the game. Vladdy, the last man standing.
And this Fnatic is looking disciplined, diligent. They're playing it slow when they need to, and they're turning it on exactly when they need to. Beautiful flash ult by Razork, and they're doing everything right.
And you can see here, while the fight starts positively for KC, or it looks like it might when Targamas and Yike are on the same page, there's no follow-up damage.
And nobody's killing this Ambessa. She just jumps onto Kalist, and even though she was kind of 1v3 for 5, 6, 7 seconds, she's still not dying.
And I think this is the great strength of the Fnatic composition that we highlighted earlier. If Ambessa pushes R, anyone pushes R, Kai'Sa gets to follow. Kalist does not have that same luxury, so you have these fights where everyone has to decide, are we diving into them or are we peeling for Kalist? And if not everyone's not on the same page, you're not winning that fight, and you're definitely not winning it with this kind of deficit.
Yeah, and this Fnatic team comp, if you're decisive and you're ahead, it becomes so easy to play. You find the right windows, you pull the trigger, and you just instantly get rewarded. It becomes so hard for K-Corp. I think Ezreal needs 2 items, Azir needs 2 items, and they need a dream.
Yeah. And I think really this game is the culmination of a couple early game plays. Early kills from Razork, the play around the Herald where Upset is able to clean up, and that's really where it got out of control for KC. And they're in a situation now where they certainly need time, but they're also kind of just hoping that Fnatic make a mistake, that they overstep, and that they can find some free gold, some free objectives to get themselves into a better position to fight.
And to be fair, Fnatic has been known to do that.
Yes.
Especially last year, they had a lot of leads, and they were looking incredibly dominant, and at the last hurdle, they got a bit too greedy. They went for a little bit too much. Now this Fnatic in this game, I'm not seeing them do that at all, but that's the hope and dream that you have as a K-Corp fan.
I'm also just wondering what too much would look like with this kind of lead.
Yeah, they can go for a lot.
It's 20 minutes, it's an 8,000 gold lead, so they'd really have to whole hand in the cookie jar, whole face in the cookie jar.
This is a nice cross map from K-Corp here though. Trading equally tier 2 towers feels really good when you're this far behind. And you have the objective bounties on top of it. They could even look for a cheese here onto the Ambessa and drop the Atakan in favor of it. I think that's what we're gonna have a look at here, yeah.
Oscar.
He has flash.
Trying to dash out, doesn't quite get the wall. Ulti will take him away from the Poppy. Good patience. The fact that they don't get the wall stun there is devastating. Now Atakan has come out. Fnatic 13 kills to 2. Absolute domination with Atakan secure. There's really nothing that KC can do. Upset going godlike.
And Targamas is not on the same page here. His team is looking for this bot side play, but he kind of wants to contest the Atakan or do something. But he's just left to die. And now it's a 4v5 with the Atakan. They still have the Kai'Sa, Rakan, and Aurora ult. So I could see them going for more.
Ulti decent is going to hit 3.
He does clear the whole wave with that ult. So that, for me, spells that Fnatic wants to base. I also want to highlight Oscar in that bot side play. That was really nice buffer of the Azir ult. And overall, Fnatic this game, mechanically, playing really, really clean.
It has to be respected, because that was supposed to be the trade play.
Yeah.
Even if Oscar dies there, it's still a positive trade for Fnatic, because KC are so far behind. They just need to get what money they can. They're chasing shutdowns, chasing picks on side lanes. But the fact that he lives and they get Otacon, it's insult to injury.
I think Vladdy might be in trouble here.
Kana can try and peel. Humanoid can just chase.
Razork has ulti soon.
Q in. Kana with the interrupt. Defensive tool is starting to be gone. Mickey spotted by Targa. But it's so difficult to stop Mickey. You don't really have the damage. Upset now chasing. Instant char flash going in. Fnatic, they've just got too many tools to chase down KC. KC don't even feel like they're overextending. It turns out they were, just because the range, the engage start from Fnatic is too much. Upset legendary.
Can they end? They might look for it here. They still have the Atakan buff.
It's 22 minutes. We've been having 40-minute games all weekend long. Fnatic aren't about to have it, though. They're just so far ahead. Kalist manages once again to chip away at the wave, but Fnatic are in a position to just body block. He doesn't even have second item to spike. They instantly now go in, pull the trigger. Kalist about to fall. Kalist taken down. Yike, the last man standing. Fnatic probably just going to end it here. 7 seconds left. Vladdy Targamas up as well. It's a bit greedy. It's a bit crazy, but they've got the buff. The false life might keep them going. Trying to get Humanoid out of the equation. Sets panicking back to the base. Upset blinking health bar looking for the shutdowns. Vladdy building a turret of his own, trying to keep the Emperor strong. Mickey about to be taken out. Vladdy on the chase. Upset retreating. KC need to keep chasing this one out.
Might look to chase here fully. Drake's up in 45. If they can try to wait out the Atakan and then kill Upset, it's nearly expiring. 5-6 seconds left on it.
KC fans loud and proud despite what's starting to feel like an inevitability for Fnatic.
Upset's no flash.
Waiting, perhaps on the false life timer.
Beautiful
Upset
W there by
cleanse.
Mickey.
Humanoid trying to peel, shut down! Kana, clean timing! We wanted to see it more with the Otacon. Gets him right as the false life fades.
And Upset is dead for the soul here. I think Upset should have just died earlier with his team to get the Otacon revive. Now he's so off tempo, and this should be a free Drake for
But
K-Corp.
Oscar, they're going to spot him, but do they even want this fight? Rooting, they're using so much. Kalist laying down a bit more damage, but Oscar really just does not take damage. I think they bit off a bit more than they could chew. Yike now trying to finish it, but Oscar just dancing around him. A quick Drake Hound step. Down goes Vlad, Humanoid chasing as well. Kalist untouched for the first time, and it feels like the entire game, but it might be too late. Razor continuing to chase. Kalist running. Kana there to peel. This is Kalist's time to shine. He didn't get a chance in the early game. He might get one now. Mickey taken down. Another one on the list, another shutdown for the side of KC, buying themselves a bit more time.
And you can see Fnatic is so strong. Even 4v5, they're still coming out with winning the fight. It's so difficult for K-Corp to get any sort of advantage, and now Fnatic has first access to Soul.
And if they weren't so hilariously far ahead, Oscar would have died there, and it would have been a massive throw. But this is the rich man's privilege, right?
Yeah.
You can make mistakes like that. You can get caught out, and it does not matter. Some gold back for KC, yes. But with Soul, with Infernal Soul, with this many items.
Oh, you can see here, Oscar, I mean, normally when you get the Azir ult onto him, you'd think he just gets one shot. But it's a beautiful flash ult by Humanoid to kind of split the fight up and just do a ton of damage, which allows him to survive even longer. And the fact that they're just so far ahead that it's so difficult for K-Corp to kill anyone. And Kana is so late that he can only really kind of offer a bit of a, like, happy hills for hits.
He's menacing, goes in, looks kind of scary maybe a little bit.
But it's too little, too late.
And this is hard because this game started off so good for Yike. He's on the Xin. And it just he doesn't do anything anymore. He can ult, but they'll just chase him down. Oscar's into the backline now. He's ulting and keep himself a bit alive a bit longer, but it's Targamas getting taken out. The support sacrificed for the good of the team. Just buy them a few more minutes in this game, but with Baron just now spawning, Humanoid not quite making it over the wall, but the poke is disgusting. Upset already has Nashers.
Yeah, and I don't see Yike getting into this pit. This is going to be Nash for Fnatic. And they're probably going to look to play mid and bot and get 3 inhibs and then make it a clean W.
So important, Fnatic. Lock top 2 with this win, no matter what anyone else does. Might be first in the end, we'll have to see, but guarantees themselves that position of power over their opponents in the group stage in the next round in playoffs.
I think after this win, they might not be locked top 1, but in my heart, they're top 1.
They're looking like the best.
Yeah, they're looking pretty damn good.
This is tough, this decisiveness, something we've seen from K-Corp in their best games, now seeing it from Fnatic, and what might be one of theirs against one of the strongest opponents.
Razor's still no ulti. They decide the better of it and back off.
I might have caster cursed that. We were really hyping up game time here, and now I'm thinking it might be a 30-minute one.
I mean, I think they will end on this Nash. They're going to go into bot lane here, and I think they can easily just tower dive. Unless someone on Fnatic dies now, I think the game will end on this Nash. And nobody died now.
I was waiting. I thought maybe. I feel like we've cursed a lot of teams in your brief time here in our, what, 7 or 8 games we've cast together. Not this time.
But have we also blessed a lot of teams, maybe?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
People only look at the curses, not the blessings.
That's true. There's some negativity bias.
Yeah, focus on the positive, guys.
Yeah, look on the bright side.
Fnatic are looking good.
Fnatic are looking good for the EMEA fans, for the Fnatic fans. For the KC fans, I think the bright side is, look, you have a week off, you come back for best of 3s that are fearless, it's a completely different game, and you've already locked playoffs. This one, this is for the ego, this one is to make a statement.
I mean, this is a game that just, it goes out of control, right? They have so good champs to pull the trigger, and when you fall behind against a comp like that, it just...
Razor Q in the ulti, Upset behind the entire team, but no one can really get on top of him. Humanoid falling up now as well. Yike buying a bit more space. Ulti coming in from the Poppy, does knock Upset out, and that's going to be big. But too many members are already down. Yike getting taken out. The carries are already dead. The good ult from Kana just came too late. Body blocking, a steadfast presence maybe. They're not steadfast enough to stop the base from falling. Fnatic moving up, securing top 2. Playoffs was not enough. This team wants more as they tear through KC.
And this Fnatic roster with this Upset and this Razork and the aggression, while also having the discipline to understand when you don't need to go for more, I'm in love with this roster, and I'm super excited to see how they'll do in the best of stage and how they'll do
further. I mean, it feels like an arms race in terms of development about which team can improve the fastest. Your Kia player of the game, vote now at LEC on X, Razork, Upset, or Mickey.
That's Razork.
Are your options. Razork looking good.
That Vi was great.
The Vi was clean. I feel for Yike. He's supposed to be the early game powerhouse, but he felt so unplayable. Credit to KC. They'll get another chance tomorrow. We'll see if they'll also be able to secure a higher position. But for now, we're going to send it to a quick break. Afterwards, Mickey X will be joining us on the analyst desk. Don't go anywhere.
Damn it.
Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out. I don't think this counts. Come on, let's go.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Guys, it should not be that hard this game if we play with brain. We're missing one thing, one crucial thing.
The brain.
The developed frontal lobe, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm moving. We win this fight, we win this fight. Yeah, ult.
Wait for me, wait.
Anyone?
Yeah, no flash Azir, no flash Azir, no flash Azir.
Look at Azir.
I kill him.
Yeah.
Okay,
See, no flash. I'm coming, I can follow, guys.
Nice, I got him. You kill him.
Kill the Poppy.
Yeah,
Here
no flash Poppy.
you get the kill.
Nice.
Big boys.
The bench.
We kill! Holy f***!
Holy f***, I couldn't do anything with this shit.
We are the mega goats!
Get completely actually.
And welcome back to the desk after our match of the week and Fnatic styling on KC here. Honestly, very one-sided game. Mickey, thank you for joining us. Congrats.
Thank you.
Any first impressions on this game? Stomp and a half.
Pretty smooth.
Pretty smooth.
Pretty nice, yeah.
Yeah, pretty nice. I mean,
That's an understatement. I haven't seen, a team consistently get these huge goal leads and also transition smoothly from early to, just taking over and stomping mid and late game. I feel like already by minute 18 or so, you guys had 10k goal lead or something, taking tier 2 super early in the game. And that's not a side that we see from Fnatic often. So what did you do for them?
I think people are like holding their breath when something happens. Like at some point they're gonna throw. But when you look at these early plays actually from Razork,
Razork was nice flash Q.
it feels like it sets you guys on the right track.
Yeah, and Human was also playing really well mid. He was like avoiding all their ganks and like outplaying them hard. So
that's something new.
Yeah. Usually he dies level 3 ganks. This time he turned it around. And then we just kind of picked him off, and our comp kind of works in a very simple way. We just press R one guy, we one-shot that guy, and then
yeah, the mechanics of Vi.
Yeah, I mean, my question is, when will you guys play something else than Vi? Because this champion is a little bit too OP. Like, come on, man.
So far we're just playing like press R champs like Maokai.
Easy to
Not sure what's
execute.
next. I mean, it's quite easy, and then also they're quite strong. So I guess when people start banning it, then we have to play something else, or I guess in Fearless, which
Yeah.
Are you hyped about that?
Scenario.
I'm very hyped about Fearless. Yeah, I think it's kind of like the same meta for like the last 3 weeks. So I'm looking forward to playing something new, especially for myself, because I like playing new stuff. And yeah, I think we can experiment a lot more. We haven't actually tried much of Fearless in scrims, but I think it should be very fun.
And talking about experimenting, I have a little fight here that you guys are most definitely experimenting. If we can bring it up, it was the grab fight where you guys aced them. But I feel like this is the perfect example of an experiment, because right now I want you to tell me what your comms are here, and what is this guy that is running to the mid lane telling you guys? What is his timer before he gets to this fight?
I mean, he's kind of telling us to like wait for him to get there. And we were also saying like we don't actually have to fight because they kind of just already TP'd. They already used their TP.
So you're saying that you would expect maybe like 15-20 seconds before he arrives here, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, I don't know, because now you guys are gonna fight. You're gonna do a great job at fighting 4v5 and everything, but
yeah, like we were kind of like saying to like play slow. And then Mark was like, oh, I can chunk them anyway. So this is more like a chunk kind of thing. And then here, I'm also going for a chunk. So, and then Leona goes in kind of alone, like because everyone else got CC'd. And
but
then
now it looks kind of grim, right?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Well, I'm just letting you know that your ADC is farming that midway.
No way.
I mean, he's still farming that midway.
Can we go there?
I can't go there.
Can you zoom in on him?
But right now, because now is when the replay says, oh, you guys are winning this fight. But so far, you guys are sweating for your lives. And Upset got plus 6 CS. And now he's saying, oh, we're winning now this fight. You guys are still 4v5. Ambessa finds the clutch ult. But I wanted to know your thoughts over all of this.
I mean, it felt like the fight was kind of winnable 4v5 regardless, because they used a lot of cooldowns on the Ambessa. So as long as we played, we still had like Ambessa ult in the end there. So it felt like even without Kai'Sa, we were kind of in a good situation. So I mean, Kai'Sa joined because it was mega free, but
otherwise you would be pushing one more wave over there.
Pushing one more, yeah. But he wanted the triple kill, so there we go.
I mean, it did min-max. You know, she got fed. She carried the game.
It was actually the most efficient play.
Yeah, you guys are geniuses about the game. That was some experimenting to the max.
I was micromanaging everyone. So.
Were you the puppets master, Mickey? But also managing your former teammate. I feel you exchanged some tweets with Yike yesterday. How was it playing against him?
Oh, it was very fun.
And staying in his mind.
Like, did you see the dragon fight? This guy wanted my autograph for sure. It was crazy. Like we were just like looking at each other for like 5 seconds, then he just like flash WEQ, and then they just lost the fight. it was impressive. But no, it's very fun playing against both G2 and Yike now. It's always,
I mean,
whenever you play against ex teammates, it's like always like a bit more personal, so it's more hype.
So yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Especially when you're winning, I guess.
Yeah, I guess when you win.
Yeah. Your jungler was the Kia player of the game here. Again, a lot of Vi action, pressing R and everything, but I know you've talked a lot about the relationship you have with your teammates and how good of a synergy you have. Jungle support has been crucial in this split so far and in League of Legends in general. So tell me about playing with Razork. How do you complement each other that well?
I mean, I think with Razork, he's just like very good instinctively. Like usually he plays situations out very well and knows where to be, like especially early game. Like he finds these angles, like for example on the Ezreal. Like I wasn't sure if we could actually kill him, but after, yeah, he kind of played it pixel perfect. So it was easy. I guess the struggles with Razork currently are like sometimes he goes too ham. Like yesterday the Maoka game, he was just like,
you know what it is.
He was very adamant about having to kill their backline even though no one can follow up.
Yeah.
So sometimes he goes a little bit too ham, which is like something that I'm also known as.
Yeah, it takes one to know one.
But I kind of like I mellow down a little bit. Like I'm the one that tells like chill, you know.
I mean, right now, if you, I guess maybe in G2 you're missing this, where you have someone who's inting more than you, and now you can just just be in the passenger seat and just watch someone else int for you.
What are you thinking here? There's no way this is a good engage.
Closing thoughts on Fnatic, Vedius was tweeting, is this the final form of Fnatic? The Fnatic that we were promised? Is it, Mickey?
I mean, I personally think we're not that great, so I think we still have a long way to go to actually be insane, like especially internationally, to do some damage. But I mean, currently, I think every other team is quite bad, so I just look like insane. That's nice. So yeah, I wouldn't mind winning a split if everyone else is just like keep staying bad. But right now, I think we're probably the best, in that regard.
The rest of the league making Fnatic look good here. Mickey, thank you so much for the interview.
Cheers.
And congrats on winning match
Not
of
an
the week.
interview, it's actually Dusk.
Well, it's whatever I want it to be, Odo. Casters, take it away. Team Heretics Vitality.
Thank you very much, desk, interview, team, whatever you guys want to call yourself. I like the absolute negative angle that we can rely on any pro player to bring.
I mean,
pro players are never good. Everyone else is always bad. That's what we.
That's how it feels playing League, to be honest. I mean, you're okay. All your teammates are worse. Enemies kind of worse every game. So.
I don't know how healthy of a perspective that is. I don't know if that's setting you up for success in the mental health department. But hey, the performance working out for Fnatic, and now we'll see whose performance works out better as we head into our fourth game of the day. Team Heretics versus Vitality. Both of these teams kind of scraping into playoffs thus far. Some incredibly shaky games from both lineups, some incredible comebacks from Team Heretics. And some sloppy performances from their opponents. But I think both teams now need to look ahead towards the future. You've secured your spot. How much can you improve before we see you in the best of threes? What can you show us in this game?
Yeah, and I think for Carlson and Camilo especially, you guys, and Stand, all of them are coming into the league for the first time. I'm not just happy getting playoffs. I want to show a lot more. I want to show something in these last few weeks that kind of makes it so that I deserve to go to playoffs rather than SK and Rogue gave me playoffs. I think that's a really important distinction that you make, mostly just for yourself and your own confidence, that like you deserve to be here and you're here to play.
And we'll see what they define as success when we get to talk to them. We'll see how deep of a run both these teams can make, where they can go, how much they can evolve coming into Fearless. Obviously uncharted territory for every team. But for now, still best of one, still 25.S1.2. Always love saying that. And some interesting bans, Vi taken away, as well as the Cassante. I like to see it.
Ban. Yeah, I was going to talk about it. It's been a really pivotal champ for Carlson. The champ he's looked the best on, and I think in nearly all of their wins, they've had Cassante, and I think in all of their losses, they've had Cassante banned against them.
Flacket, though, getting the early Varus, a standard kind of early priority, but I will say some of Flacket's best games have been on the Varus, so kind of a one-man wrecking crew, setting up team fights with the ulti, dealing damage as necessary. Be interesting to see Vitality early prioritize the Zyra. Obviously a strong pick. Do they pair it with, I was going to say 80 mid laner. There's the instant Corki lock-in.
Yeah, it's the Zyra Corki, and I'm assuming maybe a Leona on 3, as that's usually the best support pairing with Zyra, as you get that, what's it called, like, you don't need to commit, engage.
Yeah, non-committal.
Non-committal engage.
There you go.
Beautiful, yeah. Oh, and the Diana answer. That was something we experimented with last year to mixed success, but the idea is that you can always engage on the Zyra and you can match her clear speed. It looks like they're not going to go for it if they pick an AP mid, but it is a real answer.
Don't give
if they lock in an AD mid now, it could be a Diana second phase.
Okay. I like that you're setting the
Or they just go Diana on 3 here. They might.
Okay.
Because it is a real pick. If they go Smolder, they might go Diana second phase.
Okay, all right. I think they might be, maybe they're trying to bait a ban. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt since you did actually practice this with more or less most of these players.
I can keep talking about the idea then.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So the idea is you match the clear speed of Zyra. She infamously has like one of the fastest clear speeds in the game, and Diana is also very fast. But whenever you find the Zyra as Diana, you can always dash on her and win.
And are you gonna like give? How are you gonna give Twitch chat their time back if Diana's not picked and they just listen to all this Diana rambling?
I mean, life is full of hypotheticals. It is what it is.
All right, and best of the final lock in here. From the side of Vitality, universally just feels like a super strong champ. With Cassante off the board, reliable blind pick, and in general, a good tool to limit how impactful the Varus can be, and Smolder as well, not a champion who ever wants to come face to face. So decent options, now banning away the Renekton, some of the conventional laning options. Where are they going to go with the comp on both sides is my big question. The support, AD bot lane matchup is going to be big. We saw Carzzy and Hellsing do really well yesterday. Despite some, questionable mid to late game moments, early game, they were absolutely in control.
Yeah, we have to remember that this Corki could potentially be a flex alongside this Ambessa. It could be like Corki bot, Ambessa mid, if they want to cook. Or it could just be Corki mid, Ambessa top. They do have some options here, so curious to see where they take this bot lane out. And I'm curious to see, like, where does Carlson go here? I'm kind of happy that they banned the Renekton for Team Heretic side, because I think Renekton is really bad into both the Corki and Zyra, even though it has a good matchup into Ambessa. I think a tank or something that provides some engage to actually pressure this long-range comp that Vitality's built so far would be really good for Heretics.
I'm nervous in the early lane phase for Camilla, though, because last time he played this matchup into Noo,
he was struggling.
It was horrible. He was having a miserable time. He was at 1 HP the entire laning phase. I mean, if they take this mid, it's really tough. Don't get me wrong. I imagine he's stepped up. He's gotten more proficient in the matchup. Maybe there won't be a man immune, although builds, we talk about when we get there. But still, this is a tough mid lane matchup if it is where Vitality are going to place the Corki.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw this matchup being played before, and it looked a lot closer. So I think he probably kind of studied that a little bit, and he saw that no, Smolder should not get completely destroyed by Corki at all stages of the game. Good to know. Now I'll play the matchup better.
There's so much to unpack in that statement. Most of it is flames.
Okay, so Diana is up. They might
calm
go
down.
for it.
Well, if they go for it, we'll talk about it. I get it. You're really excited about the Diana.
It's going to be the Talia instead, actually.
So this raises the question. Where's the Talia going?
Jungle.
Jungle? Okay.
Yeah,
I was just saying, we've seen top Smolder.
Yeah, but in Ambessa, I don't think it can lane. No.
I don't think it can either, but sometimes you got to get weird with it.
Jace?
Okay.
I think they're trying to kind of match the long range of Vitality, while I would have liked to see them pivot on the second phase for more engage. But I can see the range working out. They do have a pretty solid composition here with Varus, Jace, Smolder, and Talia, but they're also very squishy, and it's a Yone for Shayak here in the mid lane.
And I gotta say, I like the Yone coming in. Obviously, Corki pretty strong early on in the game. The Rakan for Hylissang, notorious flank finder, fantastic engage player. Sent it a good day yesterday, but we'll see if Hylissang can kind of outmatch in terms of team fight overall. And it feels like a situation where the Vitality composition, kind of like what we saw from Fnatic last game, although maybe less reliable, very clear goals.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on this team who really want to go in. Corki, Zyra may be the exception. Team Heretics, it's kind of all about whether or not they can keep them away, keep them at arm's reach.
Yeah, I think this Talia pick is really good at kind of denying some of that engage from Vitality, and I like Shayak picking Yone here. I think it's not the best matchup into Smolder, as usually Smolder was kind of picked into the Yone with the Grasp of the Undying and the fact that you can just stack on him. But Yone works really well at setting up the Rakan and the Ambessa and following them in, so you have this more cohesive game plan of just diving onto them. And I'm always a big fan of kind of sacrificing a little bit of lane for a better team composition.
I think when you see teams that are often, both these teams, long average game time, right? They are going late in so many of their games. And a lot of Team Heretics wins are kind of crawling back wins from those deficits, from difficult early games. So having the tools to do so, maybe not where they'd like to be in terms of overall, map play proficiency, but good to have that ace up your sleeve or to have that skill in your back pocket that you can come out on top, that you can outscale if you need to. Both teams, again, have secured playoffs. We'll see who will reign supreme in this matchup. Team Heretics versus Vitality. Woo!
Woo! And it's going to be Grasp on the Smolder here, which is typical when you lane into melee mid laners, as you can just proc it quite consistently, even though it's been nerfed for ranged. And I'd assume that maybe he then also decides to go a bit of a tankier build on the Smolder with Spear of Shojin. I would like to see him go Infinity Edge, because that's kind of half the reason they're playing the champion since it got buffed, that interaction.
Sometimes it's just it's a mental thing, though. Sometimes you just see a champion get a buff that doesn't actually matter, and it's enough to make you try it, and then you realize maybe it was good all along.
That's fair. He doesn't have any mana in runes. We saw his rune flash up there, and he doesn't have mana flow, which makes me think that he's for sure going to go Essence Reaver, and I hope no mana immune. But we'll see what he cooks. No,
Could just go tier early. Obviously not an ideal way to spend your gold, but the thing that you highlighted, right? You have the grasp, you own a melee champion. You get a lot of stacks for free in this laning phase, as long as you don't lose too much health once he gets past that level 3 point and start to trade a bit more.
It looks like we're gonna have standard lanes once again here. Wow. And
I feel blessed.
Yeah, it feels good to watch Legal Enders how it's meant to be played, huh?
Yeah.
The good old-fashioned way. 2v2.
I don't know what you're talking about. The old-fashioned way is 80 carry mid, 2 random champions bot lane, and then some gobbledygook on the rest of the map, because like only 2 champions could jungle. Where's my Morgana Scion bot lane, Jack, huh?
Sorry, but Team Heretics bot lane did something very strange here. They really wanted to look for cheese on Shayak, so they're very late to bot lane, which means they'll probably have to concede the push. It's going to be the lethality Varus here, so they're really embracing this full range poke comp that I think is quite difficult to pull off.
The thing is, if you can poke the Zyra, who would, really look like your priority target here, you're gonna feel great.
Yeah.
Zyra doesn't have the healing. You can poke her out. She can't come to the fight. Everyone else has mobility, hard to lock down, hard to hit. It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, and it's a comp that if you fall behind, it just becomes so incredibly hard to get back in the game, as you don't really have any consistent tools other than the Rel Flash Engage to create picks. So it's a bit of an, not cocky, I would say, but a harder draft to pull off. But they do have strong winning lanes, so we'll see how they can leverage that and maybe try to get a jungle lead or some early game fist fighting to utilize these strong lanes.
Shaq, for now, pretty comfortable in the mid lane matchup. Is taking a lot of poke here. Very aggressive on Camilo, who does have to be careful. Doran's sustain, very strong, although is just now popping his bot to match Shayak.
I think already this is a better lane than Camilo had last time on Smolder.
Yeah, but he's not playing against Corki, my guy. He can't. I think this is a decent situation. I think a bit cocky, I would say, from Shayak to opt for this matchup. But if he manages to make it through this lane phase unscathed,
this is part of the strength of Syra. You see Talia still doing blue buff, but Syra finishes her clear so much faster that she can usually look for some type of action before the enemy junglers actually finish their clear. Although, Camilo respects it well, so it doesn't amount into anything, and it's going to just be crab for crab trade on both junglers.
I think important that Camilo kind of stays calm, right? Can't let solo kills go to his head too quickly here. It's still a tough matchup. You still cannot afford to give Yone a kill. Early item spikes for this champion can be devastating. His job is to scale in this composition. Yeah, find something extra, great, but you don't need to overplay your hand.
And I think Shayak is very happy with this early laning phase. 1 CS lead and overall very equal. It's really nice when you're playing this melee champion into the range. And you can see he's just slowly out-sustaining with the second wind and the D-shield. And I think it just kind of gets harder and harder until Camilo gets his first reset.
Carlson, for now, also winning out on the top lane matchup, which is going to feel pretty good for Team Heretics. Once Noo-Noo has, a few more levels under his belt, a few more points in Q, plus the ulti and the healing that comes with it, lane phase might shift a bit.
I thought something would happen, but he just used heal, and then kind of nothing happened.
Sometimes you gotta let him know.
Fair enough. Although, to be fair, Cyrus on top side here and Talia's on bot side, so Carlson has to be careful, and Vitality bot lane. Oh.
Carlson
gets a really good chunk.
This is actually big for Noo-Noo.
Talia's looking to pressure bot here.
Both have a biscuit. Carlson's going to get the wave, and I expect will just recall.
Yeah.
Does not want to stick around. Obviously, in the short trades, Noo-Noo can do a lot of work.
And this actually feels really bad for Talia here. Oh, she gets spotted out. And look at where Syra is. Syra has already recalled and is about to start clearing her camps. And Talia is so delayed. Philistine doesn't quite get the cancel onto Talia there, but it's still quite good enough. And I think this could be a free Drake for Vitality here.
Question mark pings coming out from the side of Team Heretics all around the bottom side of the map. They know Zyra is there, they're just not quite sure where. So first base does go to the side of Team Heretics, which is good, but as you highlighted, Linsis clearing pretty damn fast.
Yeah, I think they're probably not going to go for the Drakes. They'd rather play for the Grubs. So he's going to run all the way to top side now. Clears Raptors into the Grub spawn, I'd assume. And there's actually going to be a swap here. But Heretics does not expect it. Carlsen is already TPing top. Might just be a Drake for Grubs trade for Heretics. Or Fnatic could choose to push this bot wave and then move all the way. And that looks like what they're deciding to do.
Big debate in terms of what they want to do. Noo-Noo has crested the level 6 point, so should be fine
Linkus
staying
could be
bot lane.
I thought Stem would flash Q there and just send it, but...
Shattering Strike doesn't hit, doesn't want to overcommit. Might get a flash, but probably you die in the exchange.
Fnatic is mid, they're all here now.
Team Heretics responding to the play, laid down by Vitality, but it does mean they're a little bit behind. Bot wave is going to need to be answered, and no one's in a position to do so. About 300 gold set to be deleted if Team Heretics do not get these grubs.
Vitality already got one. I think they're happy. And Bess is getting to hit this bot tower, getting to deny waves. And overall, I think this macro from... She got the second one.
The plants did it!
Oh my goodness.
That's bad.
That feels really bad
The
for
price of
Heretics.
admission for one grub was about 300 gold, about 500 gold now. As Ambessa gets a plate, that's a terrible deal.
She gets 2 plates on bot and denies like 2.5 waves. That is... Feels really bad for Heretics.
Also, Camilla's now in trouble. Waiting for Q3 to reset here. He's going to be fine.
Hayek is looking really good in this mid matchup. I just completely...
Okay, might not matter. He might be able to heal. Mom called in. Heals him up. He'll be fine.
I just completely...
Ulti now going in. There's really nowhere Sheo can go. That is not where you want to be. Q2 from Noo-Noo to secure the kill.
And a really creative play from Noo-Noo here. He walks around after he crashes the wave and looks for this cheese onto Sheo. We kind of jinxed the Yone, but he still is really hard winning and chilling.
Quite get the montage. Carlsen walking in. He's going to eat a good amount of damage.
It's really smart by Carlsen there to avoid Linces being able to take this red buff.
Wrapping back around. Isn't going to get any more support at this point. Carzzy trying to get aggressive. Both supports trading CC, but it's Flacket who will flash away. I think a bit premature there.
Yeah, I think when Carzzy doesn't flash the Rel W, you can get away with actually holding onto the flash, but he wants to be better safe than sorry. But overall, both bot and top is starting to look, and mid lane to be honest, is starting to look hard for Team Heretics.
Yeah, the scaling insurance is nice to have, but the fact that Yone is winning in gold, not something you want to see. He got to go back by Boots 2 for free. Didn't have to do anything Tabby's related. He wasn't suffering. Gets to get Berserkers, which feels fantastic if you ever played either of those champions.
Yeah, and now this grub play just made it so that kind of their one winning lane, which was Carlsen into Noo-Noo, is actually losing, as he just got such a big gold lead from it, and he got the kill onto Sheo. I think this is looking like a game now where Linces can go to a lot of lanes and impact things, while Sheo really wants to mismatch and try to find numbers advantage fights, because I think equal numbers, they're starting to get stronger everywhere for Vitality.
I mean, look at the gold at the bottom of your screen. Every single advantage in Vitality's favor. The Hillsang one, you know, fake, but the number still points his direction, so we'll give him credit.
92 gold.
That's a control ward, my guy. Now it's less. No longer a control ward. Camillo gets a bit more up in the lane as Noo-Noo, unsurprisingly, past level 6, past level 7, 4 points in the queue. You're able to just trade so much more easily with Jace and Sheo. Needs to be careful. That was not what he wanted. Locked up. Lince is there to follow. Chai with the Q3 ready to go. Camillo going to be locked up as well. Hilly not going to keep things going, but they get the flash too.
Wow. Really just good punish there for Hilly. You see Sheo, as soon as he sees the Rakan ult, he starts channeling his own Tali ult, but it's too little too late, and Hilly just collapses. Really nicely done.
And this is something we mentioned in Champ Select, although the lanes are maybe going better than we initially expected, which is ease of execution. So many tools to just start a fight when you want to start a fight. And while for the first few weeks, it did look like range was always superior.
Did it?
Well, it was the theory. That's what a lot of people
It was the theory. I feel like in practice it
didn't
really look
I'm
like
just saying, we saw SK earlier today with an Ornn and a Wukong.
Goodness, is Camillo
and
dead?
that looked good. Camillo is dead. He back. He's fine. One more tower shot. Burning health, but it's okay.
You calculated that? You said he's fine.
I play a lot of Yone, and I know that Talia autos don't do a lot of damage. So.
I don't play Yone, and I know he's broken. So.
Yeah. You know what's insane?
He did a little shake. Oh, he's shaking right
Carzzy.
Oh! Oh my goodness!
Oh, someone...
Flacket, you gonna let him do it like that then?
Someone get the super hot fire meme. Like,
oh,
everyone just collapsing.
He just shaked right in front of him.
Yeah. That's tough.
That's kind of a metaphor for this game.
Yeah.
Vitality just shaking it.
They definitely are. But if any team can throw a lead...
Why do you have to say that?
That's pretty ruthless.
You could say instead, but if any team knows how to come back, it's Team Heretics.
That's fair. I don't know. Is that what I sound like? Is that what you think I sound like?
No, that's how a real play-by-play caster sounds like.
Who were you trying to imitate?
I don't know.
Why are you attacking me now? I guess fair. You know what? I threw shade at Vitality. I deserve some shade of my own. You're balancing the scales. That's respectable. Again, looking at this game, 3 kills to 0. Vitality are able to get 4 grubs. No tower has fallen, but they're holding on to gold leads everywhere that matters. Really only in the jungle are things close, but the item completions actually matched as well now.
One crucial thing there was that since Heretics managed to grab 1 grub off the second spawn as well, Vitality doesn't get any for the 3 objectives that they need.
Yep.
So they're still quite far off from defeat, but they do have the first 3 kills.
Yeah, bot tower. 2 plates taken away. About to be 3. But I really don't think this is a great avenue of attack. Sheo's around ulti, the Weaver's wall, just a few seconds off of cooldown. Sten now trying to cover. I like the bait angle. Full committing combo. Mom called in. Chayak locked up. That was excellent. Good spot, good call out from Stend, knowing how aggressive Chayak was playing.
And for me, Stend has really been the life of this team. His rel consistently, I think he's found really good windows, and so many of the comebacks that Heretics has managed to get has been on the back of Stend's engages. Yeah. And he shows the decisiveness and just the willingness to go in. It's beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree. I think this is something that shined as well in the game yesterday, as back and forth, as messy as that game kind of was. Sten was consistently that engaged threat, the person starting these plays. And it is just a small pick, but anything you do to buy time for the smolder feels good. Camilla's crossed the 125 threshold. He gets more of the fireballs. He's going to be able to sack faster now. This is where the rate of sacking increases pretty significantly. And if he can get to 225, the champions on Vitality are pretty squishy, can be vulnerable to the smolders. Team Heretics just need time and space. Now, a lot of time, to be fair.
I mean, I think it's important to note that while Heretics lanes have looked pretty shaky and have been struggling, it's a very small gold lead per player. All it takes is 1 or 2 kills on mid, bot, or top, and they are ahead in gold. So if they get a few more picks like that, I think they can easily come back in this game. And this is the first Drake taken at 13 minutes, so Soul is not really something that you're worrying about. And whenever you have a smolder in the game, and Drake is taken really late, he's really happy.
Yep.
Because that means that his family is beat.
What? It's wild. To be fair, after you were done, I was going to say it's 1-to-1 in Drake's.
I think mine was better.
Yours was better. All right, yeah, we'll see if we get the full family reunion.
You're the grave or what?
I'm being quiet, audiences, because I'm giving him a disapproving. Imagine your father looking at you disappointed. That's the look that I'm giving Jack Spectre right now.
You're my father?
No, I was just as a comparable look.
Okay.
So let's not go down that route. This is a little too Freudian, I think, for a cast.
Fair enough.
Right now, however, we'll check back in on the game state. I'll read the scoreboard, a classic play-by-play trick when you're trying to refocus on what's in front of you. It's a decent gold lead, as you highlighted. Not that big between individual members. Item completions always more important than the gold difference. The big one, of course, that Jace still has not completed that first item, while there is the Eclipse for Knock-Knocko.
Blackett could be caught here if Linsus decides to commit to this, but it's just going to be a few hits here on the mid tower as they're just trying to buy time here for Karsi to hit it. It's already half HP on this tower. These 4 grubs are doing work.
They just need to break one of these towers and they get the feats as well.
Love feats, don't you?
What are you doing? You're unchained. It was so bad they paused the game. It's going to say at the bottom of the screen, Jack Spectre is getting weird with it. Mark my words. It's a pause. We'll keep you guys updated. The bottom of the screen will not say Jack Spectre is getting weird with it. It'll say the official reason for the pause, which is that a pause has been reported and league officials are investigating. It'll update as we go through. But a relatively tame game. Slow, grindy, less explosive than you'd expect from Vitality normally, but certainly some explosive moments.
Yeah, I think it's... I would kind of like to see Vitality play more like this, because I feel like most of their losses come from being a bit over-eager. They remind me a little bit of Fnatic last year. Just they want to fight everything, everywhere, and it's good in the early game because as long as you play it well, you'll get a good lead, as they've gotten in many games. But there's a time and a place where you have to sit back and say, you know, if we do nothing, we're winning.
Yeah.
Just chill.
Just chill. It's a tough mindset, I think, for a lot of people to get into. The pressure to make plays. We saw that from a lot of teams, right? No shade to Ice, of course, from BDS, but you could see that pressure in the poke game he played. He flashed towards his Varus because he feels like he needs to be the one to make the play, and there's been a lot of instances like that. As there's some love happening in the crowd.
I didn't see.
A man dressed as a Poro, air kissing or actually kissing his friends. It's a wholesome moment. And he said, yeah, okay, we're going to go with whichever of those ones. The homies, welcome. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I know you're all here to support respective teams. Appreciate you all, whether it's KC, Fnatic, G2, Team Heretics, Vitality, whoever you're here to see. We're excited to have you. And Team Vitality, everyone's initiated. They're ready to resume. So we will get back into game.
Nice.
Shortly, maybe?
Pretty fast.
Was I over-eager? No, I wasn't. Yes, here we are. A play potentially about to be made. Noo-Noo versus Baby Dragon.
Camilo could get dove here. He does have the...
Ooh, this is tough. Ulti, bit of poke, the slow, some additional healing. It makes sense. Would have liked to use it. Obviously doesn't do anything to the wave anymore.
Yeah, and Hilly.
Going, trying to stop the Q from going through, cancels the Q so the wave can't get deleted. Now they can just step back and take the tower, and they get away from the ulti too, but Chayak in trouble. Ult's out. Well timed, well buffered.
There are fights happening all over the map.
But the tower's gone. They just lost bot tower and mid tower. Team Heretics will get one back at the very least. But that should be the feats. We might have borked it when we went to the pause. I'm not sure. That's 3 kills.
Yeah, that should definitely be the feats of strength, but on the HUD it doesn't show the...
We'll figure it out. For now, they have all the prerequisites. Mayhaps we've borked it.
No, I mean, I'm sure it's just a bug for us. It must be a visual bug.
Yeah, reasonably confident.
It would be really weird if they didn't.
They want more. They're actually just still really offended about your joke. They just really don't want to encourage
They're just
that.
not going to give them
No one will be getting feats of strength this game. Jack Spectre needs to calm down. Here we are.
Didn't know it was such a sensitive topic.
You being... Never mind. I'm sorry, but I'm not... No. The problem is, when we goof off, I get in trouble because I've been here for 1,000,000 years and you're new, so they'll blame me. So I can't go too far.
Fair enough.
Don't be a bad influence. Herald. Next objective. I don't know what they're going to do.
Arcee is kind of chovying. Really high CS numbers on him.
It's
170 at 16 minutes. Wow.
I mean, it's tough for Fnatic too. Like, look at the CS difference, right? This is brutal.
And it feels really bad as well because you're picking this Varus not to scale. You're picking it as a strong answer into the Corki.
Yeah, it's also supposed to just be free mid prime. That's why you go lethality Varus. I mean, the Q poke, yes, but you just Q a wave and it's gone. But when you're walking up, costs you this much health.
Oh, really?
Hylissang caught out. Badlands back to safety. Now they've been caught out. It was a bait all along. Sten in trouble. Another kill for Vitality.
And Heretics look so disjointed here. Flacket doesn't ulti onto the CC chain, or rather Sheo pushes Hilly out of this Varus ult, so they don't actually CC chain him, and he gets out, and then they still want to go for more ult.
Ulti! Public execution, living up to its name. Mom called in, will not save him.
Yeah?
He has been tried as an adult, Jack Spectre.
What?
It's a really bad joke, actually. I don't want to explain it because it's kind of dark if I get into it too much. But
well, you can see here on the replay, it looks like a really good pick on Hilly, but look at Flacket's ulti. It barely misses because Sheo pushes him out, and then they keep walking forward. Linsus does a really good Syra E to lock them up, and it screams desperation for me that even after they don't land the CC, they keep clicking forward.
And it's not getting any easier because, again, the side lanes here are going to be a nightmare. No one can match the Yone or Ambessa.
And this is a decisive, confident Vitality that I've been wanting to see, and I'm really happy that we get to see it today.
Something we needed to see, right? Yeah. This is a team that had some really messy losses.
Yeah.
And there was some games where Hylissang really went from being like a guy who was trying to do too much to the perfect amount. This is feeling like another one of those games where he's right on that edge of making the play happen, of throwing 90% of his life bar away to find the kill, to set his team up for success. While Team Heretics have gotten that kill back with Sten in the mid lane, it's just not enough to overcome this kind of goal difference. Although now...
Wow. Even when they're face checking into them, it's hard for Team Heretics to really find anything. But yeah, if I'm Vitality, I really want to make this a strong, clean game to kind of separate myself from the middle of the pack. I think Vitality have the potential to be a top team, and they just haven't shown the consistency to really prove it yet.
And that's kind of the P word that's haunted Vitality for many years, right? Last year was a similar story. Yeah, potential.
Well, this time it's not a super team, at least.
That's true. But this is a project Mac talked about himself, right? This is a long-term project. It's not about the single year. It's about building up over time. And it's been building up pretty well. This split 3-4, obviously not a perfect record, but some impressive wins. And potentially another one to add to the list is Hylissang, all on his lonesome, will make it out. Just the Hex Slash from Stend. Not too much burned.
Yeah, and this is a big part and power of the Recon. It's just the fact that you can get vision deep everywhere on the map because you have so much safety with the W and the E that just allows you to go everywhere, and I think it suits Hylissang's playstyle so well.
I think generally it might be time to bring back the era of don't let EU supports play Recon.
He took the blue buff.
Well played.
Well played to him.
In the mental game, Carlson is winning right now.
Yeah.
The small edge.
The real game, however.
In the real game, however, they are 4,000 gold behind, yes.
But speaking of development, I think this Heretics roster is also all about that.
They need time.
They have 3 rookies coming in. Camilo straight from 2nd division. He'd never before done. And overall, I think they're an exciting roster to kind of believe in the long term, I think. I think Sheo Flacket is a good roster, like good core to build around. And so far, from what I've seen from Stend, has been really good. Camilo and Carlson could use some work in certain areas.
I mean,
but
they've had rough
they have
individual
had really good
moments.
games and rough games, which I think is normal when you're coming in. I think for a lot of them, you can say it's maybe too early, but it's like if they can then adapt from that, like if they show, for me, it's like even if they have kind of a bad winter, if they now practice over the whole course of that like off-season, like I remember Machuki said, if they lose and they don't make playoffs, nobody's leaving Berlin. You know, they're staying here to practice all until spring starts. So for me, it's more about like, how does this roster develop throughout the year? When they keep playing together, keep trusting in each other, and keep improving.
It's a good question. Long-term project, obviously tough for fans who want to see results immediately. But again, 2 teams where we're hearing a lot of trust the process.
Yeah, but I also think the fact that Heretics wins have been when they're behind shows that they have a great mentality. And I think that's really, really valuable when it comes to kind of being this underdog.
Yeah.
Because if you're able to not tilt and not get emotional and just kind of be in the moment always, it makes it so much easier to actually improve as a player when you're worse than the opposition.
Yeah, that time to develop, that time to grow. And you highlighted it, right? It's why so many of our teams step away for Korean boot camps to scrim LCK or LPL teams that glow up when you're playing against that higher caliber competition. Just need more time to practice.
It's going to be the Otacon here, however. Hopefully, Team Heretics really wants to try to find some poke.
Celestial opposition down on Hilly. Stend trying to find the angle, but Chak waiting over the wall. Flank.
Nako is just running it down with this Herald on mid lane.
They're just gonna what?
They're just gonna reset the Otacon.
Okay, Herald probably gonna just get deleted here.
Oh, Hilly has a flank.
I can't imagine we see the all-in. Team Heretics slowly being pushed off. They have to be careful. Camilo doesn't really have a good way to heal up any of this damage. It is IE next, though, so you can be happy about that at the very least. And he has crossed the execution threshold. And again, Adacon shreds resistances. It does not look like this objective does a lot of damage. I don't think that it does, but what it will do is make everything your enemy throws at you hit like a truck.
Sheo gets really poked out. This looks very, very difficult for Team Heretics here. They're trying, but Stend's on a flank. He has flash.
For Carsey
might be caught.
Q,
Carsey no
called
cleanse.
in, is able to valk away.
Sheo's ulting.
Leah, trying to zone off a couple of members. Public execution not going to connect. Ambessa ult dodge, but still manages to get a little bit more back in return. Team Heretics finding the kill. Otacon about to fall.
Carlson?
2K getting lower.
Carlson?
Can they get it? Carlson tries to make it happen, but it's not enough. Now Chayek is chasing. Camilo running. Flacken running. 80 carries being chased down by Hylissang.
And it looks so hard for Team Heretics. They're trying their damnedest, but it's going to be the Otacon for Vitality. And they can take the tier 2 with this. And Corki sent back to base, and he can push mid, and maybe we can get the tier 2 mid. This game is just continuously getting...
That might have been the backbreaker. Yeah. I just don't think that when you fall behind, you talked about with this poke composition, against a team that has, in the Corki and the Zyra at least, comparable range in a lot of scenarios, it's just so hard to play these fights.
Yeah, and you can see this ulti from Sheo just screams desperation. He just knows they need to try something, if anything. And luckily the Knock ult doesn't land, but he still just gets blown up by the Ambessa, and they're not even able to kill Carsey.
And the thing is, he started that fight at 40%, 30% HP.
And Carlson tries to, I think, wants to flash onto Carsey, but Hilly actually does a great job at charming him up, so he doesn't get to Corki before they've actually already slain the Atakan. So he doesn't collect that shutdown onto the Corki.
And you can see, there's damage happening. The Smolder, the Varus are hitting.
But the jungle differential. This Zyra has such an easy time just poking it down while this Taliyah gets hit by one Ambessa ult, she's dead. One Zyra E, she's dead. One Yone ult, she's dead.
And I think it's a bit awkward because oftentimes when we've seen Taliyah be good, it's with you know, some sort of kill combo or setup, and that just isn't really present in this roster. Maybe with the Rel, you could say. But oftentimes when we talk about Taliyah as a mid laner, right, it's all about the Vi combo or some sort of, you know, hard CC combination. And you just don't have that for Sheo, which means that the champion who can spawn little plants that poke you just feels so much better in the vast majority of circumstances.
Yeah, Zyra requires a lot less setup. Typically when we see the Taliyah, I'd really like to see maybe like a Nautilus or the Vi and Taliyah mid, but you can see
the poke.
She's dead.
Sheo buys a bit more time with the Seekers. Rocket timing a bit off from Carsey, denies that kill. Hylissang still chasing. Quick. A lot of the CC. Carlson wants to send him back. It doesn't matter. It's just the false life.
Okay, fair enough. Hilly going a bit crazy. Oh, Chayak.
Chayak flash, though. He's committed to holding on to that buff.
Smolder is stacking up, and he has at 2.5 items. He's actually only down 400 gold.
It's the new contrast. Smolder.
Yeah, in contrast to the rest of his team, he's not doing too bad. I do think once he gets the rapid fire, his game will be a lot easier to play. But can Smolder like 1v9 this game? Because that's kind of what he has to do.
It's a tall, that's really
tall
tough.
order.
Yeah, that's a really, I don't know is the answer.
Oh,
no
really?
would be my assumption, but we've seen crazier things happen in our league.
I mean, the biggest saving grace that Thematic has is the fact that they only have 2 Drakes on the side, no, 3 Drakes on the side of Vitality, and it's a Chemtech Soul in 4 minutes, which isn't the most impactful. You could just drop it, and you can still take, like, you can still easily win the game. Like Chemtech Soul, when your champions are this squishy, is pretty useless.
Good to have. Although
it's good to have, but it's not the end of the world to give.
It does make Chayak and Knock-Knocko very scary, is what I will say. But it's certainly better than any of the other Dragon-based alternatives, as Flacket has now been caught out. Public Execution does not hit!
It's a nice sidestep there.
Pixels off!
But Hilly's on a crazy flank.
Can they keep poking him?
Can they run him down?
Ulti.
No W.
Hylissang W's out.
Oh, but Knock-Knocko can give him... I think Heretics is in trouble here.
Using that ult does hurt, and Hylissang just manages to walk away. He created a lot of space for his team to walk into enemy jungle for free.
Yeah, I was thinking there maybe they could collapse onto Team Heretics, but I think Hilly still had no W, or maybe just decided against it. And they're still in a great position here. They just want to get, like, push out this top wave, get full Nash control, and then just slowly choke out Team Heretics from entering. And that way they can just get the Nash for free, and that way they can break all the inhibs.
Okay, Camilla needs to be really careful.
Yeah, he might be caught out there.
This is Psycho. Why did he walk that far forward? Knock-Knocko just going to chase Smolder, now in trouble. Camilla's trying to flash out, but he might just go down in the meantime. Looks like Knock-Knocko should drop, but healthy enough to walk away, and that is a big mistake.
Now, I know what you're thinking. You might have thought Camilla's just inting. Why would he do that? But he wants to stack. I get him. You know, it's so tempting when you're playing Smolder. You got the rapid fire. I mean, of course, it was horrendously bad, and this team might lose Nash. But I understand it.
Okay.
I've done it myself.
Empathetic. Walking up to the mid wave, a dangerous prospect when the rest of your team is not on the map. Fell for the trap.
Does a lot of damage.
But you highlighted, this team is very squishy. Ambessa flanking Sheo, looks like he's playing more for the steal. Now they might play to collapse on the Ambessa because the rest of the team is forced to pull away. So while it is a bit awkward, ultimately the Nash is not taken.
Yeah, it's not too bad for Team Heretics after all. The fact that they're able to... Oh, Hilly's alone here.
Hoping, I think, maybe for...
But he is so mobile on this Rakan, and he's just everywhere. He can do whatever he wants.
He would have sat in that bush for a minute to wait for the next fight. And I think it probably would have been the right call, because the flank from Rakan at this point, I think, is the backbreaker for Team Heretics.
Yeah, he could sit in a bush for 1 minute, but I would like to see him recall for wards instead.
All right. Not very EU support-minded of you.
But yeah, I mean, the fact that they don't get that Nash, I think just means that the game is going to come down to this Drake. My question is, does Fnatic want to fight it, or do they want to drop it? The advantage of dropping it is you don't need to fight. The downside is you will eventually need to fight around Nash, and they have now Soul.
Yeah, you're basically, will you trade 2 to 3 minutes more of time for a Chemtech Soul?
Yeah.
And it might be enough, but given that Camilo's already crossed the 225,
yeah, I don't think Smolder is going to get much
3
stronger.
items. Yeah, that's kind of the big break point, right? The stats still
I mean, he will get stronger, but it's not like he's not waiting for anything right now.
Yeah. I mean, now he's going defensive items, right? I'm guessing maybe Seeker's next. GA, I don't think is the... GA will feel better and be better in terms of stats, but I
think more like Randuin's or something. Or even Jack Show. I think Sonis is not that useful.
It's hard because you want lifesteal against the poke, and
yeah, I was hoping for BT. BT Forp, I think, is the best option, but Stan.
Just can't find an angle. Vision set up mid lane.
Carciel's opted for the rapid fire third here to try to match some of this range from Team Heretics' composition.
I mean, we are one good ulti from Flacket away from a pretty solid engage. The downside is the same is true of one good ulti from Chayak or Hylissang.
Or Noo-Noo.
Or Noo-Noo.
Or Linsa's E.
Pretty much one good ulti from Vitality should win the fight in their favor. Now they're using...
Vitality is choosing to go fully onto this Nash here and just starting it up. This could be risky.
Noo-Noo waiting over the wall, though. Last 2 public executions haven't connected. This one will, however. Camilo caught out, not going to be able to walk away. Just barely flapping over the wall.
Oh, Noo-Noo was playing this so
But
beautifully.
the Baron's down.
He absorbs pressure from all 5 of Team Heretics members and just allows his team to easily finish off this Nash, and now they can pivot it to Soul.
Yeah, I think that's it.
They don't even want the Soul. They're just going for
I think
turns.
at this point, why? You said it, the Chemtech's not super valuable. They can get it on the way out. Why waste their time when they have their waves in a good position? Bot wave needs to be attended to. Top wave, mid wave, finally going to get answered here. Track doesn't have an additional member, so can't walk up, but we'll just knock down this tier 2 for free. They're grabbing the Drake in the meantime.
Yeah, Kars is going to finish off this Drake while he is alone, split pushing on bot. This is classic ADC. We always like the Drakes, you know?
Yeah. If we revert Smolder to OG Smolder,
yeah,
our team, Heretics, winning this game.
I mean, they could have certainly stole it for a very long time.
True, I forgot about the ulti. I was just thinking about the passive power on the Q.
Yeah, but also the Q, like the AoE damage on the Q was way more. So, yeah, they could maybe win.
Maybe.
But the problem is, I think, with the other 4 champions, not so much the Smolder.
It is very hard.
Maybe it was Jace from Arcane.
Which episode? Which season is the better question? Season 1 Jace, kind of useless. Hung out, got bribed, did not do much.
Bro, spoilers.
All right, sorry. It's my bad. Turret falling, Team Heretics getting split across the map. Really good use of 3 lanes of pressure from Vitality. Have to say, this is what you want to be doing if you want to close out cleanly. Don't give Team Heretics a chance to group as 5 and clear a wave.
Yeah, and this is a problem with the Team Heretics comp. You don't have any reliable sort of engage, so it's so easy for Vitality to just play these 3 lanes. They're going to get triple inhib, and they're going to try to end the game.
3 inhibs down. Final stand for Team Heretics. Baron empowered minions piling in. Camilo already losing half his health. Part of the fight there's not even a fight happening. They're just poking for free.
Nexus Star's already down.
Getting chunked out. There's just so many cannon minions. And plants. Oh, yeah, this is... Oh, they're getting grouped up. Chayak's looking for the angle.
They don't even need to fight them.
Going in, Sten tries to start something. Sheo immediately falling up to try to burn down Carzzy, but Carzzy still has a flash, and the rest of the base is just falling apart. Ulti in from Chayak. He can hit the base, but he wants to hit Camilo first. Takes the kill, takes the game. Vitality clean from start to finish, giving almost nothing to Team Heretics.
This is a very clean, decisive win from Vitality, but I have to criticize Heretics a little bit. They did kind of nothing the whole game.
Yeah.
And I need to see more proactivity from this roster. I want to see drafting more engage and just allow for more fighting to happen.
It's something we'll have to see. Of course, in the meantime, at Twitter, or on X, excuse me, at LEC, key player of the game, Linsis, Chayak, Hylissang. But they will have time. They have tomorrow to play, and of course, a week off before we head into Fearless for all of our teams to develop, to grow. But Vitality on an upwards trajectory. A rough start, to be sure, 4-4. Maybe not the cleanest record, but ultimately it's enough to get you into playoffs. It's enough to buy you more time, show us more of what you can do. For now, though, we're going to head to a quick break. When we return, an interview with Hylissang in our 5th game of the day. Don't go anywhere.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Welcome back to the LEC. Genie here standing by with Hilly from Vitality in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. You guys are going to playoffs, so let's talk about that first, because I would love to know how that feels.
It feels good that we made it, but for me it's like nothing special, honestly. It's expected, I feel like. I mean, last year wasn't the best, right? But I feel like this is rather exception than, you know. It's my first time I miss playoffs ever, so it's like, for me, playoffs is just, you know, I belong there in a way.
Just another day in the office for Hilly. So when you're looking at playoffs particularly and how this game went, I felt like your composition was just really strong. We're going to look at best of threes. We're going to be looking at fearless draft. Is there a specific way that the team is preparing for that?
For now, I think we don't really do anything special about like fearless draft. We just try to practice compositions and what we like and just map movements. But yeah, I think we had like very strong comp today. We had like very season, I don't even know what season is now, but like late champs, like new champs, like Yon and Bessa. And I think Zyra is very fast in the jungle and like it's not fun to play row into Zyra. She just pokes you from 2 screens away. And yeah, Corki is also broken, so I don't know.
It sounds like you had experience with that. Like, that sounded like it was painful, but thank you so much for the time for your interview. We do appreciate it. Congratulations on a win and on playoffs. We are going to be heading it over to our desk for the last game of today, G2 against Movistar Core.
Thank you, Ginny. A lot of things to say about this matchup. Leave this Gnar alone, for the love of God,
He's
please.
so excited for this game, just like I am.
And we're all excited for this game, and I think it makes sense because you see G2, you see MKOI, everything G2 has not been able to do, actually, since the beginning of the year, versus everything MKOI has been able to do. Who's favored in this matchup?
Well,
I don't even know.
Actually, despite MKOI looking a bit weak yesterday, I still think they're favored. I think one of the things that MKOI does really well is play with tempo. One of the things that G2 at least were able to punish against Rogue yesterday was Rogue's lack of use of tempo because they know how to play side lanes with caps. But I think MKOI has played against G2 a lot, and they understand how G2 wants to play through a side lane with caps. They understand the way that they want to use their tempo. The problem is that, well, at least the problem for G2 is that MKOI is not Rogue. They're not slow. They're going to be fast. They're going to be trying matching you. And I think if Scuman falls behind to Alioya, if Laprov isn't performing against Alvaro, because those two members have struggled a bit, I think the tempo of MKOI can be a bit difficult for G2.
See, this is usually where I would be like, oh yeah, but G2, they're going to be doing all of this, and that's why they can win. But I think that MKOI is also the favorite coming into today because we have been seeing a lot of slip-ups from G2. I do think that the draft to have a lot of fail-safes. We saw the Cho'Gath Vi combo yesterday. Caps had a great game. But I do feel like against MKOI, having these sort of slip-ups in the early game, you just can't do when Elio and Alvaro already take over the game, you know, and also pre-facing mid-matchup with Jojo and Caps. I do think that Jojo leveled up MDK, even though he had a little bit of an oopsie yesterday, and I think he let the game slip out of his hand. I still feel like he has been a great addition, and I think it's going to be a big factor into today's game.
I mean, I agree with that, but I also think that if G2 is going to win today, it is going to be through a slip-up in the mid lane, and it is going to be through Caps still winning, because despite their struggles, I think Caps has been still the best mid laner in the league.
I mean, we have evidence of how this matchup goes in the mid lane 2022 MSI, Jojo Pyun versus Caps, and we know how this one went. I'm sorry, Jojo Pyun, that we have to show this. It was your debut, but it was ugly games for him, especially in the mid lane.
Legends say this is why Jojo is calling for mid resources to this day, because G2 was very adamant at playing for Caps, and they still are. But I mean, they learned what it means to play against one of the best in the West, and I mean, Caps had a on-fire tournament there as well.
You know, now he was getting punished and bullied on mid a lot, but now he's also on a team that they love to do this. They want to have someone, Elio and Alvaro want to have someone that they can play through, and right now, this is the time for Jojo to reverse those stats, because being 1-7 against Caps all time, well, it's a bit scuffed, you know, because it's realistically only one tournament. But I feel like now he's in the prime position to reverse these stats and make a better name for himself.
Yeah, but as you said, they haven't played against each other since 2022. And while that does say 7-1, I want to remind fans that MSI 2022 had a bit of a scuff format, and that was when we had the 3 groups, at least for G2, EG, and Order at that time. So, like, they were playing against each other 4 times in that tournament, and then they played against later on as well when they met. So, I mean, it is a bit skewed, and I think back then Jojo was a lot more raw. I think he's a lot more refined in his gameplay. You still see some of the rawness. I mean, we saw that yesterday. But I still think that he's a different mid laner than he was back then.
Yeah, different time, different history, but a matchup that will serve in the mid lane. And ahead of this game, we caught up with Jojo Pyun, so Ginny, take it away.
Hi everyone, Gina here, and I'm joined with Jojo ahead of your matchup against G2. I would love to have a conversation because obviously you have a lot to say when it comes to European mid laners. So you're going up against Caps, like the GOAT of Western mid laners.
Yeah,
I mean, I think it's going to be a fun match. I respect him a lot as a mid laner. And I agree that he's like by far the best Western mid laner. So I think G2 this split is not looking too good, but I still think he's playing pretty well. So it's going to be a good matchup.
When it comes to your experience with Caps, is there like a particular game, maybe against like a Bird, that stands out?
I mean, we lost to them 6 times in a row my rookie year, so it was kind of tough. But I feel like the Nivea game 1, I didn't even know what that champ did, so that definitely stood out to me. I'm like, okay, it's smart what they did. They picked a champ that nobody plays, and I don't really have experience versing it, so I didn't really knew how it worked or its damage or anything. So I think that was pretty smart, and that was probably the most memorable game, yeah.
Are you like more prepared this time? Is there any champ they could like pull out that you're not
I mean, not really. I feel like my understanding on champions definitely got better the past 3 years, but I still think today's going to be a hard matchup, and we can't, you know, it's regular season at the end of the day, and I think G2's in, I don't know if they're in playoffs or not, but we're in playoffs already, but still, I think this is a really good match just to see our strength right now and our weaknesses right now, so, yeah.
I think especially as you're mentioning, when you're looking at G2 as a team, they haven't necessarily been hitting the heights that they have historically been hitting, but it's still like such a great banner to add to the teams that you have been able to defeat, because you guys have had such a strong season. Is there a different approach that you have as a mid laner when you're going up against someone like Caps or a team like G2, or is it just you take it game by game?
I mean, it's definitely like, I feel like I'm not changing my playstyle too much. I just know that the enemy mid is going to exploit the mistakes I do more. So, for example, I just have to play on my game more and not greed or not waste tempo too much because, for example, Caps is going to take advantage of that versus, I don't know, a mid laner that's not too good, right? So just, it makes it much more fun too because any like small mistake that both of us make, we can take advantage of pretty easily. So it's much more fun and much more easy to get in flow. So, yeah.
That's good to hear. I'm looking forward to how this mid lane matchup is going to play out, but the game in general. Do you have any predictions or any words you would like to share ahead of the game? You can be nice this time.
I mean, like, G2 is low-key not what they used to be, but it's just one split, so we'll see. But honestly, I mean, this is right before the match, so I'm just trying to get in the zone, so I'm not really thinking too much about what to say, but yeah. Maybe after the match, I'll think of something.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ginny. Thank you, Jojo Pune. See the players walking in. I was going to say mean mugging, but they're all smiling.
Yeah, surprisingly nice, Jojo. Yeah. I feel like didn't really have any very toxic words
I think the flame is sometimes reserved for Twitter. But he's not. I respect about Jojo. He talks trash before the game on Twitter, and I respect that. Anyone who talks trash after the game, it's like, bro, come on, put your money where your mouth is.
Oh, Broken Blade.
Oh my gosh. We stand a short king in this house.
He's ready. Why do you have to bring up his height?
Bro, I said we stand. I'm about it.
Okay.
It just is what it is. The man is a legend.
Now the question is, will G2 reclaim their glory?
Oh yeah, you were trying to build up the stakes?
Yeah.
Say Legacy Dynasty Kings. Just a, oh yeah. Yeah, there it is. Oh, said Kings.
Goosebumps.
You're a part of history now. Anyway, I like that, you know, he brought up the point about G2. He said they're low-key, not who they used to be, which I think we have seen. Yesterday, they really brought a lot of the strength that they brought last year, which was just outmaneuvering on the map. See if they can do the same against Koi today. But I'm really, really, really hoping for a bloodbath. Both these teams like to fight, and they're so damn good at it. I hope we get a lot of it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be all about this mid lane matchup. I feel like G2, even though they've had a rough split so far, Caps for me has just, he's shown up. And I think he had one bad game. But other than that, I feel like he's just been really, really consistent. And if there is a player I would target on Koi, I think it's still Jojo. So I want to see G2 run that back. Let's cap him.
What's the plan going to be? Okay, so they banned Cassante, which I generally like if you're not going to first pick it yourself. Don't want to give away that free. And Mirwan has, I think, stepped up in a big way, too, while people mostly focus on Jojo because he's that new player. Mirwan has been a threat, mostly, admittedly, on the Cassante and the Ambessa, but being able to be so consistently a problem for the enemy team is nice growth from Mirwan compared to last year.
And it's going to be the Draven ban for Koi here, so you can see they're really targeting out Hansama's champion pool with the Draven and Kalista. They really don't want to give him a strong early laning ADC, which for me just tells me even more that this game is probably going to be more about mid jungle and top rather than bot lane. And it's, I would love to see the Astral first pick over the Varus. I think Astral's better than Varus. I think it provides a stronger early game, better team fighting, more safety, and it's harder to play and a bit harder to pull off, but the upside is so much higher. Now Hansama, for me, not a typically big Astral player. I think But taking it away, however, from Supa is really, really good. And they're probably just going to answer with the Varus and probably go poke Varus. And we're going to have kind of range versus range in the ADC department.
Did not die the last time he picked it up Hansama, but I agree. Historically, not necessarily the most iconic Hansama champion. The Varus, a very conventional answer. We'll see if it's on hit or the more common against Ezreal kind of lethality build. What is Elyoyo's option today? I think we're going to simplify. Nidalee, you know, not my favorite. I'm going to say is not it. I know a lot of people believe. I don't believe. And the Vi is always it. Vi, so good. We saw Razork earlier today put on a masterclass. See if Elyoyo can emulate that.
And the Vi is so good into that Ezreal. I said gives you that point and click engage that you really desperately need against a champion. But I love the Wukong answer. Wukong for me is maybe the most underrated jungler right now. Every game I see him in, he just looks so obnoxiously strong. He has really good engage. The only weakness is his early game clear speed, but his level 6 power spike is great. His scaling is great. And everything about him is so big.
Yeah, I mean, a transition from what we saw in the first 2 weeks. We talked about it, people really focusing on range, but now hard engage options are the name of the game. And Wukong is just going to outscale the Vi short of a massive gold lead, right? Just the ability to CC so many different targets, the cooldown reset on the Q.
I would say yes, he outscales in the fighting department, but Vi offers more of like this snap point and click engage that Wukong can never really bring. Wukong wants a long drawn out fight where he can get both ticks of the Cyclone and really stack up his passive, while Vi wants more of a fast, snappy fight. So while I prefer the Wukong later on in the game, I think Vi always has a win con against it.
Especially if it's paired with something like the lethality bar, so that we'll still have to see the options. But Koi, credit to them, matching fire with fire here, getting the Rakan for themselves. Rakan has looked fantastic today in the LEC. And while Leona does have a lot of positive interactions, I think, into Rakan as a pick, it always feels like Rakan is the one who gets to kind of set the pace, set the tone.
Yeah, Rakan is just so slippery. He outranges the Leona in the auto attack department, so he can always space her. And it's just like a really comfortable matchup to play as the Rakan. The only real worry you have to worry about is like Leona flash queuing you and you getting fully one-shot. But as long as you're playing around that window, you have so much more freedom than Leona does. And you also can go for much deeper vision than Leona because you have all that mobility. And in my opinion, it's like one of the nicest bot lane matchups to play is when you have that Rakan into the Leona.
Yeah, as long as you make it through the laning phase, I feel like pretty comfortable, pretty cozy. Maokai taken, so I guess limiting potential creative follow-ups here.
As so well as thinking at Bessa. They could play Maokai top here. That's why they're running it out. That's interesting.
Not sure if it's shown up in scrims, but it is a champion that has obviously, or that I've heard has shown up in scrims. Not sure if these teams have been playing it, but the Gnar and the Ambessa both taken. They do not want to give a safe, easy blind pick to Mirwin. So one of the solo laners is going to have to bite the bullet here in blind pick.
Did Koi miss a ban? They didn't. Or is it a spectator bug? I think they missed the ban. It's going to be Taliyah here on 4. I really like this Taliyah Vi combo. And I think this 4-5 from G2 is really going to determine whether we're going to see lethality or on-hit Varus. And they could even send the Varus top. I mean, Mirwin has played it. I think it's very unlikely in this meta, but it's a potential flex.
Something to keep your eye on. I'll check when we get in game as to where the 5th ban went, but the Ornn...
G2 are going for that nice and simple comp.
I like this.
Just fully send it.
Ornn, Wukong, Leona.
Now maybe
Ornn and Leona
I think
just get to stand
Orianna,
a mile away.
Last pick Orianna here.
Don't.
Or just, I think Orianna is great here. It's just good matchup into Taliyah, and it follows up on the, Aurora, nearly Orianna.
Also good. Also keeps them in a circle that they can walk out of, but they'll get slowed.
Yeah. And I think the biggest upside of it is that it's much harder to kill the Aurora on mid lane for the Vi, while if you lock it in a mobile mage into this Vi Taliyah combo, it's very scary.
And just an update from our side, the missing ban is Victor. There was a ban, it is Victor, it just did not show up correctly on our HUD. So taking away that control mage option. Gwen!
Wow. And Mirwin, we had a joke.
There we go. I was waiting for EU's #1 Gwen enthusiast, Emia's #1 Gwen.
I played with Mirwin end of 2023, and we had a joke that whenever we were scrimming, we would get our 1 daily free Gwen win. Because whenever he would lock in Gwen, he would just 1v9. I'm very familiar with his Gwen. I think it's very, very good. He was one of the few players that built like full AP on Gwen rather than this kind of less useful hybrid build. And he was always one-shotting. And it looks like a really good Gwen game. Very melee-heavy comp here from G2. So I'm excited to see what he can do with it.
Let's find out. Some spicy picks, some interesting drafts. G2, you know, a bit safer than I think we're used to seeing this team go for, but I like it. A return to the fundamentals. Ornn, team fighting. Some good front to back, some good safety for your respective carries on the opposite side. The Gwen, kind of the curveball here. Jojo getting the Taliyah from himself. We'll see what that mid lane matchup looks like. A lot of history there, as we heard from the desk. We'll see who comes out on top in the 1v1. It's time. MKOI, G2.
And if there's one thing I feel like we've seen in the LEC the last few days, it's been just making it simple is the way to go. If you have good champions to pull the trigger and you're willing and able to play them, you will have a good time.
I also just think getting the reps in now before Fearless makes a lot of sense because it's like if you win one draft with your Ambessa, you know, Vi, and then next game you just play full scaling, that feels like a pretty good recipe for a 2-0 to me.
The only thing that I have worries about Koi's comp here, because it's a very squishy comp, you don't really have any true tank, while G2 has 2 true tanks and a bruiser. If I'm the Varus this game, who is helping me survive? I have my Taliyah that can kind of set me up, but I more so have selfish champions in the Vi and Gwen that just want to go in on enemy backline. So I could see this being hard to play, like on-hit Varus game as you're playing this immobile carry, and maybe G2 is going to look for a late invade here.
And I think the struggle is if you go lethality, you're never doing damage to the Ornn or the Wukong probably.
Yeah.
And if you go on hit, you're going to have to glide on people because you don't actually have any tools to survive the dive other than your flash, other than your cleanse.
And Koi here is thinking that this would be a swap as they see the Ornn and they know they have the Gwen into it. But it is actually going to be standard lanes. But Ornn is waiting to show to, I think, deny XP from the Gwen on top lane. Very interesting start here, and they also late invaded bot, so it's going to be a split map situation, very similar to the to the Fnatic K-Corp game that we just had, where they also late invaded the Vi, and this is kind of a common occurrence as Vi's biggest weakness is her early game.
See if Elyoya recognizes this and tries to Vault Breaker over the wall, avoid some of that vision, and invade, get something back. Broken Blade taking control of the lane early. Good patience, as you highlighted, to wait to walk into that lane. But an early level 2 means a huge chunk onto Hans Sama. Gleaming Quill heals up most of the damage that's fired back onto Alvaro.
Alvaro.
Yin. Body block there with the Guardian. More autos coming back from Supa. Gonna proc the Blight stacks as well. They're trying to keep Lebrov low. Going in, trying to get fancy with the Lebrov. Tries to get too tricky. Excuse me, Alvaro tries to get too tricky. Lebrov getting the kill. Supa trying to fire back. That arrow misses. That's devastating. Double kill for the G2.
It's a disaster for Koi. Everything goes wrong. They're fighting on the weak side. Wukong's behind them. Supa recognized it, so he knows he needs to go in, but nothing goes their way, and it's just overforced by Alvaro.
It's a diffy in the hiffy. It's a hands diff, my friend.
It's a beautiful flash by Lebrov. Let's watch it back here. I mean, this Lebrov, like Alvaro has the right idea. Leona has no spells, but Leona does a really good flash, flashes in to actually dodge the, I mean, it wouldn't actually matter, but it was a really good flash. And then the Hans Sama, beautiful flash on the Supa Q, and hits the Q.
Hey, look at that smile. Oof. That's a nice way to start the game.
Yeah.
This is, yeah.
Tier longsword on this Ezreal.
Free tier, free longsword is pretty devastating for the lane. Alvaro is deciding he wants to make impact elsewhere on the map. The flash does catch Caps.
Alvaro's there to match it.
This is tough.
That's just Alvaro flash burnt for free. You can see the desperation kind of setting in there, but Lebrov is playing this game really cleanly, matching this roam. He makes sure to not show, so Alvaro still actually goes for the play.
And I think this is big for G2 when you look at future development, which is kind of the expectation for both these teams, right? They're probably more focused on playoffs than they necessarily are on worrying about placement in the context of playoffs, given that they've both already qualified. And Lebrov was the one who stuck out at first in those first few weeks and those first few losses. Wasn't quite on the same page. This game, looking like a very different story. Outplaying the 2v2 in mid when he needed to be to stop the counterplay coming in from Alvaro.
Yeah, and I'm pretty big on Lebrov. I think he's really good. I think he had a really poor first few games, but from my experience of playing with him in solo queue and playing scrims against him, I've always felt like he was very good mechanically and just a very solid player. And as well, playing against Skewmon last year, I feel like G2 really got a really talented support jungle, and maybe they were choking a little bit, they had some bad first few games, but I think they've been able to show, and they are showing, much, much better performance now.
then the kind of the comfortable position for G2 is that you have 3 core components of a veteran lineup that you can still manage to put together some wins, even when those 2 new components, these 2 new players, aren't quite 100% synced with the team, haven't had that time to gel, to mesh, and it's only going to get better as the year goes further. McCoy in a bit of a deficit here early on. Labrov, nice initial lockup. Alvaro looking to get aggressive. Skewmon here to cover, but in the meantime, in the mid lane, we have a 1v1. Cap trying to get away from Jojo Pune. Threaded volley, forces the flash in the 1v1, does not want to overcommit.
Skewmon's matching this bot gank, but it doesn't look like anything is really going to happen. Oh.
Labrov.
Alvaro might be in trouble.
Alvaro just going to get deleted. Tries to battle dance back. Labrov already going in. Alvaro desperately trying to run away. One more auto should just finish the job. Skewmon grabbing the kill. El Yoyo and Super trying to get something back, but Alvaro can't get anything done. Another one going to fall. McCoy, devastating bot side play.
Oh my god, G2 is getting everything. They get the feats of strength. I mean, the warfare part of it, and they're just 3 kills on this Ezreal. He is getting so fed and so accelerated towards this Triforce, and he's going to be a menace.
And again, praise to Labrov. Come under a lot of scrutiny, but this is a fantastic game.
It's really good. Like, even though Ezreal is far here, Labrov recognizes that Alvaro is so low, and you can see Labrov doesn't actually aim his E for the Rakan. He aims it for the Vi and the Varus, because he wants more. He doesn't just want to kill the Rakan, he wants to kill them all.
And he's also aware that if the Rakan goes back, he's right where he needs to be. He's there to cover Aftershock, not quite able to dodge that last bit of damage from Supa, so he does lose his life. But G2 in an excellent position. Yesterday it was so many kills going against them early game. They needed to rely to fall back on a clean mid-game, clean macro, better side lane controlled. That is not the story of today's game. It is just dominance in that bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, and if you are a Koi fan, I think the worst person to get fed on G2 is Ezreal. Because Ezreal has such a comfy time playing against this Taliyah, playing against this Gwen. He can just outrange them and has so much mobility to avoid them. And it all comes really down to Elyoya then finding him in these team fights.
Caps flicked back there. Well played by Jojo, getting some damage down as Mirwin now. Level 7, good damage here. Does he want to go in onto BB? BB flash out. And this 1v1 maybe where they can make more of a difference, but this is part of the reason why you highlighted is Ezreal being the problem. Even if they bully this Ornn, if he gets to ult and make space for Hansama to do work, he can carry these fights.
I want to highlight though that Koi solo laners this game are very solid. Blowing both flash on mid and top solo, that's very good. And it might be able to set up Elyoya for some type of gank in the near future.
It is only a 500 gold difference. All those kills only amounting to 400 gold in Hansama's favor. Obviously 4 assists going to Alvaro, but it hasn't resulted in a massive item spike, even if it's put Supa in a relatively uncomfortable position.
Yeah, and it's kind of not normal that that happens, because normally when you get these kills, you would also accompany it with a CS lead with plates, but Koi is actually stabilized rather well and have been able to get a plate. They're equal to up in CS on the Varus. So in kill score, the game looks really rough. But in terms of actually gold and items, the game is quite close to equal. The biggest thing there is the XP lead. You saw Supa now just hit level 6, while Hansama is about to hit level 7. And levels in League right now are incredibly important, and it will allow Hansama to continue winning the 1v1 and continue to pressure Supa.
Supa also down a bit in terms of itemizations. Vamp Scepter nice to have to deal with the poke, but the Sheen early item spike does really suck to deal with.
Bravo's a bit of a shad here. Just hitting Alvaro as he walks into the bush.
Burning your Aftershock can be a bit risky, but they've got the wave in their favor. They don't need to worry about too much. Supa might walk up to try to cancel.
Gets cancelled. Let's see if Hansama finishes the base. They might look to swap here for potential second grubs. Yeah, it looks like that's what they're going to do. Maybe Koi recognizes it and looks to match. Let's see where Gwen goes. Looks like, I think Mirwin is very intelligent here. He's going to open towards mid, and then he's going to see where Ezreal goes. If Ezreal goes top, he'll go bot. And if Ezreal goes bot, he'll go top. Let's see.
Giving himself that option. Ulti from Hansama.
This is a really good cancel. Really good cancel by Hansama.
That's a connoisseur's play. If you're like, wow, who cares? Stop the back. It's like 8 seconds. It really matters. It adds up.
Yeah.
It's not flashy in a cool way, but it's flashy in a nerdy way.
It's a huge tempo lead for G2 now. Although Hansama might be caught here. Vi and Gwen are here, and he has nobody to back him up.
Oh, you're moving in.
Hansama's in trouble.
Hansama, how do you get out of this one? Point and click, not going to give him any time to maneuver. Mir1 following up with an ulti. Hansama's got nowhere left to go. Shut down to the Gwen could be devastating. LeBron and Caps trying to get a play down in the meantime. Nice flick back coming in from Jojo. Caps initially interrupting it, and in goes the Wukong. Supa will try to follow, but just 1 for 1.
G2 there are a bit disjointed. Hansama wants to hit this top tower, but his team would rather look for a play in the enemy jungle, so he ends up getting caught out. But luckily, G2 are able to capitalize and get a pick of their own. But this is plates for Gwen. With the Demolish, she's gonna get 2 plates.
Big gold.
And she gets the shutdown onto the Ezreal.
Early Nash is going to make the matchup easier, although I doubt Broken Blade's going to look to match up against this Gwen anytime soon. We'll just do his best to clear out these waves. Supa has to be careful here. Hansama does have flash, ulti right around the corner. Yeah, Supa's just going to back away. He knows he could not step up to contest.
Supa didn't end up basing, I think, after he had his flash blown. So now he's in a tough position here where Hansama's just come from base. And you're laning half HP against the poking champion. But Elyoya is around mid again. He has no ulti, however.
A bit awkward there. Might have wanted the Q for the wave, but doesn't know if he can get the push out. In the meantime, Skumon just going to pick up the grubs.
This is a huge saving grace for G2 here, that they get 6 grubs. Denying grubs from Gwen is so crucial for them. And this feels really, really bad for Koi. Really would want to get at least 1 or 2.
It also makes it so if you do lose a fight, it's going to be that much more punishing. Elyoya trades back. He does get the Drake, but it's not a second Drake, right? Was only able to trade 1 for 2 spawns of the grubs.
Yeah.
1 more objective, and G2 will have the feats of strength.
No flash.
Brav caught out, knock up there, layering the CC very well, but the Aftershock still keeping him alive for an extra second. Jojo going to grab the kill.
G2 are still looking a bit rusty or disjointed here and there. They're giving the Drake, so why is Lebrov face-checking into them? But Koi and both teams, I think, are really willing to punish these hints of disjointedness.
Gwen not going to TP back to top lane. You saw Skumon hiding in the brush, waiting, maybe hoping to catch a greedy TP there. Koi going to be a bit late. They'll lose out on the plate, as well as about half a wave. But Gwen does go bot lane and sets up, unbeknownst to Broken Blade. We'll now spot him.
You can see a little bit there the power of 6 grubs.
Oh, this is the burst of the Ornn, though. Yeah. Those short trades. Obviously, Gwen has the sustain, but...
What do you think the hard feel on Ornn? I kind of like it.
It's dopamine, for sure. Yeah. She's going to shred no matter what you do. Yeah. Build HP, have enough damage to one-shot enemy Varus if he ever walks into you.
Or Gwen. I mean, Ornn in this matchup, it's an interesting matchup in the sense that Ornn can always kind of have kill windows on Gwen, because if you layer all of your spells correctly, you have a ton of burst. And he also is actually a level up, despite everything.
Broken Blade did have a ton of time in the bottom lane isolated, right?
I'm trolling a bit, actually. If you look at Gwen's XP bar, it's like...
almost exactly the same.
Yeah.
But for a brief moment, the level advantage is there.
Oh, Broken Blade might be in trouble.
But he got the dopamine from the stacks, and he sidestepped the ulti.
Worth?
It's not worth, for those wondering. Losing the flash a little bit difficult, but Mir1 won't be able to do much until his ulti's back off cooldown.
Oh? I was thinking Elyoya might look for something there, but he just Qs, tries to stay out of fog, so he doesn't get spotted.
Set up on the top side. Jojo has to be careful about walking up to this tower. It does look like he's farming Krugs in the meantime. Just wants a bit more gold. Did go Archangels first. So pretty defensive choice here.
Oh, Supa might be in trouble here.
X-Flash coming from Brav. Supa. That's a close one. Bit of a clench. Cap's now walking off. There's so many things that look like they might be kills and they just keep not being kills.
So you can see G2 here is playing through mid, while Koi recognizes G2's mid is way stronger, so they're playing around top. Oh, but they're kind of overstaying here, hitting mid tower.
Going in. Ulti onto Hansama. Do they have enough tools to peel back? Good ulti coming in from Supa, or it would be if it hit the real monkey. Clone. Clutch from Skumon.
And you can see it's so hard to get onto this Ezreal. He really needs to be very far forward to get onto him. Or you need to layer a good Q flash from the Vi to really CC chain him. That's kind of the power of this champion that I talked about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good call out.
I really think Ezreal is just much better than Lethality Varus because it allows you to play so much more aggressive as it gives you that defensive tool.
Also just annoying that you can just block Supa's ultimate anytime you want with Wukong W. Does still spread, of course, but
yeah, that's true.
Easy to walk away.
Caps might be in trouble here.
As he
Don't think he spotted Elyoya. Now he spots him.
I recognizes. Can probably just try and ult. Tries to use the weirding to safety. Ulti to walk away. Low health bar. He'll be fine, but he can't stick around.
Jojo chooses not to ulti. I was thinking he might try to follow him. The Brob was close.
Mirwan trying to delete the wave, recognize the potential for a dive. Nice flashback coming in from Mirwan. Supa now going to be in trouble. Good damage traded back. Alvaro here to try and save the day. Hansama will walk away fine. First tower dropping down in the meantime. Supa with a blinking health bar. Lebrov on the chase.
That was close.
Incredibly close. They should get pushed mid. They should be able to get a tower back.
Hansama is very comfortable in this game. He's kind of 1v2ing on mid.
Ulti! Okay, I'm sorry. Lebrov's clean with it. Alvaro didn't even suspect for a second. He wasn't the real target all along.
Oh, and they get the mid tower. G2 is so happy with this. They're just getting everything.
I knew what he was doing when he walked up. I knew somewhere in his brain he's like, I'm gonna ignite or ult this guy. I just never thought it would work.
And this is a tough game from Koi bot lane. Tough early game into getting outplayed like that. Losing the mid tower alone. Kinda gotta rely on Gwen to carry.
Yeah, 1-0. A lot of money in that pocket. Mirwan shredding this tower.
Broken Blade holding on very nicely. Has had to burn the flash a few times, but given up no real kills, not that many plates. And CS-wise, he's only down around 2 waves, which is really not too bad. So, if I'm G2, I'm very happy with this whole game state. But
I mean, you 6 grubs, you denied everything from the Gwen. Only 1 Drake has gone over, so you're not too scared about that scaling aspect.
Looks like they're gonna drop the Herald though, actually. Probably because, I mean, actually, it's because Broken Blade TP'd to bot, and Mirwin had first move to this Herald fight with TP as well. So good decision here from G2.
Koi debated for a second there if they wanted to go for the play on the Ezreal, but they'll just be happy with the map trade.
Yeah.
Conceding 1 Drake to 1, it's going to be a long time before either team sees Soul. It will be interesting to see which...
But I think the Mountain Drake is quite a lot more valuable than this Cloud, just due to the fact you have Ornn, Leona, and...
I mean, as a single Drake?
Yeah.
Most certainly. It will be Infernal. Okay, so scary for both sides.
And they're fully grouping on mid here, putting down the Herald.
Hansama's ulti not really adding any chip damage. Breaking mid would be big. Are they ready for the full-on fist fight?
TP
behind. Good call, Jack. Herald crashes. Ornn ulti. This is the power of the G2 composition. Here comes Cap. The setup is good. Already 1 kill going down. All of Madline's going to need to get the hell out. Alvaro trying to run, but there's nowhere for him to go. Mirwan's here, but it's too late. Jojo running, flashing, eventually dying. Skewmon is now on a rampage.
And G2 is looking clinical. They're taking everything on the map. They're pulling the trigger when they need to, and they're getting everything. Koi have the right idea. They have the Herald. They want to group up. They want to make something happen. But a beautiful flank TP from Caps here sets it all up. And Skewmon and Lebrov pull the trigger alongside Broken Blade.
I mean, there's nothing you could do. It's perfect.
Super just gets 1 shot.
And obviously, Mirwan coming in right now here, far too late. This was the person on the team we talked about, the strongest point on the team. And while he did have TP, it's just too slow to get to the fight. G2 recognized that window of opportunity. Then Varus doesn't do enough damage. No one does enough damage to stop them. Their tools are just better in a fight like that.
Yeah, and now you see 2 item power spikes on this Wukong, on this Astral, and we're approaching Atakan. And I have a hard time seeing how Koi is going to navigate this.
It's really tough. Jojo, again, 1.5 items now. Will eventually start to hurt a bit more, but Hansama doesn't really need to step into threat range too often until he's already been locked up. And this is where things like an Ornn ult and a Leona ult get more terrifying. When you're at a deficit and the enemy team has non-committal CC, they can throw an ulti out. If you get caught, you instantly lose the fight. If you don't, you still can't really jump in and punish them for using that ulti. But maybe a side lane pick.
Broken Blade is kind of sniffing it.
Holding on to W, flashing for a moment. W there to block the initial CC. A lot burned here, but Broken Blade should fall. The Ornn not tanky enough for 3 members. Elyoyo grabbing that kill. Supa running. Caught out. Skewmon just going to go in. Ulti good from Supa. Bob now coming in from Jojo. Pew knocked up initially by the ultimate, but they might be caught in their own trap. Mirwan's still going. Mirwan getting lower and lower. He's got so much AP, but not enough health. Follow up there. Mirwan burning. Alvaro burning. Everybody's falling down, but in the meantime, this fight is split. Hansama caught out, trying to get something back. He will drop from Elyoyo. Mirwan still trying to get a bit more healing. Outplay wants to get it, but no, the Wukong. Clean kill to finish the job. Messy, messy fight.
But it's so nicely played by Koi here. They try to find the pick onto Ornn, and Supa's kind of caught out of position, but his team salvages it really nicely to be able to pick up some kills of their own. And overall, as a comeback play, this was great for Koi. it's a bit too optimistic, this pathing for Supa, and it's also, you're not really reaching the spot play. Questionable decision-making from Supa here.
Is able to ult.
It's a good ult flash, and Alvaro chipping him with the W is really, really good. It's a bit unlucky that it don't have enough damage to actually kill Skumon, because if they did, I think they kill Leona, they kill Astral, and it's clean. But instead, they end up trading a lot less favorably.
They get Hansama, at the very least.
And Mirwin nearly here. Montage.
Close to having that moment. You could see the tension. I think Ramah's eyes tell the story. G2, though, still in a commanding position. 2.2k gold lead. Good fight, good look from MKOI. You can see how strong Mirwin is as he gets closer and closer to that second item. But a 900 gold lead for a Gwen might just not matter in the face of an Ornn who's very comfortably just going to ult in these fights.
I think this is impossible to fight for KOI. They still don't have second item on Varus, Taliyah, or Gwen. I think they might have to drop it.
Oh, but you're just going to keep losing objectives if you lose this. The Drake will also fall too. Oh, Yo-Yo wants the 50-50. Poke there from Hansama, really not
hard
threatened.
to enter here.
Mirwin has ulti, he can try to make the montage, but at 6k, I think they're just here to spectate. Ulti going in, Jojo Pune locked up, Chain CC flawless. Now they're trying to disengage, trying to turn this fight back in their favor. Supa for now untouched. Mirwin still doing relatively well, but a lot of poke coming his direction. Finally going to use the hollowed mist, trying to stay alive as long as he can. Mirwin hoping for the montage, but the CC might be too much. Mirwin extra healing, not nearly enough to get it done, however. Hansama finding kills. Objective still not down. MKOI have not conceded the objective. Hansama, nice backstep. Alvaro, inches away from death.
Bro, Hansama, this game is looking very clean, but Mirwin is so close to making the miracle happen. If he has a little bit more damage there, that could easily have been a triple kill for him.
But miracle's the right word. You are preying on a miracle. Your one angle is this Gwen. G2 are painfully aware of it. Now they're just restarting the objective. TPs from Jojo Puni's up in 3 seconds, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Yeah, they're going to go Atakan into probably the Drake. And it's a really good TP here from Jojo onto the top. He's going to look to push out this wave, and then probably Mirwin is going to push out this bot wave, and ideally you're going to remove all the waves. They have to play with this Atakan. But here, I think Jojo is in a weird position. He's thinking about ulting, but he ends up getting Leona ulted into Ornn ulted and just caught out. His team tries to salvage the play, and Alvaro does a great job here at CCing everybody, and the fight looks completely lost. But look at Mirwin. He kills the Wukong, and then his Q and his E used beautifully, and he nearly kills both the Leon and the Ornn. But it's just not quite enough.
Shadow Flame, obviously powerful. So many fights where it is still very close, and I think that's a testament to how well KOI are playing, despite how pretty terrible the early game ended up being for the bottom side of the map. But it's not, again, getting easier.
Yeah, but I think KOI still have a lot of life left in them. I think if this game can go on for longer and Gwen can get to more items, there becomes a point where Gwen can actually just one-shot people. This champion scales so insanely well.
Execution will be the name of the game. A lot of the time, the creative picks for Mirwin were just about the lane. This is a different case. The Gwen going to be that late game scaling threat.
They're looking for a cheese on top here, but G2 doesn't want to buy it. They just want to play mid and bot. I would like to see KOI just trade here and just hit the tier 2, which looks like what they're doing. I really like this from KOI. Whenever enemy team has Atakan, just don't fight them. Just trade objectives. If you lose tier 2 but trade, you're really happy.
And this is a play they started minutes ago, right? When they TP top lane. Yeah. Jojo set up there knowing that they did not want to fight. Mirwin now just going to ult the wave, delete it as much as he can.
Oh,
maybe in trouble. Mist makes him immune, so he will just walk away at least for a moment. Dashes
Gwen is
out.
immune, baby. Oh, he still doesn't able to get the full wave. So they're able to get the tower.
Is top lane just only champions who've had a historic copy pasta?
Well,
we have Gwen as immune, we have the Cassante copy pasta, we have the Ornn tank, bruiser, hybrid, whatever. Renekton R5.
Oh,
anyway, no, okay. Woo, that's a curse.
Again.
That was fast.
Well, I don't want to be that guy, but top lane has the most OP champs here. So.
Okay. That's not what I said. I just said that they had copy pastas associated with them, but that's fair. Vi just holding on again. The name of the game is clearing the way. If you are not taking a fight against the false life empowered G2.
This cross map starts off being very good for KOI, but ends quite rough for them as they lose Gwen and both mid and bot tier 2. But oh,
now they're chasing.
Jojo?
Flick back is gonna hit. No, cleanse flash from Hansama is good. They get the summoners though. Jojo Pune wants more. Hansama caught out, a little bit more damage coming through. Hansama trying to sidestep, but it's not enough. Jojo full confidence on the play there to try and punish.
And the timing of that play was beautiful. It was just a few seconds after the Atakan runs out, so they get an actual kill on him, which will allow them to push out waves everywhere and finally get some control back on this map.
And they desperately need it. If they had lost another member before this Baron spawn, they likely lose it to G2. And again, G2, when they get first setup, Koi have to fight into them. And the only person who's really kind of comfortable with that is Mirwin. And really only if he has a flank. The Gwen W, not enough to block all of that. Unless G2 just throw away abilities, you know, willy-nilly.
Yeah, and there are two things that I want to highlight on this. One is the item completions now actually look a lot closer. You have 2 items to mostly 2.5 items on the side of G2. And Hansama used both summoners, which makes Elyoya's life so much easier. Now, when Ezreal is posturing very aggressively, it becomes much, much easier for Elyoya to actually pull the trigger, as he only has that Arcane Shift.
Something we'll track. Lock it. We'll give him a little bit of extra defensiveness as Cat starts to push on a sideway. Mirwin trying to set up a trap. A lot of traps from MKoi. This is a classic from last year.
It's really good strategy when you're behind like this. Oh.
Instantly all in on Skewmon. Not even sure if it's a clone. Don't even want to double check. Shielding now coming in. LeBron trying to interrupt the play. Elyoya getting burned down. LeBron on a rampage. Skewmon just spinning his way out to safety. That pick did not work out the way they wanted. Mirwin forced the TP now. Knockback doesn't quite connect from Jojapune. Crucially, now he's just going to drop. Will fall. G2 happy to turn that situation in their favor.
And this might be Nash for G2 here. I love the idea from Koi, but they just don't have the damage to actually kill Skewmon. But Caps
caught up. Ulti there. Caps falling. Shutdown. Baron still started. Mirwin, is he enough on his own to make up for the difference in men? 4 here
They're
in the
still
pit for
going to
G2.
start the Nash.
It's a bit unhinged, but there's no ulti for Mirwin.
Jojo has TP in 20, but this Nash goes fast.
I mean, Supa only has 2 items.
Gwen without ulti is not very strong.
But there's no ultis from the side of G2. Mirwin starting to poke LeBron. Poke there, the rest of G2 now ready to turn. Lock up on the Gwen is there, the mist just fades away, and down goes Mirwin, that's the problem. Does a lot of damage, but only the one defensive tool now. Super running. Broken Blade, oh my god, hitting him with the emote. Playing a bit of Mahjong. Elyoya there trying to cover, but I think he might just give his life in the process too. Vault Breaker out to safety.
It's just too little too late for Koi, even though they get the pick onto Caps. It's just not enough, as they don't have the damage without those crucial ultimates. It's going to be the Nash for G2. It's a good TP by Jojo to get the mid wave at least, and they're trying to buy time, pushing out these waves, but the game looks clearly in favor of G2.
It does, and this is the luxury of G2's composition, is that as long as they don't let Gwen do exactly what she wants to do, as long as they can get her to burn the mist without using all their cooldowns, she's just so squishy still.
Yeah, Cap's just a bit over-eager here. Just wants to go for a little bit too much, but it doesn't actually end up mattering too much, as G2 is just strong enough to actually start the Nash as 4.
And I will say it's been an interesting game in that, in terms of the story, we were all ready for this to be about Jojo and Caps, and certainly they both had some good moments, but it's really been so much more about Mirwin and about the bottom lane of G2, Labrav especially, really shining in this game.
Yeah, I think how the bot lane fights played out and how well Hansama's played this game, it's just really made his mark.
Yeah. 3rd item now, I believe, for Jojo, because he does manage to finish the Void Staff, so a bit more damage. But Broken Blade, of course, also has the Ornn items, additional scaling, so it looks like a 6k gold difference, but in terms of effective stats, it's even bigger than that. He's been able to give out a number to his teammates.
And Gwen is trying to split push here a little bit and force Ornn to recall. But I don't think she can make much progress against the Ornn anymore.
I think he just deletes the wave and walks away.
Yeah. So now does Mirwin try to recall here and defend with his team, or does he just want to power farm?
It's tough. Caps trying to keep 2 points of pressure here, but it looks like the name of the game is pick off Caps. Caps now trying to get away. Ulti holding on to his cooldown as long as possible. LeBron feeling confident after that early game. Albro doing what he can to interrupt, but it does not matter. Jojo deleted. Caps finally using his ultimate. G2 ripping through Koi.
And this is the LeBron that I wanted to see. He's punishing Jojapune in the crucial moments.
Flashing. Still probably going to fall here. There's just too much damage. It doesn't matter.
Asupa's dead too, I think. This is the game for G2. A really nice game for G2 here. I love the aggression from Hansama and Labrov. And overall, they were disciplined and they punished Koi where it mattered.
Certainly did. Impressive game from G2. Demolishing the bot lane in the early game, transitioning into an incredibly clean game across the map, outside of a few picks here or there. And Labrov, really the standout. PGL, of course, just around the corner for us. but a nice way for G2 to not end this week, but end their day 2. Of course, player of the game at LEC on X, Qmon, Hansama, LeBron. I know who I would vote for, although there's a lot of good options.
I think all 3 are pretty good options in this case, actually. I think Skewmon, he made the Wukong look OP, like I said. He was just not dying. And Lebrov was just punishing on every potential wave he could. And Hansama with Astral looked very clean.
And G2, despite a rocky start, just continue to rise, continue to take down top contenders, see how much better they can get.
Yeah,
it's tough. I mean, again, this is, this is a single best of 1 before best of 3s for 2 teams that are already qualified for the next stage. So it's hard to know what to take from this. I think certainly G2 are getting better. G2 are ramping up.
I think G2's death was grossly overstated.
I think people were waiting. People were praying. The haters were praying.
Yeah.
It did not work.
They still look pretty damn good.
They might have slowed
still
down.
got Caps, Broken Blade, Hansama.
Turns out LeBron's popping off.
Yeah. And now the rookies are starting to look good, so
And
I mean, the rookie, I guess.
I mean, again, reminder, like, credit to the support staff as well to take and to work with LeBron to get him from a week 1 performance where it was not hitting. It was not working on a team level, on an individual level, to the confidence that we saw today in such a short period of time.
And against a top team, too.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy with him. I think, for me, this is the LeBron and Skewmon that I kind of expected to see. I didn't think this would be a weaker roster than last year. Maybe, I mean, I think Mickey and Yike are phenomenal players, but I didn't think that they would be a bad team. So I was very surprised with how they performed the first few weeks. And I'm really happy for both G2 and for the league as a whole that it looks like we have a very close race to be the best team in the league.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be completely chaotic as we enter Fearless Draft.
That's going to be good.
For rookies, you come into pro, you play 2 or 3 champions every meta. Now, it's going to have to be 4 or 5. So it's, it's going to be more. And I think it's going to be more things that teams have to be able to adapt to on the fly. Potentially even more room for younger players to show their flair. So many signature picks we never get to see because they're not, good enough for the LEC stage. But I think people have heard enough from us. Ginny is now standing by with Caps in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in.
No, facts, Dracos. You've been yapping all day. Anyway, hi guys, I'm Ginny, and I'm standing by with Caps in a Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. A win for G2, and with how everything went earlier today, playoffs locked. So how are you feeling after this? Because MKOI has been such a strong team throughout the last 2 weeks of winter.
Yeah, we're definitely happy about the win. I think we are starting to turn things around a bit. I think especially the first week, I'm looking at a lot of the Adakan pros, and today we got the Adakan. We also got a good fight around it, so it keeps going well, and I'm happy for that. It's looking good for our playoff chances, so I'm super excited.
You guys are ramping up, and I think, well, it's a fact that a lot of teams have been saying, G2 isn't the G2 that it used to be. G2 might not even make playoffs. We even heard someone say G2 is not even going to be making the World. So how does it feel for you to be able to prove to people that you guys still have what it takes?
Yeah, I mean, I think since after 2019, I think every year people are saying like, oh, G2 is not as good as they were in that year and so forth. But I think we have a lot of things to prove, and we will do so. I have a lot of faith in of course, Broken Blade and Hansama from playing with them for a long time, but also Labrov and Skewmon and all of our coaching staff. And I think that we have a lot of things we want to show this year, especially in Fearless. It's going to be fun to play all the different champs. So yeah, we will win it.
Beautiful. So let's talk about Fearless then, because we have playoffs coming up. And of course, with how things went today, you guys are locked. So we're going to be looking at that. How do you as a player feel about that?
I mean, it's exciting to try out. It's something that we haven't really thought about, or like, yeah, we haven't scrimmed with it yet, right?
Yeah,
but it's something we're definitely going to be experimenting with the next weeks, and to see how it affects the drafts. Of course, we've seen it in LPL, LSK, like a lot of other regions, right? But we haven't gotten to do it ourselves yet. But yeah, it will be fun to try.
One thing as well that we've been hearing a bit is, I mean, which is a fact, again, is the fact that you are so consistent. So regardless of how the team is performing as a whole, it's always like Caps has these games where he genuinely is that difference maker between G2 closing games out and not. And I would love to know from your perspective as an individual, how do you stay that consistent? What's your secret?
I mean, I think, of course, every performance is like a team effort, right? And I think for a lot of years, we've been doing very well as a team, so that's a big help. I think that, of course, playing the game a lot is the key to success. I think thinking about the game, trying all these new champs, fun to play in a raw game.
and yeah, hoping to get some more champs in the Fearless.
Okay, that's cool. So stay humble and play a lot of games. That is your advice. Thank you so much for your interview. Congratulations once again on the win. We are ready to send it over, so we're going to be heading over to PGL with Lord GB, Skumon, and Memento. Bye.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ginny. Thank you, Wholesome Caps, the usual, waving at the crowd. What a nice guy. Welcome to PGL, everyone, with Memento for the first time as a coach. Last time I talked to you, you were a player. So welcome. Thank you for joining us. Skumon, I'm glad you could win today because you're not as good in Noo-Noo as I thought you were. What happened?
Yeah. I mean, I choked it. I wanted to give my top laner a bit of confidence. Like, I think he needed it for today's game.
All right.
And yeah, I mean, he showed up, so I'm really happy with what I did yesterday.
Setting up on the right track. We said before this game that you guys were not favored.
What?
I mean,
How
we
are
were
we
5-2.
not favored?
I mean, they were 5-2, we were 4-3. Makes sense.
No, but would you see the reasoning or not? No, not even.
I mean, I could definitely see the reasoning after our first week.
Okay.
I can see that. But I think, like, people take a lot of things from just 1 week to another. And
I mean, we don't have scrim data, so we kind of have to take
That is true.
Okay, I get it.
And after Walls, I don't trust scrims.
That's completely fine. But I think we're doing a pretty good job in ramping up. First week was 1-2. No, it was 1-2.
Yeah, it was 1-2.
And then
1-2,
it became 2-1. So it's going to be a 3-0 this week.
3-0 this week?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Ramping up. Do you see any progress with G2, GB? With
I mean,
the
absolutely.
week we had here?
I think like the ending of week 2 was where I was like, okay, this team can be so back. Fantastic Syro performance as well back then. But it was like, for me, it was more of a question mark of, can they actually continue that? Because it's best of ones, right? Like you can lose in a best of one and you can win, and sometimes you don't really know where you stand in that. But it's the track record of them continuing from that. And as you just said, this might be the 3-0 week. This clearly shows that the improvement is coming through. So yeah, absolutely, I think G2 is improving.
I smell Content Monday coming. We're gonna see Vanessa tomorrow.
No, we moved those to Saturday.
All right, all right. Thank you for the update on this. Skumon, how do you feel? I know it's a basic question, but I remember you week 1, again, a lot of progress. I feel like the win last week on Zyra that we've talked about was kind of like the confidence boost that you needed.
Yep.
Do you feel like it changed something?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I was really upset with my performance in the first week. I think that, to be honest, our first 2 losses was not only on me, obviously, like we're a team, but I think I made really crucial mistakes, like whether it's like for the smite or like some suspicious engages. So yeah, I mean, definitely like the last game, last week game on Zara gave me a lot of confidence. I finally show what I can actually do in LEC. And yeah, I mean, I just hope that I can keep doing this kind of performances. And yeah, I'm happy with today's game, so yeah.
Great to hear.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot from you, especially last year. Person we haven't seen too much from is actually you, Memento. I'm a bit curious. Well, I actually have, because we saw you in LFL. I think I saw you cast the Swedish League at one point.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I did cast.
You did it all?
But it was like in Swedish. I think it was like 4 years ago.
I watched actually, because I was.
You watched that?
Yeah, I mean, I watched national. I watched national leagues. There's like 100 viewers. I like to go back to watch the Scandinavians. What has your journey been like, going from pro play to apparently casting the Swedish national league, to then obviously coming back here at G2?
I mean, honestly, it's been kind of surreal. Not gonna lie, because I was first a player for about 8 years. And then the casting thing was kind of like a side thing.
Side lane?
Yeah, sideline thing. I've been playing too much League these days. But I think overall, like, it's been a pretty wonderful journey. I'm very happy that I played for 8 years. And then at some point, you just kind of see Bay playing League of Legends that much as a pro player.
Yeah.
And it wasn't going that hot for me.
All right.
So I felt it was natural to transition into coaching. It's always been something that I truly enjoy. I like seeing the players learn something, and they like when you teach a player something and you see them go through what you've gone through as well. It's very wholesome, and I really want the players to have the best kind of experience. And yeah, I truly enjoy it. I love what I do.
That's lovely.
Tell me a bit about the work that you guys have been doing together and overall with G2, because I know that last year when I saw you in Munich, you were working with Yike. Are you still working with this rookie jungler here, or what is your role at G2?
So I don't do any individual work per se. We still work together, and last year was mostly just with Yike. I was only an individual coach. But this year I'm doing a lot more of, how would you call it, the strategic coach instead. So I do a lot of the reviews, and I like to do a lot of
game plans and how we're progressing as a team. So I take care of mostly the macro analysis. And if we have the time, then we will do like a little bit of work together, which we always try to do. But overall, I just try to make sure my team plays good League of Legends.
All right.
So you can flame me if they don't.
Okay, cool.
Well, the audience will know this now. You can find
What's the
Memento.
Twitter ad
He's
again?
very active on Twitter, on X. Sorry, you can find a lot of his tweets. You tweeted something, actually.
Oh yeah, I tweeted
today.
like.
What was it about?
Okay, so right now I tweeted something in Spanish and I flamed Koi.
All right.
But now I did a follow-up tweet. Does anyone know like the GTA San Andreas? You know when he's holding a dog?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
the
there's
one on screen right now.
Oh yeah, that's
that one.
yeah.
You can see.
That's the one.
Professional memer,
Hey, just
coach,
leave.
caster, former player. You have it all.
I love banter. I think it's really good for the league when everyone's just flaming each other. And I'm not gonna lie, like what people wrote to us, bro, even if we won, like under my tweets, it's just flame, flame. And I love that shit.
Oh, you love it?
I love it. I love
Really?
the passion. I love that people are so passionate that they will just like, yeah, I don't want to say anything because I haven't been on broadcast for a while, so I'll keep it, you know.
So what
I'll
should
keep
they
it-
rate as a social media manager if anyone's looking into one?
It's not a job offer, man.
Sorry, I could
It's
use
not a
one.
job
I could
interview.
use
I'm just saying it's great. I think it's good that the fans are passionate.
Yeah.
Maybe tone it down a little bit with the hate, but it's all good. I don't care, man. Like I think
Yeah.
just keep being passionate. I love this game. I love the league. It's just great.
I'm glad that you take it like this. I know that it's not the case of a lot of players. I remember Hansama, for instance, last year, the whole Lord Dominic thing at MSI stayed for a bit too long. Skimon, have you experienced this? Or like, is it something that you think you have to work on, shielding yourself against those bad reactions sometimes?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's like something I'm trying to work on, and like recently I've just like cut all the social media because I really don't think that it's a good thing for me to have, because obviously when you are winning, let's say that way, people will say, oh, he's getting carried and stuff, and when he's losing, it's really easy to just point out the fault on me because I'm a new player. So I just accept it. It's like normal. As Memento said, I think it's nice to have some banter, obviously. Sometimes it's a bit too much, but definitely I think that just focusing on yourself and just playing good.
All right.
In the end, is just the most important thing, right?
Yeah. More wins, maybe banter, Skimon, popping on social media later. What has been your biggest realization since you entered the league? As an ERL jungler, having a lot of success, maybe finding a new wall here in the LEC and like having to adapt on the systems you have?
I mean, for me personally, I think it's like more about like both in-game and outside the game. Like I really need to take accountability and responsibility of what's going on in the team. Not as a fool, obviously, but as a jungler, I think there is many points where I can actually give my opinion, try to just talk about with my teammates and do the effort to just be on the same page. Because in the end, I'm the shot caller in the early game. I really need to make sure that the plan is listened by everybody and everybody's on the same page. And I mean, I feel like that I need to be also like way more proactive in some games. For example, today I think it was fine. I'm really happy, for example, with my game on Zara. I think when I got the resources, I was able to actually just maintain the progress and play aggressive in the jungle. And this is something that I really didn't do, for example, in my first two games against KC and BDS. And I had some regrets on that one.
All right.
But I'm trying to work on that and
And it shows.
Do you see yourself being in like top form when we come to like towards the final of this winter split? Because in my opinion, coming into this split, the question is always in Europe, who can beat G2? And then it turned out, a lot of people could beat G2 at least in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
But I want a G2 by the end of it where it feels earned when a G2 finally loses. So are you going to be in top form for that winter final or make it all the way there?
Yeah, I think
the answer is only yes.
Yeah, obviously.
Only one answer. Yes.
Absolute. How do you say it in French? Absolument.
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 Absolument. French lesson coming
And that's
in
all
the
I want.
LEC, yes.
That's perfect. That's the best you can get.
I know that's something we've been discussing a lot when it comes to G2 is the jungle support synergy. Lebrov is key player of the game today. So from you, coach, and you, G2 jungler, what did you think about your support's performance?
I mean, I think Labro played amazing.
Mm-hmm.
His Leona has really been on point. I think the engages the kill he did on Boris as well on mid lane. He's a really creative player. I think Labrov is one of the few supports that really finds those angles that many supports don't.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised because Skew did have 11 kills, but I'm happy that Labrov got it. 'Cause he was kind of smurfing too, you know?
Yeah.
I'm really happy because I've seen how hard Labrov and Skew have been working together. They've been reviewing with each other, and I think it's just showing that it pays off now.
Yeah. Progress.
So I'm very happy to see it, and I think he deserves it.
Yeah, deserved. And slow and steady progress on the side of G2. Let's check out the standings maybe, to see where we left things here. Because you guys are not going to like this, but winning this, Fnatic is first now. For now.
Yeah.
For regular season. Mickey had some strong words actually on the desk earlier saying that the rest of the league is bad. And they're the only good team right now. Anything you want to comment on this, maybe?
I think that's bull. No, okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. They beat us. I think it's fair, but we'll see in playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll probably take them out.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're for sure like definitely a really good team. I think what they have shown is like really amazing. But I really think that they're having good drafts. I think like they know how to play, and definitely, I mean, I think they're playing the scaling comps. And I think that in Fearless Draft, especially, when they will have to be out of their comfort zone, I think G2 has some really spicy picks that can come out. So yeah, I'm really confident, and hopefully, if we can play them on playoffs, we'll show that we can beat them.
You can always trust G2 in the kitchen. No, you can't always trust G2 in the kitchen, but we can trust you guys to come up with things. We'll see if they work later
It'll definitely be creative.
Yeah, we'll definitely be creative. Want to take a look at the schedule, maybe, tomorrow? You guys are playing Rogue.
No, Team Heretics.
Heretics, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you.
Not a Spanish team.
A lot of people were rating them really, really low, lower than what they are right now. Would you agree on this? GB, maybe first?
I mean, I thought there were going to be 10 players actually coming into this split, I'll be honest. I thought that it was risky getting 5 players from 5 different systems, 3 of them being rookies, building a team around that. I thought winter was looking really dire. So I'm actually really impressed with Team Heretics. Like, if I'm them, I'm already bringing out the champagne bottles because this is like a growth system. Yeah, absolutely. But this is a team that's built for growth, and I think the first split where you already make playoffs, I think that's a big success for them.
No, absolutely. I think they've actually had a pretty decent performance. I think in the beginning they did look extremely weak and they didn't really do anything. I wasn't sure about the Camilo guy, but he's really stepped up. Solo killing, who was it, Jojo?
Yeah,
solo killed Jojo and someone else he did as well. And I'm also kind of impressed by Stand. I think he's always going in, which I really respect. He's just like always, maybe going in too much, but I respect it, you know? I think it's nice. And I'm excited to face them tomorrow, honestly.
Any opinion on your fellow Frenchman? You knew Stan from LFL. Sheo, of course, was already in the LEC.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think I played against, I mean, actually maybe not Flacket, but I think I played against all of these players. I mean, and yeah, I mean, especially Camilo, coming from Division 2 from LFL, I think it's like actually really amazing what they have shown so far. And yeah, I mean, I just respect that because nobody did this jump, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it's the first time for it. Yeah, but so that was the Division 1 in an ERL. This is still a Division 2 from LFL, right?
Yeah, so like I think solo killing some NA mid laners. Yeah, it's like really amazing. And yeah, I mean, same for me. I didn't really expect them to actually make it out of groups, to be honest. I mean, about like the Swiss stage. But yeah, I mean, I think they have a lot of potential. And you can see it from these games. Like yesterday as well against Koi. Like they actually clutched the last team fight. I was actually shocked that they actually won the game yesterday. So yeah, I mean, props to them and yeah, pretty excited to play against them.
GB, any matchup that you want to look forward to for the last day of best of ones? I want to remind everyone because I know that people are getting hyped about this.
I'm looking forward to the first matchups the most because I feel like that has room for being very explosive. I think Vitality, to me, while being still very raw and uncoordinated as a team, I find them really entertaining to watch just because of that. You can make up that of what you will, but that's why that's my my matchup I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
They're delivering in the fun department, that's for sure. We'll see which side of the coin we actually get with them tomorrow. But that's all for here, for us here, sorry, on this side of the studio, guys. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
For the 3-0 tomorrow, we'll see if you guys can make it happen. And thank you all at home for watching us today. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, 5:45 for Ready Check and 6 p.m. for the beginning of games. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye. Au revoir.
Yeah, we can keep the fight, keep the fight. Azir has nothing. Can we keep going? Flash. Jesse is dead.
Can I attack?
Go attack.
Nice, good job. Also flash.
I'm CC'd.
Azir. I get him. Flash. Finally. Good job.
We didn't.
All we needed was one.
Yeah, we are not shameful enough, I guess.
Guys, it should not be that hard this game if we play with brain.
We're missing one thing, one crucial thing.
Brain.
The developed frontal lobe, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm moving. We win this fight, we win this fight. Yeah, ulti.
Wait for me, wait.
Anyone?
Yeah, no flash Azir, no flash Azir, no flash Azir.
Look at Azir.
I kill him.
Yeah. See, no flash. I'm coming, I can follow, guys.
Nice, I got up. You kill him.
Kill the Poppy.
Yeah,
You
no
in
flash,
two.
no flash popping.
You get the kill.
Nice, nice.
Big boys.
We kill! Holy f***! Holy f***, I couldn't do anything with this shit. We're the mega goats!
Get completely actually.
Yeah. You know what's insane?
He did a little shake.
Oh, he's shaking right in front.
Let us know.
Sama is very comfortable in this game. He's kind of 1v2ing on mid.
But look at Varus.
I guess it's true. Nice guys, good shit.
Wait, I'll upgrade.
We should just get a bit of this.
I'll go.
Good job, guys.
The perfect teammate! They take it all! In knockback, instant combo punch! What? It's big boss!